6 months ago, I set out to survive 100 days in hardcore Minecraft, but my journey was nearly cut short on its second day, and I've always wondered, what would have happened if it was? I guess we'll never know. It's taken half a year for me to get to this point, from day 1 to day 1000. I hope you're ready. I started off my first day as most people do, punching a tree, getting some wood, making a pickaxe and getting some stone. My next priority was going to be food, so I set about murdering the local wildlife. I got lucky and stumbled upon some iron within the first couple minutes. It looked like everything was going great. After grabbing the iron, I set out to find a village because they would have everything I would need to set me up in the early game. And after a few minutes of searching, I finally found one. As I looted it though, my happiness turned to dismay pretty quickly because I realized this was probably the worst village in Minecraft history. I don't think this place even deserves to be called a village. It's literally one house. I then set about gathering some fish in the local lake, but they weren't for me to eat. They were actually going to be for me to tame this cat. Firstly because cats are cute, but second because creepers are actually scared of cats and will run away from them. My biggest fear in early game hardcore was creepers. Without enchanted diamond armor, you won't survive a point blank hit. After a second helping of fish, I finally tamed the cat and decided to name her Moon. As it was quickly turning nighttime, I tunneled into this hill to make a shelter. I didn't have a bed, so my best bet was just to go mining for the night. While I was mining, I ended up stumbling into a cave where I found the skeleton. The skeleton said the cave was his, which I disagreed with, and it didn't end well. While exploring, I nearly ended up falling down this ravine, but luckily I realized before it was too late. Before I could explore this ravine, I needed to head back up to the surface and smelt my iron. Full iron armor was basically required in order to survive. Now we're in day 2, and while I waited for my iron to smelt, I decided to check out the local villagers. One was trapped inside a tree and the other was on the edge of a cliff. After freeing the first villager from his leafy prison, he thanked me by immediately going into my house and deciding he was going to live with me. Bro, you literally have your own house, get out of mine. But now I was ready to head into the ravine. I'd crafted myself a full set of iron armor. There were a ton of ores in this ravine, but I was really scared that a monster was going to spawn on the darker upper levels and then drop down on me. And that was exactly what happened. When this creeper dropped down behind me, my mind went completely blank. I was just panicking because I heard the hissing noise. I thought I was dead. I got launched into the air and by some miracle I accidentally placed my water, which stopped me from falling right into the lava below. I then boxed myself in and ate some bread very calmly, not scared at all, not in fear, nothing like that, because that would never happen. Why would I be scared? Shut up. I continued exploring the cave because I really wanted to find diamonds, and I finally did. Or should I say I found a diamond, because it was literally one. Why? That's fine though, I'll just find some more. Which I did. I then made myself a diamond sword and a diamond pickaxe, but I wasn't ready to stop mining just yet. I needed one more diamond to make an enchanting table. Day 3, I was still looking for those diamonds. After a bit more caving, I finally found that last diamond vein that I needed. Before heading back to the surface, I also mined some obsidian so I could have enough to make a nether portal and an enchantment table. When I returned from the mines, it was actually nighttime, so I had to wait out the night in my shelter. We're starting off day 4 by trading with this armorer. If I level him up enough, he's going to sell me enchanted diamond gear. While I was chopping down trees, a creeper ended up sneaking off me. Luckily, I was able to get away. He then got really mad and blew up. After trading basically my entire net worth of iron, I was able to finally get this armor to master, and then I could buy all the diamond enchanting gear. I then used all my emeralds to buy this diamond chestplate. For 4 days, this is some pretty good progress. I then set out to find a new village because let's be honest, this one was pretty terrible. After a little while, I ended up finding this village and immediately got to stealing all their stuff. Did you say this was your gold? I think that's mine. It was beginning to get night, so I crafted myself a bed and had my first night's sleep. We're up bright and early on day 5. I've got way more stuff I need to steal. Among the stuff I stole, I took this purple bed because it was way cooler than my brown one. I found this wolf and ended up taming him with just one bone. Because I'm really uncreative and I had a cat named Moon, I decided why not name him Sun. I finished off day 5 by heading back to my shelter with Sun and Moon. On day 6, I headed back down into the caves. I was going to need a ton of iron to trade with the armorers. That was going to be the easiest way I would earn enough emeralds to get a bunch of good diamond gear. I ended up getting a ton of valuable resources, including a couple stacks of iron and a bit of gold. However, when I went to leave, it was still nighttime and I forgot to bring my bed, so instead I went looking for sugarcane to pass the time. With the current gear I had, trying to make my way through the forest to find my shelter would be a terrible idea because it'd just be a ton of monsters and it'd be really hard to get away. As the sun rose on day 7, I realized something. I was completely lost. Don't worry though, because within the first 2 minutes, I nearly walked off this cliff and died. After a ton of searching and running around the forest, I managed to find the terrible village that I called home. On day 8, I left the tiny village. It was time to build my new house. I found this area when I was looking for that village earlier, and I thought it'd be the perfect place. I spent the rest of the day gathering wood and sorting out my stuff, ready to build the house. The whole of day 9, I just built the house. I wanted to make sure it would stand the test of 100 days. I was able to get the first floor done and slept in my new house. Day 10 came around and I'm still working on the house. There was a lot lot that needed to be done. I also found a horse which I tamed because I'd stolen a saddle from the village earlier so I'd be able to ride it. It was unfortunately a pretty slow horse, but at least now I had some method of transport that was faster than walking. Unfortunately, I don't have a lead yet, so sorry man, you're gonna have to go in the hole. By the end of the day, I'd managed to finish off the second floor and start the roof. Day 11 started with me working on the roof. Luckily, I had just enough cobblestone to finish it off. These stairs were honestly really annoying to snap into place. I finished the roof and that was the outer part of my house done. Now I had to sort out the interior. Day 12, I started out by putting down some important stuff in my house like some blast furnaces and some barrels. I also started work on a stable on the side of my house because I felt bad for my horse having to live in a hole. Day 13, I was building my stable. I went through quite a few different designs before I finally found one that I liked. I then built this little cobblestone roof for my front porch. Day 14, I was shoveling dirt. I had to sort out this floor. You know, pets are great in Minecraft, but sometimes you really just want them to move. Like, come on son, I'm trying to place a wood plank there and you're kind of right in the way. I made this spruce plank pattern on the floor over in this corner because I had all my furnaces. I thought it could be a kind of like a kitchen area. I placed some pumpkins outside my house for a bit of decoration and to add a bit more colour. I also added this nice path and a gate for my stable. My horse is about to get a major upgrade in where he lives. I organised all my possessions into some chests and instead of sleeping, I went out at night to try and kill some monsters. I wanted skeletons because I wanted to make bone meal because then I could bone meal the grass outside my house and just grow a bunch of flowers. It would just look really nice. I found these guys and they just started doing the work for me. They just shot each other. After I got the bones that I needed, I went off to bed. I didn't want to push my luck with all the monsters that were outside. On day 15, my glass was done smelting. I turned it into white stained glass and started finally putting in the windows. After finishing off my windows, I started setting up a farm. I needed to get a stable source of food. Finished off day 15 and let's just get a little bit of appreciation for Moon here. Day 16, I added in some potatoes to my farm and finished off the enclosure. Were these fences unnecessary? Yeah. Did it look nice? I mean, sort of. I was recording this at 3 AM and it was starting to have an effect on my gameplay. For some reason, I built this pumpkin farm with the middle strip running straight to the center with water and farmland on the other side. It was not going to grow either way. Instead of patching up the water trench and digging a new one, I instead dug up an entire row of pumpkins that I had just planted and replanted them. Day 17, I started by planting my sugarcane around this pond. I didn't make a proper sugarcane farm, so I was planning to make an automated one later when I had more resources. I then headed off to the nearby village to trade some of my iron for emeralds and also to steal more stuff because I hadn't taken it all last time. I ended up finding a villager with this sheep in this wooden flower bed thing, and all I could say is I definitely need to call the police. I was able to rescue the poor sheep. I think he's going to be traumatized for the rest of his life. Day 18, I began the really fun and not time consuming task of transporting a villager all the way over to my base. By the end of the day though, I was able to get the villager back to my base. Thankfully, my house and this village are really close. Day 19, I was digging out a hole for the villager breeder. I could have built something above ground, but I just finished my house, so I didn't really want to have to spend loads of time gathering resources. I mean, yeah, it looks terrible, but it'll get the job done. After a few more rails, I was able to get the villager down the hole. I used some ladders with a trapdoor as a way of getting out, and then I went off to find some sheep so I could make more beds. When I came back from shearing the sheep, I realized I made a pretty big mistake with the entrance and exit thing. I've forgotten villagers could actually climb ladders, so as soon as I opened the trapdoor, this guy ran for it. Obviously, after all the effort I'd gone through to getting him here, I wasn't going to let him get away. I put him back in the minecart and back inside he went. You will enjoy your new life here. Day 20, I created a more secure iron door. Now I can enter and leave, but the villagers are stuck. I traded almost all my iron to this guy to try and get him to master level. It was worth it though because he started selling me sharpness 2 diamond swords. This was amazing not only because sharpness is an awesome enchantment, but also because I could keep buying swords off him and then combine them on an anvil to make a greater sharpness level. Day 21, I'm back to farming. My small wheat patch was fine, but I was going to need way more if I was going to make some good emeralds and also craft bread to make the villagers breed. Instead of sleeping, I went mining. I really wanted to get some more resources because I traded basically all my iron away and I also didn't have many diamonds. I got really lucky and found some diamonds after only a couple minutes, but I was going to need a lot more. I found a pretty decent cave system. I had to be really careful here because I've forgotten a water bucket and there were all these lakes of lava. It's day 22 and I'm still down here mining. I found some more diamonds. After grabbing a couple buckets of lava, I started heading out. There was no need for me to stay down here much longer. I had a ton of iron, I had the diamonds that I needed, and I didn't have a water bucket, so if I fell in this lava, it was basically game over. Day 23 was pretty uneventful. I just did a bit more farming and made an animal pen. Day 24, I started working on a new farm and also managed to get the sheep in my animal pen. Day 25, I was able to find a cow and 3 sheep and take them back to my pen. After a bit more farming, I headed off back to the village. I wanted to get another villager. I was going to be trying a new method to get him home where I place down a job station block like a grindstone and then they walk towards it. You then break the grindstone and then replace it and they'll keep running towards it. I didn't have too much luck throughout day 25, but day 26 things went much more smoothly and I was able to get him back to my base. Day 27 was a simple day. Farming, shearing the sheep, doing a bit of trading with the villagers and chopping some wood. Day 28 I went mining. I actually found a decent amount of diamonds, 7 in total, and I also found a ton of useful resources like gold and iron. Day 29 I started work on the Villager Trading Hall. Day 30 and we're still working on the Villager Trading Hall, but it's starting to take shape. By the end of the day, I finished the main structure and now I started work on the roof. I didn't want to get annoyed by monsters the whole night though while I was trying to build my roof, so I headed to bed. Day 31, I started building the granite roof on top of the Villager Trading Hall. I didn't have enough granite to finish the roof, but before I got that, I needed to go off and get more sand because I didn't have any glass for windows. Day 32, I went out to gather more granite for the roof. I thought I gathered enough, but unfortunately not. Day 33, what could possibly happen today? As it turned out, something did happen. I did some more farming because my crops had grown, and then the wandering trader showed up. Even though his trades were complete trash as always, I didn't want to kill him because that would just be kind of unnecessary, or so I thought, because he and his llamas committed a crime which I will never be able to forgive. That's right, they trampled all over my freshly planted potatoes. Filled with blind rage at losing my beloved potatoes, I decimated the wandering trader and his llamas. I did a bunch more farming, and by now I had so many wheat seeds. I bred my sheep and then traded all the wheat that I just harvested to my villagers. I then finished off the windows in the Villager Trading Hall. Instead of going to bed though, I went on a mining trip, firstly because I need more granite to finish off that roof, and also because I wanted some more resources. When I saw a skeleton kill that innocent bat, I knew that he had to die. And when I killed him, he actually ended up dropping his enchanted bow. I decided that instead of putting on an anvil with a regular bow to fix it up, I would wait until I had a proper enchanting area set up, enchant a regular bow, and then combine the two together to make a super powerful bow. I emerged from the mines on day 34, organised my stuff, and then chucked some bread at the villagers. It was a good day. Day 35, I used the granite that I'd got from all that mining to finish off the roof of the villager hall. I also added a bit of depth to the exterior. Day 36, I was gathering up both oak and birch wood. I wanted to make a cool pattern for the floor of my trading hall. While I was clearing out a space behind the hall, my iron shovel broke. I didn't have any iron on me, so I had to make a stone one like a peasant. I then shoveled away the floor of the villager trading hall with my very slow stone shovel. I then added the oak and birch planks to the floor before using these spruce stairs to make it seem like a really long corridor. Wasn't sure about the whole corridor thing with the spruce stairs, but I decided to leave it be. Day 37, I started getting villagers out with the breeder and into the hall. For some reason, I decided to use the rail and the minecart system, even though I could have just done the whole workstation thing that had worked so well only a couple weeks ago. Of course, the whole minecart thing was really annoying and I have no idea why I did it. After a lot of pain, I finally managed to get this farmer into position in the trading hall. But then I got extremely scared because as I was trying to sort him out and get him in his little compartment, I actually ended up punching him. Now, this doesn't sound too bad, but because of the amount of villagers in the breeder, an iron golem had spawned on the land. I really didn't want that thing coming over to kill me because they do so much damage. Luckily, the golem didn't seem mad and I was finally able to get the villager into his trading station. On day 38, I grabbed a bunch of spruce leaves using shears to try and decorate my villager hall. I ended up not liking it though, so it was kind of a waste of time. I also killed off this iron golem, not because it was mad at me, but because in case of future accidents, I didn't want this massive iron monster coming after me. I'd learned my lesson with the villagers and it was so much easier getting this one in. When I say easy, there was a little bit of shoving involved. Day 39, I realized another iron golem had already spawned in, so killing that one earlier basically been a waste of time. I then had to spend the morning resetting the second villager's trades because all he wanted to do was buy carrots. Either you're going to buy some wheat from me or you're going to be useless. Which one is it going to be? I then spent the rest of day 39 harvesting wheat and selling it to my villagers. Day 40, I started work on a cow pen. I really needed leather because I didn't even have a single bookshelf for an enchanting table. The leads that the wandering trader had happily given to me made getting these cows back way easier than it was getting the sheep back. I didn't have to wait for them to slowly walk towards the wheat. I could now take them with me with the leads. There's only 2 in here right now, but trust me, give me a week and this pen's going to be absolutely overcrowded. I had also accumulated an absolute ton of wheat seeds and I decided, well, why not put them to good use? I started hoeing out a massive field where I was just going to plant a ton of wheat. Day 41, I'm still working on the wheat farm. I wanted this thing to be big enough to plant at least 4 stacks of seeds. I also farmed up more of my pumpkins and expanded my pumpkin farm. Eventually, I want this whole valley to just be full of pumpkins. Day 42, I headed straight into the mines. Can you guess why? Yeah, I needed more resources. I kept trading away all my iron to my villagers, and on top of that, my diamond pickaxe was nearly broken and I had barely any diamonds to replace it. I wasn't even full diamond armor. Day 43, I was still mining. I was trying to gather as many resources as I could. After emerging from the mines on day 44 and smelting a bunch of iron, I headed up to the villager breeders to talk to this toolsmith. Aw, they grow up so fast. Weren't you a kid like 20 minutes ago? After selling a ton of coal and iron to him, he was getting close to master rank. By the time I had maxed out his iron trade though, it was already night time, so I decided to just grab a bed in the villager breeder. It's the morning of day 45, and while I wait for the toolsmith's trades to refresh, I went out to expand my pumpkin farm. After stacks of iron, he finally reached master rank, which meant he would finally sell me an enchanted diamond pickaxe. This was the reason why I'd gone mining for so much iron in the first place, because mining for diamonds can take a while, so why not just have it so I can have a bunch of diamond tools on demand whenever I need them. I spent the rest of the day harvesting harvesting my wheat, which was going to take a while because I just had so much of it now. It became nighttime and I was still trying to plant these wheat seeds. I wanted to get it all done before the morning. Bro, I'm just trying to farm some wheat. Can you go away? Day 46, I checked upon my cows. I've been breeding them for a couple of days and the numbers were already increasing by a lot. I then headed into the villager breeder to trade with this armorer. I wanted to max him out like the villager in that old village because then I would have diamond armor on demand. It was very painful buying a bunch of useless chain boots from him just to level him up, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I then went down into the mine and threw all his hard work into a pool of lava. I then went back and bought a bunch of shields off him. Wow, really useful to own 20 shields. He reached expert level and started selling me enchanted diamond boots and diamond leggings. The boots especially were really useful because they had feather falling too. Again, like the plans I have for my sword, I could buy a bunch of these boots and then combine them all to give them a really high level on the feather falling. I then created a disposal system with a bucket of lava because I really didn't need all these shields. I then harvested all my pumpkins ready to sell to the villagers tomorrow because my wallet was sort of crying after buying about 20 pairs of boots, a bunch of shields and diamond boots. Day 47, I sold off all my pumpkins and now I had a decent amount of emeralds again. Today's useless item that I'd be buying to level up the armor was chain chest plates. He finally hit master and I was able to buy the final piece of enchanted diamond armor that I needed, a helmet. I bred my cows a bit more and knew that soon I'd be able to make books and then max out my enchanting table. I went mining with my new diamond pickaxe and life was so much easier with that efficiency too. I also ended up finding some diamonds, which is kind of cool. I stumbled upon this cave and found 2 more veins of diamonds, but I decided not to mine these because I didn't have fortune on my pickaxe. It would pretty much be a waste. It turned to day 48 while I was in the mines, and as I was leaving I built this cobblestone staircase leading up because it was really annoying having to jump up every single block. As you can see, the cow pen is growing by a lot. I'm getting quite a few of these now, but I can get way more. Another wandering trader showed up while I was breeding my cows. I had a look to his trades. Obviously they were terrible, and then I don't know how it happened, guys, but suddenly he died. Not sure how that happened. Oh, and his llamas as well. I farmed up some more pumpkins, traded those to my villagers, and now that I've bred my cows, it was time to start gathering some leather. With the leather I got, I was able to set up an enchantment table with just 3 bookshelves, but that's fine because we'll get way more very soon. Day 49 started out with some pumpkin farming and then I gathered a bunch of wood. I was running pretty low and it would be nice to just have some on hand whenever I needed it. For the rest of day 49 I farmed my pumpkins. Day 50, I'm trying to make an auto composter. I have so many seeds, so I was hoping I could turn them all into bone meal. At the time I had no idea how to build one of these, so I didn't get it to work. I harvested all my wheat and sold it off to the villagers. Day 51 I made some improvements to my path. It needs some more detail. I then began gathering leather because my cow pen was pretty much full. With my newfound leather I was able to make 6 more bookshelves. I then went searching for a new horse because mine was insanely slow. It didn't work though, all the horses I found were just as slow. Just gotta let you guys know that the game audio from days 52 to 55 is bugged for some reason, so you actually can't hear anything. It is back on day 56 though. Day 52 I used all that wood I've been gathering to start building a bridge across my pumpkin farm. Day 53 I gathered enough wood to keep building my bridge. I think these stripped spruce logs look really nice. I started day 54 by using some of my gold to make more golden apples. They're amazing healing and I wanted to minimize my chances of dying as much as possible for pretty obvious reasons. I gathered some more leather and added these stairs to my bridge to give it some more depth. As night fell, I was finally able to craft enough bookshelves to max out my enchanting table. I had 46 levels, so I used a grindstone to remove my enchantments and then start going for new ones. I ended up getting protection 4 on my chest plate as well as some other good enchantments on my other gear. I combined these 2 pickaxes together to make an even stronger one. Day 55 I bought more sharpness 2 swords for my weaponsmith and combined them all in an anvil. Unfortunately I didn't have enough levels to make a sharpness 5 sword and I spent the rest of the day finishing my bridge. Day 56 I gathered a bunch of obsidian. I was going to be building another portal. Because I now have fortune on my pickaxe, I went back to mine this diamonds I'd found. Fortune is just such an amazing enchantment. I got 14 diamonds from that. Day 57 I built my nether portal on the side of this hill. Well, I messed up the first time and had to mine a whole row of obsidian, but I did get it sorted. I spent the rest of the day farming pumpkins and making profits. Day 58 it was time for me to head to the nether. I was extremely scared because I've always had bad experiences there and I've also lost a previous hardcore world to the nether. Yeah, this wasn't the first time I tried to record this video. I actually had a previous hardcore world which I ended up losing because of a terrible nether spawn. This time though I survived. I spawned in a crimson forest and found its piglins, so I started trading with him. Didn't get any pearls, but he gave me a fire resistance potion, which is amazing because if I accidentally fell in lava I now had a way to survive. Grabbed some of these shroomlights and found some more piglins. I traded almost all my gold to them and didn't get a single pearl trade, but I did get 2 more fire res potions. It's day 59 and I'm using my new fire res to explore the nether in hopes of finding a fortress. Didn't find one, but I did find this random piece of ancient debris while tunneling through some netherrack. My inventory was pretty full, so I headed home. Day 60 I returned to the nether. It's time to find a fortress. Fell in lava and very calmly drank my fire res. It was a very calm situation where I remained calm. I crafted a warp fungus on a stick so that I could ride a strider. It'd be so much easier than trying to bridge across these massive lava lakes. Like an idiot, I then fell off the strider. Unfortunately, that would be another fire res potion I had to use. I've only got one left now. I found out the only way to get a saddle off a strider is to kill it. Sorry, bro. I don't know why I always have such terrible luck with nether fortresses. I got the achievement for finding all the nether biomes and I still haven't found a fortress. Had a pretty close encounter with some ghast because for some reason I decided to be a good idea to play tennis with fireballs. Traded with some more piglins and got another fire res potion, but still no pearl. I was pretty sick of the nether, so I bridged over to this ruined portal and headed back to the overworld. I ended up spawning in a cave, so now I'm gonna have to dig my way out. Day 61, I'm over 5,000 blocks away from my base. I have no idea what I was doing here and why I didn't just go back to the nether, but for some reason I started heading back on foot. I know it says day 60 in my coordinates, but that's because when you start a Minecraft world, the game starts counting from day 0 rather than day 1. Just in case you're confused on why I'm so far out, 1 block travelled in the nether equals 8 blocks travelled in the overworld, so even though I hadn't gone that far in the nether, I'd gone a huge distance in the overworld. I just kept travelling and quickly it turned to night. Tons of monsters were starting to spawn in, and because I hadn't slept in a couple of days because of being in the nether, phantoms started swooping in trying to bite me. All in all, was not a fun experience and I wouldn't recommend. After a lot of running, I found what I was searching for, a village. Finally I could get a bed and sleep. Day 62, I found an igloo and got lucky because it spawned a hidden room underneath where you're supposed to cure the zombie villager. Nope, thanks to the golden apple and weakness potion though. After a YouTube tutorial, I learned how to make one of these speedrun and nether portals. It was time for me to begin the fortress search once again. The spawn didn't look very promising until I realized I was right next to a fortress. Finally some good luck. It looked like my luck was really starting to pick up when I killed this wither skeleton. He dropped a skull. While I was trying to kill this blaze, my sweeping edge enchantment meant I hit this pigman as well, and now every pigman in a 100-mile radius now wanted me dead. I had to quickly pillar up in order to escape, all the while this blaze was trying to knock me off with fireballs. After a ton of searching, I finally found a blaze spawn and gathered all the blaze rods I would need. Day 63, I was heading back to another to my original portal using the help of this friendly strider. Oh man, I need that saddle back. I'm so sorry. I got the saddle with 0 harm done. I knew my original portal was around this crimson forest somewhere, but I just couldn't find it. Still searching day 64. Wait, I built that cobblestone. I can't describe the feeling of relief when I finally found my portal. I then spent the rest of the day sorting out my stuff. I used all the XP I gained to combine these two swords together and finally get sharpness 5. Day 65, I'm back to some good old farming. I missed you guys. Day 66, I'm adding some more detail to my path with this coarse dirt. Added these stripped spruce logs to my villager hall because those gaps between the walls were annoying me. Day 67, I did some more farming and added some details to my house that I'd overlooked when I first built it. I also terraformed the hill because it didn't look right. Day 68, I realized I hadn't seen sun or moon around, but I had a pretty strong idea of where they'd ended up. I checked the nether and sure enough they were there, as well as a couple of iron golems. After rescuing sun and moon from the nether, I built the staircase from my house down to one of the wheat fields, which I would then use a total of about 2 times. Now it's day 69, a normal day. After some villager trading, I headed into the mines to gather more gravel to craft coarse dirt. I also wanted gold and I'll explain why in a minute. I found quite a few diamonds and got way more than just the ores that I found because of my fortune pickaxe. Day 70, I finished up mining and then headed home. Day 71, here's the reason why I was mining all that gold. I turned one of my villagers into a cleric and an expert rank cleric sell ender pearls. This would save me from having to farm endermen in the warp forest biome in the nether because I could instead just buy all the pearls I needed. The cleric reached expert and I bought all the ender pearls I could need. I then started work on a sugarcane farm, which as you'll quickly see was the worst sugarcane farm that's ever been built in the history of Minecraft. Day 72, and can you see what's wrong? Yeah, I put the water in the wrong place so the pistons aren't going to harvest the sugarcane. They harvest air instead. While I was building my sugarcane farm, a wandering trader showed up and for once he actually had something I wanted, a jungle sapling. Kind of a scam at 5 emeralds, but whatever, I'll take it. Day 73, I'm still working on the sugarcane farm. How I didn't realize my mistake yet, I will never know. Added in a roof and doesn't it all look nice? Nice and useless. Day 74, I realized what I'd done wrong. And then do you know what I did? Still built it wrong. Now the water's in front of the sugarcane, so when the pistons harvest it, it's all just going to fall in the water and not the hoppers. I farmed my crops the rest of the day unaware of the mistake I've made. Day 75, I headed into the villager breeder. It was time to get a librarian so I could get mending books. That was the plan anyway, but then he offered feather falling 3 and it was just way too good to pass up. With some moderate pain, I got him into the villager hall and applied the new book to my boots. Day 76, I'm checking my broken sugarcane farm. At the time, I was so confused as to why I wasn't getting any cane. I did a ton of farming to earn emeralds and started trading with this Fletcher. You need a couple stacks of arrows for the Ends Dragon fight and I could buy 16 for just 1 emerald. Day 77, I went mining again. I needed more gold to craft golden apples and I traded all my gold to the cleric. Unfortunately, day 78 through 81 have that same bug again where you can't hear any gameplay audio. I'm really sorry. Day 78, still mining. Day 79, finally done with the mining and at long last I finally realized why the sugarcane farm wasn't working. Now it's day 80, we're 4/5 of the way through 100 days. Found a zombie horde in the villager hall. How did you guys even get in here? It was going to be a long day. I wanted to get a mending librarian and get him in the trading hall. All the way at the end of day 80 and he finally started selling mending books. Day 81, I bought 3 mending books, but before I used them it was time to fix up an old enchanted bow dropped by a skeleton. I enchanted a normal bow and ended up getting infinity, which is nice, but now I had 3 stacks of arrows that I just bought that I'll never need. Oh well. I put mending on my pickaxe and chestplate but didn't have enough levels to put it on the sword. I carved this this pumpkin because then I could wear it on my head and look at the Enderman without them trying to kill me. The last thing I wanted while fighting the dragon was a horde of Endermen rushing towards me at 100 miles an hour. I also did some potion brewing. I wanted to make potions of slow falling so that I wouldn't die to fall damage against the dragon. Google said you could make a potion of leaping and then turn it into slow falling with a fermented spider eye. Google lied. This sucked because the ingredient needed to brew slow falling is phantom membrane and I didn't have any. I was going to need to go 3 Minecraft nights without sleeping for the phantoms to spawn. For once in Minecraft I was happy to not have a max enchanted sword. While trying to kill the zombie, the sweeping edge enchantment meant I accidentally hit Moon as well. If I had fire aspect on my sword she would have died because this one hit took her down to 1 heart. Day 82 I expanded the pumpkin farm as far as it would go. It's my main source of income so I might as well make it bigger. I then gathered some spruce wood because I was going to be building another bridge. By the end of the day I finished the bridge and I think it looks pretty nice. Day 83 it rained. A lot. It was a pretty slow day. I only did some farming and trading. Day 84 I'm making a ton of beds because I'm going netherite mining. When I entered the nether I was greeted with this sight. The amount of villagers in my base kept spawning iron golems and they must have kept walking into the nether portal which would then cause a new iron golem to spawn. But forget my new army of iron golems, it was time to go netherite mining. I had decent luck with ancient debris but not amazing. I found 5 pieces. It was day 85 and I was preparing to head back. When I tried to leave I realized I'd forgotten to bring gold armor and now the entire piglin army wanted me dead. With the amount of gold in the nether it was pretty easy to make a pair of gold boots and then I just walked out unscathed. Apparently shiny shoes makes pig monsters not want to kill you. That's a great tip for life. I spent some time making a custom banner for my shield and went with this design. Night settled and finally I could go out and hunt phantoms. After a few minutes I was able to get the precious phantom membrane and soon I'd have everything I needed to fight the ender dragon. Day 86 I was able to use the debris I found in the nether to make 1 netherite ingot. I brewed the potions of slow falling and some healing potions on top just in case. I applied the netherite ingot to my chest plate and then slept. Tomorrow I would start my journey. Day 87 I started searching for the stronghold. Seemed like it was a fair distance away from my base because I searched all day and didn't find it. Day 88 though I found the stronghold. I was extremely nervous because I was pretty unlucky and 3 of my 15 eyes of ender had broken instead of dropping again when I threw them, so if another had broke I wouldn't have been able to activate the end portal. I then spent the whole day searching for the portal room. The stronghold had generated with a ravine running through it and I even found some diamonds. I searched the entire stronghold and couldn't find a library nor could I find the portal room. Day 89 I watched a couple of tutorials on YouTube to try and find out where the portal room was. A few recommended that you dig through the walls at the end of each corridor, so I tried it and after a few attempts it actually worked. I'll never understand why strongholds can generate like this. It's really annoying having to fumble around for hours because the important rooms are completely disconnected from the main body of the stronghold. The library has some decent enchanted books, but of course the portal room was my goal. I activated the portal, organised my inventory and then stared at the portal for a few seconds. I knew there was going to be no second chances if I messed up this fight. After getting the worst end spawn of my life, I started getting to work on the healing crystals. Landed some nice bow shots and thanks to my slow falling potions the fight was much smoother than I expected. The only time I was ever really in danger was when I got caught in the dragon's breath, but even now I just healed it off with a gapple. Even though the fight wasn't super difficult, it was so satisfying to have beaten the dragon in hardcore. While I was in the end it turned to day 90. I grabbed the dragon egg and then headed through the end gateway. It was time to get an elytra. I spent the whole day looking for an end city and somehow didn't find one. Day 91 I found an end city but unfortunately it didn't spawn a ship. There was still some decent loot though and I killed a bunch of shulkers to get shells. Day 92 I found another end city and this one did have a ship. I also made sure to grab the dragon head. I wasn't done looting yet though, I wanted to back up elytra just in case something happened. It didn't take me too long before I found another end city and this one also had a ship. After looting the city, grabbing the elytra and dragon head, it was time to go home. Before I did that though, I had to use a ton of XP to fix my boots. They were nearly broken so I combined them with another pair I found. Day 93 I made my way through the portal and returned to the overworld. Unfortunately because I'd had to sleep once while I was searching for the stronghold, my spawn was no longer set at my house. Once I found my house and sorted out my stuff, I started working on a treasure room. My storage was super unorganized and I also wanted to lay out some of the cool items I'd obtained throughout this 100-day playthrough. I had a lot of obsidian from mining ender chests while I was raiding the end cities and I had a bunch of crying obsidian just lying around which I thought would look really nice on the wall. Day 94 I finished the storage room. I was originally going to have the stone bricks as quartz but I didn't have enough. Day 95 I started organizing all my items into the chests. It was going to take a while because I was going to have to sort through a lot of stuff. Day 96 I'm still organizing. This took forever but it's going to be so much easier in the future to find the items that I need. Finally finished and I built this shrine to the dragon egg. I decorated it with the 2 dragon heads I got and also my wither skull. This thing was expensive but it looks cool. Day 97 I got to work using all the levels I'd obtained from killing the dragon to enchant my gear. As you can see after all of that I didn't have enough to combine these 2 diamond swords together to create basically the best sword in the game. Oh well, that'll be for 200 days. Seems like I'm getting deja vu because yes, I'm back to farming. I was in an awkward spot because there was only 3 days left of the 100 so I couldn't start working on a new project because I'd never be able to finish it in only 3 days. Oh hey, do you remember when I actually wanted you guys? Day 98 this creeper tried to stop me from getting to 100 days. As usual I panicked when I heard it tick down behind me but my armor at this point was so strong I easily survived. Still not an experience I want to repeat. I then killed a bunch of cows because my leather supply had been drained due to all the item frames I've been crafting. I farmed my pumpkins and started working on leveling up this librarian. I'm master rank now selling name tags and I really wanted one. Day 99 I gave my villagers some bread and continued trading with them. But no one cares about day 99 because now it's day 100. 100 days survived in hardcore Minecraft. My house looked pretty bare with all my chests downstairs in my storage room so I spent the rest of the day making this blue creeper rug. Not sure sure why I'm going with a creeper themed rug when they've tried to kill me so many times, but you can't deny they're one of Minecraft's defining features. I purchased a name tag, and what else would I use it for apart from properly naming the best cat? Here we are in day 101. I had a lot of plans for these 100 days and they started with getting a creeper farm built. For that I would need cats, so I headed off to a nearby village hoping that they had some. I searched for a while and had almost given up hope and I finally found one. In case you're wondering where all the villagers are, they're all dead. Good job guys. I headed all the way home and realised that my new cat wasn't with me. I'm pretty sure it's because I swam across this lake, meaning that it couldn't teleport to me. After going back and retrieving it, I bred it with Moon in order to get the second cat for the creeper farm. Day 102, I began clearing out this area in order to make space for my creeper farm. I heard the groans of zombies and quickly realised that this place had tons of caves underneath it which would stop the creeper farm from working. I chose this spot and started construction. Day 103 I continued building the farm. The whole ceiling has to be covered in trapdoors in order for it to work, which is going to cost me a ton of wood. Day 104 the kitten had grown up, so I transported him and his father into the creeper farm. They're going to be in there for a long time. I ran out of trapdoors and didn't have any more wood, so I had to go out and chop trees. By the end of the day the farm was complete. Day 105 I realised I built one section of the farm too short and had to extend it. Once that was done I built up in order to AFK the farm for a while. After AFKing for the entire day I dug down, checked the chest and what? 4 gunpowder. I realised the cave system I found earlier most likely extended onto my base and all the monsters spawning there were most likely stopping the creeper farm from working. I took my frustration out on some nearby zombies. Day 106 I did some pumpkin farming to take my mind off the failed creeper farm. Upon entering the villager hall I saw he had an unwanted guest. Not only had he bashed the door down, he picked it up and was now using it as a weapon. After doing some trading I knew what I wanted to do and that was crash the economy. But first I would need slime and for that I would need to find a swamp biome. I used all the gunpowder I had to craft rockets and from there set out on my elytra to find a swamp. After a few minutes searching I found one and a ruined portal. You're probably wondering why I need slime and it's because I'm going to need sticky pistons for my new villager trading hall. After a whole night of searching for slimes I only managed to get 8 slime balls and I only did 20. So day 107 I went mining in a ravine that I found in the swamp. My elytra was pretty damaged because I didn't have unbreaking or mending on it, meaning I couldn't leave here and return at night. I would have to wait it out until night fell so I could try again with the slimes. I found an abandoned mineshaft and decided to explore and I got the jump scare of my life when I turned around from mining iron and found a creeper staring me in the face. After my heart recovered from that experience I explored more and ended up finding a name tag. I decided to return to the surface to see if night fell and it had, so I spent the whole night searching for slimes. I only ended up finding one and it gave me 1 slime ball. Day 108 I had enough of the swamp and decided to just build a smaller version of the villager hall with the limited slime I had. After arriving home I instantly added mending to my elytra because it was nearly broken. I was able to fix it by buying some bottles of enchanting off one of my villagers which provides enough XP to nearly fully repair it. I then spent the rest of the night farming. Day 109 I started work on the new trading hall. It looks terrible right now but trust me it gets better. The design is from Logical Geek Boy. I'll link the video in the description if you want to try it out for yourself. I stayed up instead of sleeping because I needed to get a zombie in the back of the hall. I had to give him a name tag so he wouldn't despawn and I ended up naming him Gideon. I have no idea why, I just chose it at random. Day 110 I'm still working on the hall. The way it works is that a villager will come along this walkway and head into one of the gaps. Once they fall down, the piston closes above their head. I can also flick a lever and drop them down to Gideon where he'll turn them into a zombie villager. The reason for this and why I can crash the economy is because curing a zombie villager will result in them giving you insanely good trades. Day 111 I finished the minecart system for the trading hall and decided that the first villager I would try out on was my mending librarian. After a bit of encouragement he headed into his slot in the hall. I quickly set about getting both my farmers in there as well and then headed back to the swamp to gather the remaining slime. Unfortunately I got lost trying to find it, but this was actually a blessing in disguise. I found a dark oak forest and not only is dark oak one of my favourite wood types, the forest had tons of these brown mushrooms which are required to make fermented spider eyes. Fermented spider eyes are required in order to brew weakness potions to kill zombie villagers. After getting all the mushrooms I would need I spent the rest of the night fighting monsters in order to gain experience. Day 112 I gathered a ton of dark oak before heading back home. I brewed some weakness potions because I was going to be zombifying my villagers. After dropping my librarian down, he was turned into a zombie by Gideon, but then he caught fire, which is not part of the plan. It's because neither the stairs above nor the fences are solid blocks, meaning there was nothing protecting the zombie villager from the sunlight. You're far too useful to be burned into a crisp, so please wear sun cream next time. After starting his cure, I began work on a new walkway for the villagers, which should hopefully protect the zombie ones this time. I also zombified and started to kill my farmer. The librarian finally cured, and now I can buy mending for just 1 emerald. With the second farmer zombified and cured, I farm my pumpkins and then heads off to bed, happy with the progress I've made. As I headed back to the trading hall on day 113, I realized several things had gone wrong. The stair hadn't been taken by the piston for some reason, exposing this farmer to the sunlight and causing him to die. More importantly though, the librarian that I had just cured now has somehow been infected again. After curing this librarian for the second time, I bought all the mending books I would ever need. Day 114, I'm expanding the villager breeder. This base needs more workers and we need them now. I started moving this small hill back because it was in the way of where I wanted to expand the trading hall. I spent the rest of the day building the hall and adding a second side. Day 115, I continued building the trading hall. Checked the villager breeder and they made tons of children. I'm proud of you guys. Grabbed some sand to turn to glass because I was going to be changing the walkway. I changed the walkway to dark oak planks with some blue stained glass paint and I think it turned out quite well. Day 116, I'm building the second half of the hall. Even though I don't have the resources for it to be functional, it'll be ready for when I do. Finished off with some trading. Overall, it was a good day. Day 117, I was mirroring the rail system on the other side of the hall. I'm not fully sure how it works, but the minecart gets broken by the cactus and deposited into the chest by the hopper, which saves me having to do it all manually. For the rest of the day, I chopped wood in the nearby village. I didn't want to make a huge dent in the trees near my house, so I decided to do it here instead. Seeing as the majority of the population died to zombies, I'm sure they won't mind. On day 118, after gathering some more wood, I headed back. Oh god. Oh no. No. I ended up finding a villager with this sheep in this wooden flower bed thing, and all I could say is I definitely need to call the police, you poor creature. Anyway, after being reminded of something I really wanted to forget, I started building the exterior of the villager hall. Day 119, I spent the whole day working on the hall. There's a lot of work I have to do, but I think it's going to turn out well. Day 120, I added this stripped oak and spruce floor and built a decent looking entrance. Progress was slow, but we're getting there. Day 121 was me mirroring the design on one side onto the other. I decided to take a break from all the building by going mining for ancient debris. After over 100 days, I definitely should be in netherite armor. Throughout days 121 to 122, I exploded tons of beds in the search for debris. My luck was pretty good and I was able to find 16 pieces, enough for 4 netherite ingots. As I was on my way back, this hoglin knocked me into lava. After I killed him, his friend showed up and history did not repeat itself as he fell into the lava instead. It was exactly what he deserved. Day 123, I started like many other days farming pumpkins. After selling them off, I had enough XP to combine my sword with one that I found in an end city. For some reason though, I forgot to add mending to either sword before I combined them, meaning it's going to cost a ton of levels to add mending now. As I dived into the lake to get more sand to turn to glass, I found this iron golem just chilling here. No idea why he's choosing to live in a river, but whatever, have fun I guess. Don't blame me if you go rusty. I headed off to the nearby village to ruin another part of the wildlife. This time it was the lake. I'd shoveled most of the sand out of my own, so I borrowed theirs. I had so much sand I crafted more furnaces to keep up with production. Day 124, I started building the back of the trading hall. I also moved the small hill back some more, but my shovel's durability was getting dangerously low. My ancient debris had smelted, so I crafted it onto ingots, and wow, look how much gold I have. I only changed my sword to netherite because I plan to upgrade the rest of my gear's enchantments by combining it with other diamond gear I'd found in the end cities. I spent the rest of the day finishing off the design for the back of the hall and crafted a ton of light blue stained glass for the roof. Day 125, I started building the frame for the roof. I was only able to get 2 of the 3 rings done because they were pretty time consuming to build. I added in a bunch of the glass and finally the hall was starting to take shape. Day 126, I returned to ruining the wildlife. I needed both more glass and wood. I worked through a night to get the final ring done. Day 127, I added some extra detail because I felt there was something missing. I added the rest of the glass and now the hall is nearly complete. I was really happy with how it was turning out. Day 128, I used up all my glass filling in the roof. Don't worry, this is the final environmental disaster caused by me, at least for a while. While my glass was smelting, I dug a tunnel from the hall to my villager breeder so I could start transporting villagers. When I emerged in the breeder, I realized a huge issue. An iron golem had spawned inside, meaning if I accidentally hit a villager while trying to do anything in here, then I'm basically dead to this thing. I'll deal with it later, I have better things to do. Day 129, I finished the outside of the hall, which was insanely satisfying. I then started laying down the track for the minecart. I spent the night repeatedly waking this guy up to ask if he was interested in a job. He said no and went back to his bed multiple times, but like an annoying scam caller, I was persistent. He didn't run eagerly to his job station like the other villagers had, so I had to do some convincing. He also wanted straight potatoes and carrots, which is unacceptable. Unfortunately, after breaking and replacing the composter, he didn't become a farmer again. I'll figure it out in the morning. Day 130, I realized the issue was that he was picking up the nearby composter instead of the one in front of him. After fixing that issue, he gave me the trade that I wanted, which was wheat. I told Gideon to say hi, and then the new farmer caught fire. I realized the glass roof of the hall meant I was going to need to make some changes to the walkway in order to stop the zombie villagers from burning. I'm going to have to add that to the sort that out later list. I started work on a path to the villager hall. At the end of the day, I checked back on my farmer and he finished curing. To my dismay, after leveling up, he offered pumpkin pie and apples instead of wanting to buy pumpkins. For some reason, I then leveled him up to master to see if he'd buy pumpkins. This was pointless. Farmers can only offer to buy pumpkins at the journeyman level. In order to get rid of the villager, I first had Gideon infect him again. This meant I could kill the villager without the other 2 getting mad. Should have known something was up when you wanted to buy carrots. Day 131, I went to brew more weakness potions and realized I had no blaze powder left to fuel the brewing stand. That was a big problem, but it's also going on the I'll fix that later list. For now, I set my mind to replacing the farmer. Got one in and farmed wheat to sell to him. And of course, he also wanted to sell pumpkin pie and apples. Nothing personal, bro. At first, I spent the night hunting creepers in order to get gunpowder for fireworks, and then decided I wanted to try and get a music disc. Just in case you don't know how to get one, it's when a skeleton kills a creeper. After getting shot with an entire quiver's worth of arrows, I was able to get the disc. I stayed up all night fighting monsters because I wanted more XP. Day 132, I set out to find a new swamp because that old one was trash. I got some dark oak wood along the way and found a couple villagers. I needed XP to fix my elytra, so I stole all their food and sold it back to them for XP. I spent the night hunting for slimes, and having looting on my sword made my life so much easier. I was able to gather all the slime I needed. As I was heading back to my base on day 133, I spotted these hills covered in flowers and decided to grab some to use as decoration. Once I got home, I used one as dye for a shulker, which I would use as my emerald shulker. As you can see, it's already looking pretty good. I put all that new dark oak that I gathered to good use building the roof of the walkway. I realized I'd forgotten to add trapdoors to the section of the zombie tunnel and went to fix it. Gideon, please move. Now you're on fire. Now I'm on fire. It didn't have to end this way, Gideon. I added in the remaining sticky pistons, and now one side of the hall is nearly complete, minus a zombie. I'm pretty sure I was playing at 3 AM or something because I was trying to put my elytra on and somehow ended up trying to place wood planks on my head. I needed to find a replacement for Gideon, and it didn't take too long to find one. Listen, it's a simple job. All you need to do is not burst into flames. As the sun rose on day 134, I continued to build the roof of the walkways. I added the final touch to the other side of the visual hall and then tried for the 3rd time to get a farmer who would buy pumpkins. I had to farm wheat as I didn't have enough to sell to him in order to level him up, but it was well worth it because he actually did want to buy pumpkins. I then headed home to brew weakness potions in order to convince him 1 pumpkin per emerald is a great deal, before remembering how I had no blaze powder left. I guess it's time to return to the nether. Returning to the nether fortress was so much easier with the elytra, and once I was there, I killed blazes for a good 10 minutes. Thanks to my looting 3, I was able to get over 50 blaze rods. Day 135 was returning from the nether when I found this ruined portal submerged in lava. For some reason, I tried to land on it before realizing that was a terrible idea and instead bridged over. These 2 gold blocks are going to come in useful. After getting lost a few times, I was able to make it back to my portal, and I spent the night trying to find a second zombie for the villager trading hall. Day 136, I was looking at my options for enchanting. I wanted to add this fortune book to my pickaxe to get fortune 3, but I was also tempted by the power 4 bow enchantment. In the end, I just put mending on my leggings because they were getting low on durability. Now that I had more weakness potions, I got straight to infecting the second farmer. 2 is good, but how about a 3rd? I once again had to farm wheat because I didn't have enough to level him up. While farming, I heard the sound of creepers dying and went to check on my creeper farm. It had actually produced nearly a stack of gunpowder because I just left it running since I built on day 105. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Even with just a few villagers, you can see how effective this hall was becoming. As night fell, I dug a new minecart tunnel to connect the other side of the hall. Because of the trading I'd done, my leggings were now fully repaired and I decided to convert them to netherite. I went back to work building the tunnel and was able to complete it. It's day 137. If you think I'm stopping at 3 farmers, you're mistaken. Already I was starting to get tons of emeralds and XP from the villagers. Oh, we definitely need more farmers. Just look at these profits. Trading with the villagers had taken me to over level 30, so I started trying to enchant a second helmet to combine with my current one. I wanted respiration, but even after resetting the enchantment table a couple of times, I wasn't having any luck. I ended up going for aqua affinity and decided to try again for respiration later. We're starting off day 138 with profits. I added some extra detail to the roof of the hall and then went off to farm pumpkins. I mean, I might as well be looking at a valley of money. I headed down into the mines in search of gold because I'd used up every piece I had on golden apples to kill the villagers. I didn't find tons, but on day 139 I found diamonds and gold right next to each other. My fortune enchantment was pretty good and I was able to get 9 diamonds from 6 ores. I returned to the surface and visited my XP farm. Sorry, I mean villagers. I was once again over level 30, so I tried to get depth stride on a pair of boots, but unfortunately my luck wasn't there and I ended up not getting it. Day 140, I was going to be clearing out these 2 shulkers full of random junk that slowly built up as I built the villager hall. Once that was done, I made tons of emeralds. The emerald shulker was looking good. I once again tried for depth strider, but the enchantment table wasn't cooperating. I farmed pumpkins because I wanted to get enough XP to retry for depth strider. After some trading with the villagers, it was time to visit the enchantment table again. After resetting the enchants several times, I finally didn't get depth strider. Yeah, I was pretty mad. Day 141, I started working on a new sugarcane farm. My old one was too small and I was going to need way more sugarcane for both rockets and trading. Let's hope I build this one correctly. Good news, I think I built this one correctly. However, after doing some testing, I realized the collection system wasn't working, even though I built it exactly the same as the one in the tutorial. I spent the whole night trying to make it work and couldn't, and to top it all off, a creeper arrived and tried to blow it all up. Day 142, I was determined to make the sugarcane farm work. After watching some tutorials, I tried with this collection system and it works! It actually works! I finished off the day by watching the creepers in the farm. After the amount of times they tried to kill me, this was very satisfying. Of course, I also traded with my villagers. Day 143, my luck had definitely taken a turn for the better because I was able to get depth strider. However, combining these boots with my current ones was going to cost me an entire 36 levels. I built the other side of the new sugarcane farm and started decorating. The wandering trader showed up and of course was able to annoy me with just his mere existence. Get your llamas out my sugarcane farm. I warned you. After that minor headache, I finished the main body of the farm. Day 144, I worked on the roof of the farm. It took all day because I went through several designs. I also had to defend my property from some unwanted guests. When I arrived in the villager hall with my inventory stuffed full of pumpkins, I realized this farmer had somehow become a zombie again. You're valuable, so you'll be killed. Day 145, I decided to see what enchantments I could get on this book. I was offered unbreaking, which I immediately took because I needed it for my elytra. Now it's perfect. I returned to the mines, this time in search of granite. Do you hear that? The sound of profits. I continued into the night building this roof. As I checked it from a distance, I was reminded that my creeper farm is still just a huge cobblestone box. It's day 146, and where else would I be in the morning except making money? I was a decent level again and was searching for more enchantments for my boots. Got a pair of depth strider ones that were slightly better than the ones I previously got and combined them with mending. It's going to be expensive to put these two together, but I'll pretty much have the best boots in the game. I made myself nearly 4 stacks of torches because I decided it was time to get my creeper farm up and running. And to do that, I was going to need to light up all the caves under my base. I made some decent progress, but there's still much more to be done. After trading with the villagers, I spent day 147 searching for as many caves as possible. I found an abandoned mine shaft which was definitely causing problems to the creeper farm. I mined tons of iron, even got a power 3 bow from a skeleton. When I emerged from the caves, it was day 148. I mean, are you really surprised about what I did next? I finally had enough levels to combine my boots together, and now that they were almost perfect, I converted them to netherite. At this point, I had so many emeralds that I started converting them into emerald blocks. I was able to craft 2 stacks of emerald blocks. This trading hall is insane. I added mending to my axe and renamed it to the Pumpkin Destroyer because I use this thing for pumpkins so much more than actually chopping wood. I also repaired my shovel with 3 diamonds for some reason. Not sure why I didn't just put mending on it. I put the Pumpkin Destroyer to good use by destroying some pumpkins and then made profits. Day 149, I wanted to test the effectiveness of the creeper farm now that I'd lit up all those caves. I AFK'd for almost the whole day and I was pretty nervous as to whether the farm would actually work or not. I'm pleased to say that it definitely did work. For the rest of the day, I did as I always do, turning pumpkins into emeralds. I finally had enough XP to combine my efficiency 4 diamond pickaxe with one that I'd obtained for an entity. I also started a new shulker for my key resources like iron and coal. Day 150, I started work on a staircase down to my pumpkin farm. It's kind of crazy that I haven't built this earlier. I also created a path to the old villager hall. I definitely needed to repurpose it into something useful, but for now it's just going to stay there. I finished off with some farming and trading. Day 151, I'm using all those flowers I gathered earlier to decorate the landscape. After farming my crops, I realized that I definitely need to build a new disposal system. Chucking stuff into this lava pit is time consuming. Of course I traded with the villagers, it's basically a life requirement for me. I'd also made my mind up about the fortune and power book and decided to use the fortune enchantment. Now that my pickaxe was perfect, I converted it to netherite. Day 152, I headed to the nether, this time in search of a bastion. They have tons of gold which I desperately needed because I've run out having used all mine on golden apples. My elytra allowed me to search insanely quickly through another and I found one in no time. I had to be extremely careful because bastions are inhabited by the insanely strong piglin brutes. All the way at the bottom of here lay tons of gold blocks and loot. I'd forgotten to bring a bow which would allow me to safely kill the brutes from a distance, so I decided in the end it was too dangerous and backed off. However, I decided to steal this gold block. Mining gold near piglins makes them angry, but I thought if they couldn't see me do it, I'd be safe. I was wrong. I realized my lifespan was about to become considerably shorter if I didn't get out of the bastion in time. As I left, I found this ruined portal and it had a gold block and even some golden carrots. Upon returning to the bastion to record its coordinates, I realized these stupid piglins kept half their gold on the outside the bastion completely unprotected. Wouldn't it be a shame if someone stole it all? As I headed back through another, I single-handedly did the dumbest thing I've ever done in this hardcore world. I decided to fly through this tiny gap over a lake of lava. If I had made one mistake here, I would have crashed into the side of the roof, fallen in the lava and burnt to death. After that, I decided to make the rest of the journey on foot. It was day 153 by the time I returned home and got straight to making gold. I've mined a ton of ore in the nether and also had the gold blocks in the bastion and was able to make over 2 stacks of ingots. Of course, I then went to farm pumpkins. Day 154, I used some of my newly acquired wealth to craft more golden apples. Now that they have been resupplied, I can continue infecting and curing zombie villagers. I spent the night adding in sticky pistons to the other side of the hall because I found some spare slime. Day 155, I was going to be getting a new librarian because I realized I was missing the thorns enchantment from my armor. By some miracle, we started selling thorns after only a couple of resets. Bought one book off him to lock in the trade, and then you know what comes next. Did someone say profits? I think someone said profits. Now that I was high enough level, I tried to get respiration on a helmet and got it first try. Now my armor's starting to look good. I wanted to add thorns to my boots, but it was going to cost me an absolutely insane 39 levels. Day 156, the villager cured it and was basically now giving me thorns for free. I harvested my crops and also infected the final farmer. I had enough emeralds to make yet another stack of emerald blocks. I had also run out of villagers on the breeder, so I had to fix that. For the rest of the day, I started building a path around my wheat field. Day 157, I continued work on the path. I ran out of wood and had to go chop more. Day 158, but once again starting off with pumpkin farming. I then set about getting my cleric in the villager hall because he sells bottles of enchanting which are literally pure XP. Unfortunately, I forgot to place down a brewing stand for him to go to, which meant he instead ran away screaming because of the zombies. You'll be fine, just ask the others. Right guys? Guys? Anyway, day 159, I bought a couple of thorns books from my librarian and the cleric finished curing. Now I can basically buy XP for 1 emerald. Although to be honest, I get way more just selling pumpkins. I added thorns to both my leggings and helmet, but unfortunately forgot that the max level of thorns is 3, not 2, which means if I want to upgrade this armor to thorns 3, it's going to cost me so many levels. I crafted a ton of beds because I didn't have any netherite for my helmet, which meant I was going to have to go mining. My luck wasn't great, and after using all my beds, I had 8 debris. I had 2 spare pieces at home, so if I could find 2 more, I'd have enough for 3 ingots. For most of day 160, I carved out massive chunks of netherrack in the search search for ancient debris. After probably thousands of netherrack, I found what I was looking for. Day 161, I did a ton of trading in order to gain XP, and then converted my helmet to netherite, completing my set of netherite armor. I should have gone for full netherite a lot sooner, but I'm glad it's finally done. Day 162, I began the search for a pillager outpost. I wanted a totem of undying, which you can get from killing the evokers that spawn in raids. On my travels, I found a desert temple and decided to explore. Now what do I see in the very first chest? A god apple. They're literally one of the rarest items in the game, and I couldn't believe my luck. My luck continued as I found a ruin portal and a village nearby. The village had melons which I had wanted for a while, so I stole them. I wanted to restore the ruin portal in order to have easy access to this village in the future, but I didn't have any iron for a flint and steel. Hey look, iron on legs. I was barely 300 blocks away from my home portal in another, which would make getting back to this village insanely easy. Day 163, I continued to search for an outpost. I found another temple, and this one had 2 regular golden apples. I found so many structures during my search, including ruin portals, an igloo, tons of villages, a shipwreck, and even an ocean ruins. On day 164, after a ton of searching, I found an outpost and got straight to killing all the inhabitants. I killed not 1 but 2 pillager captains in order to get the Bad Omen 2 effect. Day 165, I made a quick nether portal so I could have easy access to the pillager outpost whenever I wanted. Now that I had the Bad Omen effect, all I need to do is find a random village to start the raid. Sorry guys, but you're probably all gonna die. The raid began, and I just want to say that starting a raid on hardcore with an almost broken bow was a terrible idea. A bow is your best friend for dealing with the powerful raid mobs, especially the Ravagers. The raid went on through the night because there were a ton of waves. I had to spend pretty much all of day 166 searching for the final raider of this wave. I searched everywhere and somehow couldn't find him. As night fell, I finally discovered where he was. Somehow he had spawned in this 1 block gap between the tree and the hill and was of course completely stuck. The raid continued on through the night, and I'm just saying now that I hate the Vex. I mean, this one even spawned with a fire aspect sword. Unfortunately, after defeating tons of waves, I was once again stuck with 1 raider left. Day 167, I searched everywhere for the final raider. Every single block of this village was checked, but I couldn't find him. The raid literally disappeared because I didn't clear the wave within the time limit. After this, I just stared out at the river for a while, contemplating how I had stayed up till 2 AM fighting the raid and wasn't able to complete it. It was a very depressing flight home. Luckily, I had enough levels to add many to my helmet because it had taken a beating from the raid. I may not have completed the raid, but at least I had these totems now. Day 168, I farmed pumpkins and felt better. You can see just how powerful this haul is now because I was able to go from level 3 to level 22 from just trading a few stacks of pumpkins. I was able to combine a bunch of bows together to get power 4. I did some more farming and resin wanted to make an auto composter. Unlike the last time I tried to make one of these, I actually built it correctly. Now I can start getting rid of the stacks upon stacks of seeds that are clogging my storage. Day 169, I headed down to the mines to get some lava because I'm going to be building a proper garbage disposal system. It's really simple to build, and now I can put items in the chest, and once the chest closes they get chucked into lava. I finished the day by farming pumpkins. To be honest, I should probably rename this video to 200 days in Minecraft pumpkin mode. Day 170, I gathered a bunch of wood because I'm going to be adding another layer to the creeper farm, and for that I need tons of trapdoors. It's day 171, and what's that? The 4 stack of emerald blocks? Am I turning into Mr. Krabs? I returned to the village to see if there were any cats left, but unfortunately there weren't. I'm pretty sure this guy is the only surviving villager. I had to check my footage of the first couple of days because I couldn't remember which cat was in the farm, and I obviously didn't want to breed Moon with the wrong one. I'm sorry, little one. You're going to be here for a while. Day 172, I continued to increase the cat population. I kept building the farm and finished off all the trapdoors. Now this giant cobblestone box is an even worse looking giant cobblestone box. As Einstein once said, pumpkin equals emerald equals rich. Day 173, I enchanted a new diamond axe to combine with the pumpkin destroyer and also started trying to get smite 4 on the sword. I wanted to fight the wither by the end of the 200 days, and to do that I was going to need a strong smite weapon. Of course, I had my usual enchanting luck with the sword. I combined the pumpkin destroyer with the new axe to create the pumpkin warlord. I also converted this thing into netherite, and it's a beast. After all that enchanting, I built up in order to AFK the new creeper farm. I AFK'd for most of the day and got a decent amount of gunpowder. Day 174, I decided to test out my new bow. It works. I started this small cactus farm because I wanted some green dye. I then went searching for dark oak because I was finally going to change how the creeper farm looked. I didn't realize at first while flying over, but that's a pig sheep. After gathering all the dark oak I would need, I headed back and this time spotted the sheep. I've definitely got to take it back to my base, but that's a 300 days project. As the sun set, I used a new pumpkin warlord to farm my pumpkins quicker than ever before. And of course, I made profits. Day 175, it's finally time to fix this ugly cobblestone behemoth. I honestly just pillared up and stared at it for a few minutes because I had no idea how to make it look good. I finally had an idea and started building the frame. I went for this stripped dark oak design. It already looks 10 times better than before. Day 176, I built this wooden walkway up to the roof of the creeper farm. I think I'll build something up here, but that's also going to have to be for 300 days. I added this spruce trim, and while it's not perfect, it definitely looks so much better than just a blob of cobblestone. Day 177, I had an idea for the creeper farm decoration, and it involves vines. I must have sold off a mountain of pumpkins by now. The reason for the vines was that I wanted to craft mossy cobblestone. I thought adding a more ancient look to the farm would give it some depth. I also used some andesite and leaves for extra detail. Overall, it was a nice little project that I'm happy with. I know I haven't done one of these in a while, but it's moon appreciation time. Day 178, I grabbed some more leaves to finish off the creeper farm. After some villager trading, I tried again to get a smite 4 sword. Of course, I was once again unsuccessful, but now I'm returning to the nether again. It was time to gather wither skulls. I already have one from the first 100 days, so I only need to get 2 more. Unfortunately, the nether fortress I always go to is the worst possible place to wither skull farming because it's right on a warp forest biome, which means most of the monster spawns get taken up by endermen. As I entered the fortress, I found some chests that I somehow hadn't found yet and ended up getting a diamond. While I was fighting wither skeletons, this one jump scared me so bad that I lost my grip on my mouse, bashed my hand on my keyboard, and half the keys fell off. It was not a fun experience for my hand or my keyboard. On day 179, the first skull dropped. I guess Minecraft was feeling sorry for me because I got the second one only 5 minutes later. After returning home, I placed the 2 skulls with the one on my dragon egg monument. I'm not gonna lie, this thing was pretty weird. I was over level 30 from all the monsters I killed, so tried again for smite 4. Still nothing, and if I hadn't been paying attention, I would have accidentally disenchanted my bow. Day 180, I started brewing a bunch of potions in preparation for the wither fight. I'm gonna be fighting it on day 200 because that seems like a pretty good finale. After a visit to the money machine, I was back to high level and tried again for smite 4. Guess what? Didn't get it. As you can see, my potion supply was pretty stacked. I wasn't planning on taking any chances against the wither. After a lot of second guessing myself, I decided to build one of the most dangerous farms in Minecraft, an Enderman XP farm. It's incredibly risky to build, especially in hardcore, but I needed that smite enchantment and this would be the fastest way to get it. The farm requires over 20 stacks of solid blocks to build, so I started on another environmental disaster. I carved through the trees of the pumpkin warlord and this is what I returned with. Day 181, I spent the whole day gathering everything I would need to build the farm, including carpets, hoppers, lava, and a name tag. Minecraft really did not want me getting smite 4 because I tried probably the 4th time and still didn't get it. As I flew towards the stronghold on day 182, I felt uneasy. I could very easily lose my entire world building this farm. After heading to the end, I had to create this cobblestone pillar all the way to Y level 0 and then swim down the water to place leaves on the final block. Below this is the deepest, darkest void which will kill you in just 2.5 seconds. I've done a lot of stuff on Minecraft, but this was easily the scariest thing I've ever had to do. Once I created a ladder up the cobblestone pillar, I then had to bridge out at least 120 blocks from the end island using leaves. The reason for the leaves instead of any other block is that endermen actually can't spawn on them. I can't tell you guys how hard my finger was glued to the shift key. If I stopped crouching, it would all be over. Once I had bridged out far enough, I started work on the farm. After the first 2 rings were complete, I had to build up in this way until I hit Y level 44. Day 183, I reached Y44 and started building the platform where all the endermen would spawn. Because I was so far out from the end island, this platform was the only place endermen could spawn and they immediately started appearing. It doesn't look too bad right now, but trust me, it gets terrifying. With 3/4 of the platform done, you can tell just how many endermen there are. Now that the platform was built, I had to get an endermite, and here as well you can just see the insane numbers of endermen. The reason for an endermite is because endermen go psycho when they see one and try to kill it, so you can use the endermite to trick the enderman into running straight down a huge hole like the one I've just built. Endermite have a 1 in 20 chance to spawn when using an ender pearl, so I brought nearly 40 pearls with me just to be sure. It was a good job that I brought all those pearls because an endermite spawned after my final pearl. After giving it a name tag so it wouldn't despawn, the farm was pretty much complete. As I broke the temporary dirt I placed, I actually fell down the entire shaft, but I only lost half my health because of the feather falling. And now the XP came rolling in. I'm not kidding when I say I literally sat here for the next hour and just killed endermen. By day 187, I was level 91, had enough ender pearls to fill an ocean. I returned home and unfortunately couldn't perfect my helmet with Thorns 3 because the game literally wouldn't let me add the book to my helmet. After adding Thorns 3 to my chestplate, I returned to the enchantment table to get that Smite 4 sword. I went through tons of enchantments, but there it was, and it was even better than I'd hoped because it was Smite 5. I headed to the villager hall and bought a bunch of Thorns books as well as 2 knockback books. Unfortunately, I was also prevented from adding Thorns 3 to my boots. I could just about scrape Thorns 2, but it was going to cost a lot. However, I was able to add Thorns 3 to my leggings. I combined the 2 knockback books together and set my sights to creating the best Smite sword in the game. Day 188, after the stressful experience of building the Enderman farm, some peaceful pumpkin farming was exactly what I needed. The 5th stack of emerald blocks is coming along nicely. I needed the fire aspect enchantment not only for my sword but also for my main sword, so I got to work getting a new librarian. It took a few tries, but he started selling fire aspect. I wanted a discount though, so I turned him into a zombie. Like an idiot, I'd forgotten to trade with him first, which meant that his trades weren't locked and he wouldn't sell fire aspect when he was cured. Well, this is awkward. Day 189, I tried again with fire aspect. This time I actually remembered to trade with the villager before infecting him. I combined the fire aspect book with mending and tried to add it to my sword, but of course it was extremely expensive. Day 190, I bought another fire aspect book for my librarian for the smite sword and then crafted more emerald blocks. In 300 days, I want to have a whole shulker filled with nothing but stacks of emerald blocks. Wow, I'm really starting to sound like Mr. Krabs. I crafted another diamond sword to see if I could pick up some enchantments that I needed. I got sweeping edge, which is perfect. I added a bunch of enchantments to the smite sword and it's nearing perfection. Day 191, I only needed one more enchantment for my new sword and that was looting 3. I set out on a mission to get it from a librarian and it sucked. Like, it seriously sucked. I spent the entire day just breaking and replacing a lectern and this guy still wouldn't sell me the book. All the while I was doing this, I had to listen to the villagers and zombies, and it's safe to say my eardrums will never be the same. Late into the night, he offered efficiency 5 and I was so close to taking it. After all, I could just get a new librarian tomorrow for looting 3. I even dropped him down for the zombie and got the weakness potion ready. But then I changed my mind. Out of sheer stubbornness, I decided no. This guy was going to sell me looting 3 whatever it took. After countless tries, he finally finally sold looting 3. Of course, if he thought I was going to buy it at 44 emeralds, he was mistaken. I bought a bookshelf to lock his trades and then began the forced discount. Now it's day 192 and cheers, I'll be taking that looting 3 for 19 emeralds. After combining the sweeping edge sword with looting, all that stood in the way of me getting the best smite sword was 32 levels. I returned to the Enderman farm in order to get them. Unfortunately, as I was throwing countless ender pearls into the void, I ended up throwing in a Tome of Undying. I returned from the farm and there it is. This thing is an absolute monster. I did forget to name it though, so that's going to be another 16 levels now. Day 194, I wanted to get enough XP to name my sword, so trading with the villagers sorted me out pretty quick. After naming it, I converted it to netherite. This thing will absolutely destroy the wither. While I waited for day 200 where I would battle the wither, I started creation of a melon farm. For days 195 to 199, that was all I did. Wait for melons to grow, turn them into seeds, and expand the farm. The reason I did this was because my villagers don't only buy 1 pumpkin for 1 emerald, they also buy 1 melon for 1 emerald. This meant I could double my emerald output with a melon farm. But now it's time for what you've all been waiting for, the wither fight. This was my inventory before the fight. I was literally going in with every potion imaginable and an insane amount of healing. I even had 2 extra totems with me so that if my first one broke, I had backups. I headed down into my mine to spawn the boss, and we're actually going to cut to some live commentary. Okay. Strength. Okay, what are you doing up there? Good. Come on. Back. Alright, come here. Nice. Come on. Die! Please! Die! Let's go! Oh my god. Give me that nether star. After emerging victorious over the wither, I headed home to decide where I wanted to place my beacon. I eventually chose to put it next to the villager hall. As I headed up to place the beacon atop its emerald pedestal, I couldn't help but think how far I'd come in this world. All the way from day 100 struggling for food to day 200 with the wither defeated. Even after so many close calls with death, I still stood firm in hardcore Minecraft. Here we are in day 201. There are a ton of things I wanted to do in these 100 days and I wasted no time on my first goal. I wanted to find a jungle in order to get bamboo to craft scaffolding. Scaffolding would make my life so much easier for building big projects and be much better than pillaring up using dirt. While I was searching, I found this witch hut. Yo, you should keep your house clean because it's full of grass. I found a couple of ruined portals but unfortunately no jungle. I slept in a villager house and got back to searching on day 202. After a ton of searching, I stumbled upon a jungle and immediately set up another portal in order to have easy access to this place in the future. I then started searching for bamboo. I found a jungle temple and of course the loot was absolutely terrible. The sticky pistons are honestly the most valuable thing here. It's pretty embarrassing, but I didn't actually know you could instantly harvest bamboo with a sword, so I was using my axe instead. Once I gathered enough bamboo, I headed back to my nether portal to return home. Day 203, I arrived back home, farmed my melons and pumpkins before heading into my trading hall to make a ton of emeralds. I was able to reach level 36 and decided to start work getting a perfect silk touch pickaxe. I got on breaking 3 and efficiency 4 straight away, which is a great start. I then started working on getting this villager to sell me a good efficiency book. After breaking and replacing the lectern for the entire night, he finally offered efficiency 4. Of course, I'm not buying it at 13 emeralds. Day 204, I found my sugarcane in order to sell paper to the villager, which would lock in his trades. Listen man, stop screaming, I'm a trained professional. I farmed my crops all day and then returned to the hall to check on the villager. He'd finished curing, so I bought 2 efficiency 4 books from him, 1 for the pickaxe and 1 for my axe. It was expensive, but now my axe is definitely deserving of the name Pumpkin Warlord. I began day 205 by throwing bread at the villagers. Don't worry guys, I'm doing this fully out of the goodness of my own heart, and not because I need you to make me more workers so I can make more money. When have I ever treated any of you badly? Actually, I think it's better if you don't answer that. Forget about my crimes against villagers because now I'm farming pumpkins. I did the same with the melons and then sold them all off, which made me a ton of emeralds. Day 206, I decided to build a tree outside my old trading hall because the area was feeling kinda empty. I got a decent amount done, but like usual, I ended up running out of materials and had to gather more. Once I finished the tree trunk, I started adding leaves, and of course I ran out of those as well. Day 207, I finished off the leaves, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm not the best at building custom trees, but I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out. I also killed the Cyan Golem. I had literally no reason for this, but it was annoying me. He must have cursed me from the afterlife because the gameplay audio for the next couple of days didn't record. I decorated the area around the tree with some flowers, and then headed to my villager breeder because I was after a silk touch book. Unfortunately, it turned to night while I was trying to get this villager in, which meant he no longer wanted a job and instead wanted to sleep. It was painful to get him into his spot, but I got him there in the end. He must have been pretty mad at me because I had to spend the whole night breaking and replacing the lectern and he still wouldn't sell me silk touch. As the sun rose on day 208, he finally started selling silk touch, but I wasn't paying 14 emeralds. One zombification later and he had a much more affordable price. I added silk touch to my new pickaxe as well as adding it to this shovel and combining it with another. I know I'm destroying this beach, but hey, the audio is back. Apologies to all the wildlife, but I need the sand in order to craft TNT. I then headed off to the nether, and you can probably guess where this is going. going. We're going to be mining for ancient debris, with the TNT it should be much faster. So I spent all of day 208 searching for ancient debris. From nearly a stack of TNT I got 11 ancient debris, which is pretty good. I also used my new silk touch pickaxe to grab some nether gold ore which I could smelt into ingots. It was dark by the time I returned, so I just farmed melons and pumpkins. Day 210 began with profits. My ancient debris had smelted, so I crafted into netherite and then converted my pickaxe and shovel. I then started work taking down my beacon because I was going to go mining with it. I wanted to gather up a bunch of stone ores to craft stone bricks, and getting some ores along the way wouldn't hurt. I mined for the entire night and all of day 211 with haste 2 and got more than enough stone as well as a decent amount of ores. On day 212 I pillared up with the ores I mined and used my fortune pickaxe. From 24 diamond ore I got 54 diamonds, which is insane. It was a pretty chill day. I did some farming and set the beacon back up. Day 213 I started work tearing down the old villager hall. It could literally only fit 6 villagers and it honestly looks pretty bad. I mean, the whole granite roof with a cobblestone trim just doesn't look that good. I also freed this librarian. After everything I put the villagers through, I think it's the least I can do. It took me all day to demolish the build, but having haste definitely made my life easier. I began construction on what was going to be the new villager breeder. I felt bad for all the villagers living in that hole. At the time I didn't think about it, but this is a really dumb place for a villager breeder because it's way too close to the trading hall, which means all the villagers there will claim the beds, stopping the other villagers from breeding. After a whole night of building, I've made decent progress. I continued throughout day 214 and this weird iron golem just stared me in the face. By the time night fell, I had started work on the roof. Day 215 started off with farming and then money. I think I might have a little obsession. I needed more dark oak logs for a new breeder, so I set out to get some. While on my journey, I visited the pink sheep I found in 200 days. Looks like he's doing well. After committing some pretty severe deforestation, I ran away before I got arrested and got back to work building the breeder. I wanted to make a cool looking tower jutting out of the roof. I was still building on day 216, working on the roof of the tower. This is how it looks so far. As I returned home to grab some stuff from my chest, I found this villager barged into my house and made himself comfortable. My initial thought was to chuck this guy in a hole with a bucket of lava, but then I decided he could stay. I named him Captain Crunch because he was a fisherman and then headed off to the forest to get more wood for the tower. I finished the roof and started building the exterior. Also, that librarian I freed, he's a zombie now. Not exactly off to a great start in his new life of freedom, but I'll cure him. I thought I could give him an early retirement in the tower, but will be safe and sound and have a great view. As the sun rose on day 217, I realized something terrible had happened. That zombie librarian had been holding scaffolding. And what lay on the ground before me, next to the iron golem? Rotten flesh and scaffolding. The villager who had faithfully served me and gained freedom was no more. I immediately disposed of the iron golem, but it wouldn't bring back the lost villager. I made him a grave and paid my respects. But I kind of want to build a path here, and this grave is in the way, so... Anyway, after paying my respects to the villager, I continued building the exterior of the tower. Day 218 I added the finishing details to the tower, including some blue stained glass and some flowers. I really like how this place turned out. Of course, I started to do the floor, but not before getting rid of this iron golem. I didn't like how the floor was looking, but eventually decided to go with some polished blackstone and andesite. This cat had gotten in, and of course I had to tame it. I bought her a name tag and named it Luma. After that, I finally built the floor of the villager breeder. Day 219 I got some beds for the villager breeder and then started trying to get the villagers in there. It was a slow process, but by the end of the day I managed to get 5 of them in there. I realized I hadn't made any money today, and that's unacceptable. I farmed pumpkins and melons and then reaped the profits. Day 220 I decided to use all the spare beds from the old villager breeder as explosives. It's not going to be as fast as TNT mining, but hopefully I can get a decent amount of ancient debris. I was able to get 11 pieces, which I was happy with. Day 221 I realized the new residents had somehow been turned into zombies and 2 of them were nowhere to be found. I was super confused because I was sure that I had fully lit this place up. I rushed off to get weakness potions and realized Captain Crunch had become Cleric Crunch. Maybe fishing wasn't his thing. After brewing weakness potions I found that yet another of the villagers had disappeared, having most likely been killed by the iron golem. After curing the survivors I did exactly what the situation called for. And of course, in his dying moments this golem decided to make my life even more difficult. As long as 2 villagers were in the breeding I could always get more. But no, this stupid golem killed another of them. I was so mad that I found the nearest golem and killed that one as well. You know what they say, money soothes the soul. Or something like that. I realized some of my villagers would buy carrots and decided I wanted to start a carrot farm. This patch is just temporary until I have enough carrots to plant a proper field. I also swapped the cobblestone slabs on my bridge for stone brick ones and removed the remnants of my old bin. As the night came to a close I crafted a bunch of stone brick and andesite walls. Day 222 I was replacing all the spruce fences around my farm with the new walls. That's literally all I did. All day just placing walls. And killing an iron golem of course. I realized the roof of the villager breeder was really dark and spent the night lying out. Day 223 I crafted a bunch of quartz. I wanted to make a pedestal for my beacon because the pyramid of emerald blocks just looked out of place. After getting a shape that I liked, I wasn't a fan of how much the white quartz stood out and decided to try a blackstone instead. This looked 10 times better and I immediately changed the design to a blackstone trim with the quartz backing as well as some inlaid emerald blocks. When I returned home, Captain Crunch had a new friend and he was sleeping in my bed. Instead of kicking him out of my house, I just let him sleep on the ground floor. Day 224 I continued building the beacon pedestal. By the end of the day I finished it and rebuilt the beacon. I also added these soul campfires on for extra effect. Day 225 began with none other than melon farming. I felt the quartz on the pedestals looking kind of plain, so I added some more emerald blocks. Of course I then went and did some more villager trading. I wanted to go mining again for ancient debris with TNT, so I headed out to a desert to gather sand. I noticed this lava pool and decided to set up another portal. Unfortunately I didn't have a flint and steel to light it, so I quickly went mining. I ended up having to fight my way out of the cave because a bunch of monsters had spawned. After the battle I headed back to another and arrived back home on day 226. I used these water trap doors to create small brackets for the campfires because I needed more detail. up. I need a new librarian because I want to get an unbreaking book and it doesn't look like I'll be running out of verges anytime soon. My plan immediately failed because I never actually finished this section of the training hall, so we just walked out. I didn't have any string for the observer, which meant I was going to need to trap a verger in there and then manually place the stairs above his head. This also failed. I killed a spider in order to get the string I needed and then went to sleep. Day 227, hopefully this will be the third and final try. Yeah man, just run away. Exactly what I wanted. He then got himself stuck in his hole and I just stared at his stupid face. Time for the fourth try. Oh my god. I was not about to fail a fourth time, so I just trapped him in there the good old fashioned way. After a long time of resetting his trades, he finally offered unbreaking. I grabbed a weakness potion, flicked the lever and oh, I forgot to add a sticky piston to this section. Remember guys, if your verge is broken, smash a glass bottle on his head. That'll help. Day 228, I was expanding the carrot patch as well as removing my old sugarcane farm. I have a couple of automatic ones, so there's really no need for it. I started planting a new wheat field as a replacement, whereas I was a farmer roaming my crops. This was going to be a problem because farmer verges harvest crops, so I didn't want this guy freeloading off mine. He knew what was coming, he gave me a little nod before his demise. After covering up the evidence, I continued to plant wheat. I checked on the librarian and he finished curing, so I bought a bunch of unbreaking books. After combining them together to get unbreaking 3, I added it to my shovel as well as a spare elytra. For the rest of the night, I added a stone wall to the new wheat patch. Day 229, I continued to work on the wheat patch, adding more wall and planting more seeds. I spent the night adding more detail to the front of my sugarcane farm. I went through several designs, but by the morning of day 230, I found one that I liked. I built some more of the path and then headed to the nether to finally use that TNT I've been holding onto since day 225. And how much netherite did I get with 37 TNT? 4 pieces. To be honest, after what happened with the farmer, I probably deserved that. It was day 231 by the time I returned from the nether and I started with the classic pumpkin and melon farming. I checked my stats and at this point I have farmed nearly 8,000 pumpkins. Of course I then went to the trading hall and made tons of emeralds. You might be wondering why I have fire res potions in my hotbar and I'll explain. I wanted to get another beacon, which meant I would need wither skulls, but my usual nether fortress is terrible for monster spawns. I was going to search the nether for a better fortress, so I had the fire res just in case I crashed and fell into lava whilst using my elytra. I found a bastion and while I completely avoided them in 200 days, I had my bow and felt strong enough to take them on. My strategy was pretty simple, just pick off all the pigdens with my bow and then get to the loot. I found the sash of gold and everything was going great, until this happened. I took heavy damage but I was able to fend off my attackers. I wasn't super close to dying, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly scared when this all happened. My search for a fortress was still unsuccessful. As you can see by my coordinates, I was almost 4,000 blocks out in nether and still hadn't found one. You know what I did find? Another bastion. Do you want to guess what I did next? Killed all the inhabitants and stole all their possessions? Absolutely. I really wanted to find Pigstep, but unfortunately this bastion didn't have it. After searching for a while longer, I found this fortress, but it was pretty bad for spawns. Then this happened. I had to frantically pillar up as all the zombie pigmen rushed over to attack me. I ended up flying away with my elytra in order to de-aggro them. I stayed in the fortress for a few minutes but found barely any wither skeletons, so I moved on. I ended up finding this fortress in a basalt delta, and can we just take a step back to appreciate how cool this fortress looks with all the grey basalt around it? The first goal took a while, but the second dropped only a couple minutes later. In order to get more monster spawns, I extended this platform. It took a while, but the third skull finally dropped. Day 234, I was heading back to another when I found another bastion. These pigments cleared a total of about 10 brain cells because they built their bastion right into this lava pool. I used my usual strategy with the bow and then looted the bastion safely. Day 235, I returned home. My bow is extremely low on durability. I had a good plan to repair it and make it even stronger. First I bought 2 Unbreaking 2 books, combined them and then added them to this bow. I then got yet another bow and enchanted it until I got a decent power enchantment which I could combine with another to get power 4. Day 236, I was still working on my master plan for a perfect bow. I needed more XP, so I farmed my crops and then did a ton of verger trading. I then returned to the enchantment table and was able to get power 4, which is perfect. After that I combined these 2 bows together and then all the preparations were complete for the ultimate bow. All I needed was 37 levels. I didn't realize at the time, but I also needed the flame enchantment for this bow to be perfect. I was going to visit my Enderman XP farm. Before I went, I grabbed some extra blocks because there were a few things I wanted to add to it. As night fell, I gathered everything I would need, so I headed out to the stronghold. The first thing I'll be adding to my farm is this guardrail. Having a 1 block wide bridge over the void felt pretty unsafe. I'm using leaves because Enderman can't spawn them. I then added an enchanting area because having to return home to enchant stuff was a pain. After that I began grinding XP. Day 237 I had enough XP to combine the 2 bows. As I edit this video, it's painful to see that I actually forgot to add the flame enchantment. I killed Enderman for a bit and then returned home. I decided to see what enchantments I could get on this book and ended up getting loyalty 3, which would be pretty useful if I had a trident. I then worked through a night to harvest some pumpkins and melons and then made money. I decided to fill in the gap between these 2 hills because this small bridge looked out of place. By the morning of day 238 I joined the 2 hills together and I think it looks a lot better than before. I was going to be fighting the wither, so I brewed some swiftness potions. I was going to fight it on the surface using the potions to avoid its attacks. The fight went well, and even though I got stuck in this hole at one point, it was a pretty easy battle. When I returned home, I crafted a new beacon, but I was going to need a pedestal like the one I made for the first. For that I would need blackstone, so I headed into my ancient debris mine to get some. For all of day 239 I just mined quartz and blackstone. Really entertaining. Day 240 I used some of the gilded blackstone I obtained through bastion raiding to add extra decoration to the pedestal. I wanted to build the stand for the new beacon, but first I had to fill this area in, which took longer than I was expecting. I then began building the pedestal. I continued working throughout the night, although I had a bunch of zombie guests who were asking me for the Wi-Fi password. I had to make a quick trip to the nether on day 241 because I managed to run out of quartz. When I returned and visited my trading hall, I found 2 of the villagers had been infected. If there was an Annoy Mosey award, these 2 would definitely win it. Of course, the best part of the day was building the actual beacon. I went with haste 2 on this one so that pretty much anywhere I go on my base, I'll have haste 2. I flew in on my elytra to see how my base was looking from above. I checked back in on the villagers and they cured, and I decided to level them up to see if they had any other useful trades, which unfortunately they didn't. I spent the rest of the night farming melons and pumpkins. Day 242, I sold off all those melons and pumpkins to make some of those delicious green gems. I realized my shulker box supply was rapidly dwindling and headed off to the end to get more. I found an end city pretty quickly since I had an elytra and ransacked all of its valuables. What's more interesting is that the ship spawned with the front missing for some reason, so there was no dragon head. After decimating the shulker population, I went out in search for a new end city and found this tiny one. It was fairly small and didn't take me too long to loot. But this third city topped the first end city by a mile. It's by far one of the weirdest end cities I've ever found. To start off with, the shipbuilders clearly got bored halfway through because they only built half the ship. On top of that, if you look closely at this city, none of these buildings are chest rooms, so not only is there no elytra, but also absolutely zero loot. It was day 243 by the time I returned home, and I immediately crafted a bunch of shulker boxes. I then started organising my stuff into them for convenience, although I'm not entirely sure why I would want a shulker full of random diamond gear. I then slept as the sun was coming up, and it's a pretty accurate reflection of my sleeping schedule in real life. Day 244, I headed over to Village Arena, and again? Seriously? Why do I get the feeling this won't be the last time this happens? I crafted some more golden apples and then AFK'd my creeper farm while waiting for the villagers to cure. After AFKing the whole day, I went down to check on the villagers and yeah, these guys were zombies again. I quickly realized the only way for me to take my mind off it was to make money. Lots of money. No, I'm not going to go see a therapist. I had a bunch of levels, so I just enchanted books in case I got something good. Day 245, I started gathering a ton of dark oak and spruce wood. I'm going to be working on a big project, but I won't tell you what it is yet. Day 246, and I'll tell you. I'm finally going to be building a new house. I'd lived in this spruce plank cottage all the way since day 12, and I think it's about time that I upgraded. I will say though, destroying my original house did make me feel kind of sad. After all, it's been here for hundreds of days. By day 247, I had almost fully removed all the traces of my old house. The only thing left was a floor and storage room. I won't be changing the storage room to when your house is built, and the floor could be sorted later, so I started work on the house. Well, it's going to be a tower. The palette I would be using was a combination of blackstone bricks, dark oak logs, spruce planks, and emerald blocks. By day 248, I had the foundation of the tower done and started work on the main body. Here's a quick look at my progress by the end of the day. I built until I ran out of dark oak and blackstone bricks, which honestly didn't take very long. I'm just warning you right now, this was not going to be the first time I ran out of resources building the tower. On day 249, I gathered over 5 stacks of dark oak logs and headed to the nether where I mined over 7 stacks of blackstone. Day 250, I was able to complete the main body of the tower, but now my worst nightmare began. I was going to add some spruce plank and emerald rings wrapping around the tower for extra detail, but they were so annoying to build. Day 251, it took me the whole day just to build half of the first ring. This was suffering on another level. After several ankle and leg operations, I was able to complete the ring late into the night of day 252. You want to know the worst part? That was the easier one to build. The second is going to be twice as high up. Day 253 is another look at the progress on the tower. It's getting there. The only other thing that was getting there was my brain getting closer and closer to insanity. Day 254, I finished the second ring and started work on the top floor of the tower. And here's where I used my first totem of undying in this hardcore world. Let's just watch that again in slow motion. You might not have noticed because it was so fast, but this creeper actually blew me up. The creeper exploding actually knocked off all my iron frames, so I had to fix those before returning to work on the top floor. Day 255 is time for another look at the tower's progress. I worked on the top floor all day and took a break by making profits. As dawn broke on day 256, I completed the walls of the top floor and it was time for me to get started on the roof. I built the first frame and realized I built it a block short on either side, which meant I had to rebuild the entire thing. I was going to need a ton of spruce wood, so I went out to gather some. Unfortunately, progress on the roof was halted by the fact I had almost no blackstone left, so I returned to the nether for more. Day 257, I was able to finish the blackstone brick trim of the roof and started filling it in with spruce wood. The tower was really starting to take shape. For the rest of the day and night, I built more of the roof before getting attacked by a baby zombie clad in full gold armor. I sent him flying across the room with a single hit. I wonder how I'm going to explain this one to his parents. On day 258, the resource I've run out of this time was spruce wood. Do you ever feel bad about all the deforestation you caused in Minecraft? Yeah, me neither. I was able to get 3/4 of the roof done and started lighting it up. Day 259, I was lighting up both the interior and exterior of the tower. I did some quick trading because it's a personal addiction of mine and then set to work finishing that last quarter of the roof. Late into the night, I finally finished. Day 260, I was building these huge windows of green stained glass. By the end of the day, I was done, and here's your usual update on the build's progression. Throughout the night, I filled in the windows with stained glass, which marks the completion of the build's exterior. Here's me standing in front of the tower on day 261 after over 6 hours of work. I still needed to build an entirely new storage room, but I didn't have enough blackstone and also wanted to take a break from building. I shoveled a bunch of sand because I was going to try again at TNT mining for ancient debris. With 33 TNT, I was able to get 9 ancient debris, which is pretty good. I also mined any blackstone that I found. Day 262, I used the new blackstone supplies to build the floor and then got to work clearing out space for my new storage area. I just left the old one floating for now, and I'm really questioning my past self's choice of blocks. I mean, obsidian, crimson wood, crying obsidian, and stone bricks? Really? Day 263, I finished the walls of the storage room and started work on the floor. I was AFK for a little while on the roof of my trading hall, but I think the moon rising next to my tower looks insanely cool. I began placing all the chests I need for my storage. For all of day 264, I was placing chests and adding item frames. This storage requires a lot of item frames, so it's time to pay a visit to the cow pen. Unlike with the villagers, I actually feel bad for these guys. Oh, come on my profit machines, you know I didn't mean that. I mean faithful citizens. Day 265 I ran out of wood, so I had to go and chop more. I'd also run out of item frames, but thought of a good solution. If I had a master cartographer, I'd be able to buy them, which would save a lot of time. I visited the villager breeder and yeah, I'm done. Please, please, please let this be the last time I have to kill you both. I was completely lost as to how these guys kept getting infected, but I came up with the idea to change the entrance to be more secure. I didn't realize at the time, but there were actually dark spots inside the villager breeder, which meant monsters could spawn. Throughout days 266 to 268, all I did was organize my stuff into the new storage system. It was extremely satisfying to finally remove the old storage room. As I built a staircase into the storage room, disaster struck. My cat Luma got hit by a bolt of lightning and burned to death. I was going to build a monument to her, but would have to wait for later because first I had to finish the staircase. I couldn't get it to look right. I abandoned the idea and instead set up on building a magma and bubble column to enter and exit, which would look really cool. Day 269 began my profits, but I didn't get the usual satisfaction from it because of what had happened to Luma. In order to get my water elevators to work, I needed kelp because it turns flowing water into water source blocks. One trip to the ocean later and I had more than enough kelp. After setting up the elevators, I cleared out these shulkers and also added some shroom lights because the room was pretty dim. On day 270, I set my enchanting table back up and continued to organize my stuff. This was by far the most tedious thing I had to do in these 100 days. I then farmed melons and pumpkins like usual. I don't even have words for what happened in day 271, let's just give it a watch. Have you ever seen someone's soul leave their body? Because you're seeing it right now. Somehow a creeper found its way into the training hall blown up, freeing half the villagers and destroying the floor. I can't even begin to tell you how badly I wanted to scream. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't scream because I was playing at 4 AM, so my whole family was peacefully sleeping. In just a few seconds, this creeper created hours of annoying work for me. Luckily, most of the villagers went to the breeder, so I was able to trap them in there. I spent the night repairing the damage from the creeper. I need to restore the hall to its former glory as quickly as possible because having less than half the usual farmers meant I was losing over 2 stacks of emeralds per day. Day 272, I started connecting the current villager breeders to the hall's minecart track. I really wish I'd linked them up when I first built the breeder because now it's coming back to bite me. Day 273, I was so insanely frustrated about what had happened, so I AFK'd my creeper farm. I wasn't bothered about the gunpowder, I just wanted the creepers to suffer. Day 274, I started repopulating the hall. It was all going fine up until the third villager because the slot was still open above one of the occupied areas. After separating them, these two casually started doing their thing on the job, in broad daylight. Attention! Making babies while in the training hall is prohibited. After one last villager, the row was once again complete, but the curse of the pumpkin pie trade struck. When I started these 300 days, I'd actually planned to build a monument to the villagers as an apology for everything I've done, but this little saga changed my mind. They deserve nothing. Day 275, I found a replacement farmer. I can't tell you how happy I was that he was willing to buy pumpkins. Of course, he underwent a slight transformation that may or may not have been my fault. When I returned to the hall only a few minutes later, he had fully cured and now my profits were back to normal. I noticed my Silk Touch librarian had returned to the hall, which was a mistake on his part because I wasn't letting him get away. I got him in a minecart easily enough, but then this happened. And this. And this. Also this. But finally, after a long struggle, I got him into position. Day 276, with the training hall back to normal, I began work on getting a librarian who would sell me sharpness. I already had a sharp 5 sword, but my axe, the pumpkin warlord, still didn't have it. Maybe the game felt sorry for me because this guy offered sharpness 5 after only a minute and a half. I locked his trades and bro, what do you mean this is my fault? I did not turn you into a zombie. Back at my storage room, I realized the floor was really plain, so I added some chiseled stone bricks as well as a central pattern with some different ore blocks. I wandered my base at night, checking for any small jobs that need to be fixed while I waited for the villager to cure. I just ended up harvesting my crops. The villager finished curing and I bought a sharpness book. The pumpkin warlord was also missing on breaking 3, so I combined that with the sharpness book and went to create the perfect axe. Except I couldn't. While it's entirely possible to have all these enchantments on an axe at the same time, anvils are pretty weird about adding high level enchantments to already powerful items. This meant I would have to set down the pumpkin warlord and forge a new axe of even greater power. So day 277, I got to work perfecting this diamond axe. After getting efficiency 4 from the enchantment table, I bought a book of it from my librarian and combined all these books together to obtain every axe enchantment possible. All it would take was 26 levels, which my trading hall easily provided. After adding the enchantments, I converted it to netherite, giving me the strongest axe possible. I crafted a bunch of TNT and headed to my trading hall to buy a name tag, so I had an iron golem that lived in the lake. He is pretty useless to be fair. I headed into the nether to go mining and got 7 pieces of debris from 44 TNT. As I was leaving on day 278, these piglins tried to mug me. Unfortunately for them, I had a brand new sharpness 5 axe. Ever wondered what happiness feels like? Here it is. I headed back into the nether because I was going to be travelling to a pillage outpost a couple of thousand blocks out and also start a raid. After killing 2 captains to get bad omen 2, I flew off to find a nearby village. I came across these ocean ruins and had a lot of drown in them and decided to spend the night trying to get a trident. Unfortunately, only drowned that are holding tridents can actually drop one, so even though I found a ton of drown, I only found 2 with tridents and neither of them dropped it. Day 279, I found a peaceful village and immediately brought them death and destruction. I barricaded them all in their homes so that if I wanted I could start a future raid. The first few waves were really easy since the iron golem just demolished the raiders. Me and this iron golem were going to be best mates. Oh oops, nothing personal. I went through wave after wave just sat on top of this villager house with my bow. However, things started going south once the evokers showed up. The Vex is so annoying to hit because of how small and fast they are and they do a ton of damage. Then right on cue, a zombie siege showed up at the village. You wanna know what the worst part is? They picked up some of the totems which I hadn't collected yet, and totems don't just work for the player. Yeah, all those totems I worked so hard hard to get, we're now in the slimy green hands of the zombies. After clearing the final wave to get Hero of the Village, I returned home on day 280. The village's trades were even better than usual. I did a bunch of trading to level up the librarians, and it turned out some of them had extra enchanted books that I wanted. As I returned to my tower, I realized something. I had been gathering ancient debris throughout the past 80 days, yet I still had an unenchanted diamond hoe. It was time to change that. I gave it the appropriate name of the Wheat Eater and converted it to netherite. I then went into the nether and used the Wheat Eater to gather up a bunch of streamlights for my tower. I was about to leave, but noticed this iron golem perched on the edge of this netherrack outcrop. My first thought was to push him off, but I thought of a better idea. Place your bets right now, who's going to win, the golem or the pigman? The golem put up a solid fight, but the pigman had the advantage of numbers. It was day 281 when I returned and added the new streamlights to my storage room. I then flew out to gather more dark oak logs. I checked in on Pink Sheep and he's doing great. I chopped wood all day and then headed back home and did a bunch of farming before making a ton of profit. Day 282 I started building a new bridge. I wanted to build something that fit more with the design of my tower. I made decent progress and by the end of the day here's how it was looking. I continued building all through the night. Day 283 I realized I had a slight monster spawning problem when this skeleton jumped down to attack me. I fixed the issue with some streamlights and then went into the nether to mine more blackstone because I've run out. Midway through the night I finished the bridge and added in some lanterns for extra detail. I think they're a nice touch. Day 284 I spent the morning repairing my pumpkin and melon farms because over time I'd slowly reduced the amount of stalks by accidentally stepping on them. I then went into the training hall, but I was more interested in the XP than the emeralds. I was going to be enchanting a fishing rod. You might be asking why I would ever need a fishing rod at this stage in the game, and it's because I need a pufferfish. For day 300 I was going to raid an ocean monument, and for that I would need water breathing potions which are brewed from pufferfish. I got a decent enchant on this rod and then combined it with another. Hopefully it'll make catching pufferfish a lot easier. I also named my silk touch pickaxe because I somehow forgotten to do that earlier. I spent the night removing this old wheat patch and terraforming the landscape. Day 285 I was preparing to head to the ocean when I noticed this skeleton horse trap just wandering around. Unfortunately only one horse survived the battle, but that's better than none. I don't really have a use for a horse because an elytra is way faster and more convenient, but it was still really cool to have. I realized I needed to build something that I should have done much sooner. A memorial to Luma. I dedicated this bench to her and added some flowers and a campfire. I think she would have liked this place. I then flew out to the ocean to begin my search for a pufferfish. I found the enchanted book, but it was pretty average. Day 286 I decided to change my fishing spot and built myself a little shack. After a while I finally found a pufferfish and went out to take a look at the monument I'd be raiding. I had never raided one before, so I fought some guardians to learn their attacks and behaviour. When I returned home I started farming. The farming continued into day 287 and then the profits began. I wanted another beacon, so I returned to the nether. That old fortress in the basalt delta was decent, but I knew I could find a better one. I found this fortress pretty quickly and decided to grind for the skulls there. What you're about to see is some of the worst luck I've ever experienced in Minecraft. I turned my render distance down in order to get more spawns, but even after killing tons of skeletons I didn't have a single skull. That's fine, I'll just find a new fortress. Here's a new fortress. It's terrible. Finally, this one looked promising. Let's take a quick look at my inventory here. Nearly 2 stacks of bones showing that I've been killing a ton of wither skeletons. I killed so many wither skeletons but didn't get a single skull. It was day 289 when the first skull dropped. The second skull dropped not long after, but the third took quite a while. The journey back took me to day 290 where I took a few minutes to make a second netherite hoe. This was because my original netherite hoe had the fortune enchantment which I didn't need. After some villager trading I started building the pyramid for my third beacon. Of course, to actually get the third beacon I'll need to fight the wither, which is what I set out to do on day 291. I was feeling confident about this fight and it went insanely well. I used my swiftness potion to evade all its attacks and the only time I even got a hit was right at the end as I dealt the finishing blow. For the beacon's effects I chose strength and regen. My next goal was to make the perfect netherite helmet and boots because mine weren't quite perfect. My helmet was missing thorns 3 and my boots were missing thorns 3 as well as soul speed 3, but I couldn't actually add the enchantments onto them because the anvil would claim it was too expensive. This meant I would have to re-enchant a helmet and boots from scratch in order to get a perfect set. I crafted some netherite ingots before heading to my trading hall and purchasing a ton of enchanted books. I also bought a name tag because I wanted to name my skeleton horse. This is a pretty cool look at my base. I had to return to the nether because the only way to get soul speed is for enchanted books from pigdens or enchanted books in bastion chests. I already had a soul speed 2 book, so I'd only need to get one more from a pigden. I got these 3 happily trading in a hole and it was only a matter of time and gold. Day 292 and a stack and a half of gold later I finally got what I was looking for. I freed the pigdens from the hole, but my newfound friends turned into my newfound enemies. This is what you deserve when you think giving me gravel in return for gold bars is an acceptable thing to do. I headed home and added the soul speed book to the shulker where I'm keeping all the enchanted books that I'll need. With 3 stacks of lapis in my inventory for enchanting, I headed to the stronghold and then to my enderman farm. I hadn't been able to remove these dirt blocks when I built this farm in 200 days because I fell down the central shaft as I was doing it, but it was now time to get rid of them. It wasn't an easy task because the enderman turned on me as soon as I got near, but I was able to sort everything out. And now the grind from day 292 to 293 began. I needed to get feather falling 4 from the enchantment table because I didn't have it on a book. After getting 2 feather falling 3 enchants, I added protection to the boots and combined them together. Now all I was missing was a depth strider book and I'll be able to create the strongest boots in the game. Unfortunately, I made my life way more difficult by accidentally throwing away a stack of lapis. I went through all the lapis I had left, but a depth strider book was nowhere to be found. I returned home and searched my chest only to discover I had a measly 27 lapis left. So day 284, I rushed into my mine in order to search for lapis. I was going to be raiding the ocean monument on day 300 and I really wanted to perfect my armor in time for the final day. I found quite a few diamond ores in my search, but all I wanted was lapis. Day 295 is the results of my mining trip. I was able to turn 20 lapis ore into 5 stacks of lapis on my fortune pickaxe. I returned to my enderman farm with my newfound supplies and once again searched for depth strider. I finally got it and combined all my books together. All it would take for these boots was 32 levels. After wiping out another generation of endermen, I created the strongest boots possible. I wasn't done there though. I started to make the perfect helmet. The anvil at the enderman farm broke, so I just grinded until I hit level 40 and then returned home on day 296. Turns out half that grinding was unnecessary because it was only going to cost me 21 levels to add this book to the helmet and name it. The only thing left to do was convert my new armor pieces to netherite. I decided to use my spare levels to name my leggings and chestplate. It must be the 100th time that I've said this, but I farmed my pumpkins and melons. Day 297 I started by brewing some of the potions I would need to raid the monuments, such as swiftness and night vision. After that I hung up my old armor along with some random diamond pieces on this armor stand and made a second stand to match. I had a few days before I would be raiding the monuments, so I set out on the most important quest I would ever undertake in my hardcore world. That's right, I'll be taking the pink sheet home with me. However, walking with this lead was really slow, so I decided to fly back on my elytra. It would be so much faster and I'd get him home so quickly. And do you have health insurance? Okay, I did bring him home, but maybe not quite in the way I first imagined. I went to the nether because I wanted to create a cool looking stable for my skeleton horse, and it involved bone blocks. While I was searching for a soul sand valley, I ended up coming across this bastion and of course got completely distracted. I was getting some pretty cool loot, but it was nothing compared to what I found next. None other than the best music disc, Pigstep. I found a netherite ingot in the central chest and made sure to grab all the gold blocks. I found the soul sand valley I was looking for, and let me just say, soul speed 3 makes you pretty fast. I mined a bunch of bone blocks and returned home on day 298. Day 299 I started building my skeleton horse's stable, but my mind was completely blank on how I wanted it to look. I decided instead I would build a tree. I worked on it the entire day and night, and these phantoms just would not leave me alone. I had to abandon building the tree because it was day 300, it was time to raid the ocean monument. When I say I was going in stacked, I fully mean it. I drank my water breathing and night vision and headed into the temple. Ocean monuments are essentially a giant maze with 3 elder guardians spread throughout. They inflict you with mining fatigue 3 when you get within their 50 block range, which means that you need to kill all of them in order to break blocks in the monument. For a couple of minutes I couldn't find any of the elder guardians, but I stumbled upon the right path. These things are really annoying to deal with because when they had their spikes up they had the thorns effect, meaning if you're not careful you're going to take a ton of damage. I also took a lot of damage from the second one, but the third went a lot more smoothly. With all the guardians dealt with, I was free to mine blocks, so I returned to the core of the monument to loot the 8 gold blocks inside. Some ocean monuments spawn with sponge rooms, but I couldn't find any in this one. After getting the gold, there was one last thing to do, and that was return to my base. I flew home having triumphed over the watery depths of the monument. I had survived to 300 days in hardcore Minecraft. We begin with the pouring rain of day 301. My first goal was to build a new creep farm because my old one was pretty slow and I was always running out of rockets on my elytra. Creep farms require an absolute ton of trapdoors, so I spent the entire day chopping wood. I returned home and paid a visit to the villagers, because I needed some more golden carrots. I also needed string in order to craft dispensers, so I spent the night killing spiders. Day 302 I started looking for a place to build the creeper farm. I wanted it to be near my base, but creeper farms always look ugly, so not too near. Once I decided where I wanted this farm to go, I started work building this redstone clock and then moved on to building the first platform. Guess which genius built it 1 block too high and had to take it all down. Day 303 is fairly predictable. Building the spawning platforms and placing the trapdoors. Here's a quick update on the progress. And yes, it looks terrible. All through the night in day 304 I continued building the creeper farm. It's getting there, but I only had enough trapdoors for the first 2 layers. You know what that means. Deforestation. I flew home while watching the sunset. Or at least I would have done if I hadn't realized I was going completely the wrong way. I wanted a break from building, so I found my melons and pumpkins before selling them off at very reasonable prices. Day 305 I placed trapdoors all day before clearing an area to build the bottom of the creeper farm. With that done, I dug out a room underneath in order to make a collection system. Day 306 I was adding water to the farm in order to push the creepers into the center magma blocks. It's like a sauna, but the sauna's way too hot and you die. I needed more trapdoors, so it's back to chopping wood. The farm's starting to come together. Late into the night I finished placing all the trapdoors and began this huge roof of slabs. The massive roof will block out all the sunlight, making it dark enough for the creepers to spawn. Day 307 I finished the roof, and while I thought I was done, this farm was actually a shambles. The roof was too small, meaning barely anywhere was dark enough for creeper spawns. Unfortunately, it took me several days to realize that. In the meantime, I went around lighting up any nearby caves I could find in order to increase spawns at the farm. Day 308 I needed to add some more water to the bottom of the farm, and somehow even that wasn't going to plan. I spent the night farming and making money. Day 309 I thought the farm was done and put it up in order to AFK. I headed down as night fell and went to collect the gunpowder. Right, so we got 6 pieces. For some reason I thought the redstone clock that powers the ward system to push creepers off was too fast, so I extended it. Watching this is painful. It's the roof. Please, just fix the roof. Nope, guess we're AFKing all of day 310. Wow, that was definitely worth it. I've no idea why I didn't just watch the tutorial again in order to see what's wrong. I decided to take a break from building the farm and headed to the nether to get wither skulls. Along the way I found this bastion. I killed the inhabitants, stole their mixtapes and grabbed all their money. On day 311 I found another bastion and history repeated itself. My luck continues, I found yet another bastion. It didn't take too long to clear out and I was back on my way. Day 312 I arrived at my usual nether fortress. For those of you that have watched 300 days, you know that my luck with skulls isn't exactly amazing. However, for once it actually was amazing. I got the first skull insanely quickly and the second only a couple of skeletons later. About 10 minutes later I got the third and then a fourth. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll happily take them. I had one problem. I had a 3,000 block journey home and 25 rockets to get me there. I was able to travel about 2.3k blocks before I ran out. It's been a long time since I've travelled the nether on foot. After some minor disagreements I was able to make it home on day 313. After brewing some potions in preparation for the wither I returned to the creeper farm. That's right, I watched the tutorial again and now the answer to my problems was clear. I returned the redstone clock to normal and on day 314 before building the roof I started work improving the ward system. From day 314 to 315 I was improving the ward system and completing the roof. Day 316 it was time to earn money. I found the melons and pumpkins while selling them off to the prisoners. Did I say prisoners? I meant villagers. I was going to pillar up in order to AFK the new and improved creeper farm, but night was falling so there'd be less spawns. I instead headed to my tower and started work on a new project. I'll keep it a secret for now though. Day 317, it was a moment of truth. After all the time I spent on the creepy farm, would it finally work? And man, it definitely worked. Throughout the night I kept working on the new project. It's going to take ages to build, but I want to build a massive throne room. I started my dragon egg just living in my ender chest, and I thought it'd be insanely cool to have it rest on one of the arms of a throne. When I said I wanted this throne room to be massive, I really did mean massive. I've been watching Hermitcraft and was really inspired by the huge build. Day 318, I halted my progress on the throne room because I was going to fight the Wither. This plateau that I spawned on was way too small and led to a super scuffed fight where I got stuck in this hole multiple times. Eventually I was able to overcome the Wither and was rewarded with another star. And what do you do when you've just slain a 3-headed skeleton monster? Make money, of course. You can never have enough emerald blocks. I started setting up a new beacon underground because it made building the throne room so much easier. I'd hasted on both the beacons outside the tower, but because I was further away, I was only getting regular haste. Day 319 I was carving out an area for the throne room, by day 320 I was done. Well, done with the first section. My pickaxe was on its last legs, but a quick trip to the hall had it fixed up in no time. I was going to need a lot of blackstone for the throne room, and I decided I would look for it whilst also using TNT to find ancient debris. I had blown up thousands of blocks already in my ancient debris mine, so I started a new one. It's day 321. How much debris did I find with 58 TNT? 3. Clearly the Wither skill luck from earlier run dry. Not just dry like instant noodles without water, my luck was drier than a desert. I gathered a ton of blackstone before heading home. This tunnel is how deep I want the throne room to be, so I had a lot of mining ahead of me. For the rest of day 321, all of day 322, all I did was mine out hundreds of blocks. Even with haste 2, it was going to take a while. By the night of day 322, I made a lot of progress. I had to stop off at the village hall to repair my pickaxe for the second time. Day 323, I was planting some new carrot patches. I really want to fill some of the empty areas around my base and add some more colour to mix in with my wheat fields. Night had fallen, and as someone who never sleeps in Minecraft, phantoms soon appeared. Trying to fight someone armed with a netherite sword when you have less physical strength than a pizza box probably isn't the best idea. I got back to work clearing out the throne room and was able to finish it by the end of the night. Day 334, now that the space was clear, I could actually start building the throne room. I wanted to have 4 huge blackstone obsidian pillars to support the roof. From day 324 to 325 I was building the pillars and made decent progress. Late into the night of day 325 I went out to do some trading and found someone I thought had been lost a long time ago. I found Captain Crunch. If you've watched 200 Days you might remember this guy. He randomly started living in my house but disappeared one day. He was a lot greener than I remembered him though. His friends mysteriously disappeared, not sure how that happened, and then I killed him. After a few minutes Captain Crunch was back. My friend was back to normal. Well, he's a decent friend, but he's still going to live in the sheep pen. Day 326 I extended out the path to the new carrot farm and realised that at some point I needed to move the cows somewhere else. They're all just piled into a small pen that's been there since the original 100 days. Forget the cows for now though, because I needed more obsidian for the pillars. Once I returned I finished the second and third pillars, but decided to wait till later to build the fourth because my beacon was in the way and I couldn't be bothered to move it. I instead began changing the floor to stone bricks. Day 327 times I heard monster noises, so I went into the caves below the throne room in order to light them up. I finished the stone brick floor, but I wasn't done with it by any means. I wanted to add an ornate pattern for extra detail, so I marked out where I wanted the design to go with some sand. I went out to farm my carrots and of course the phantom showed up, which was really fun. I think the best part is that I would prefer to listen to a piano getting run over by a truck than listening to a phantom screech. Money might not fix every problem, but it sure is nice to have. I decided I wanted to use obsidian as part of the pattern for the floor and spent the rest of the night mining. Day 328 I built the pattern out of obsidian as in some emerald blocks. This pattern went through a lot of trial and error before I was happy with it, but I promise it will look good. I wanted to use sea lanterns instead of torches to light up the throne room, and to get them I would need to return to the ocean monument I cleared in 300 days. I spent the whole night looking for it but couldn't remember where it was. As the sun rose on day 229 I found what I thought was a cleared monument. However, I noticed too late that this wasn't the monument and that the Elder Guardians were most definitely alive. I found the monument that I actually wanted, but with mining fatigue 3 and no buckets to milk to get rid of it, I had no choice but to wait. Once it finally wore off, I headed into the monument. I had water breathing and night vision potions which made life much easier and began to break blocks when I could easily move from room to room. After grabbing a ton of sea lanterns I headed back home and added some to the floor. I still wasn't happy with the design though, it looked way too messy. The whole of day 330 was just me changing the pattern on the floor. It seemed like no matter what I tried I couldn't get a good result. It was like writer's block but in Minecraft form. Day 331 I made the first step in the right direction for the floor. I swapped out the sea lanterns for stream lights and they fit the style much better. After building some on the wall I returned to changing out the floor. It took all of day 332 but I stumbled onto an idea that finally clicked. It looked like an eye of Ender and it had the right amount of detail without being overcrowded. I've been underground rebuilding a floor for the past hour and wanted to change things up, so I began removing my old creeper farm. As usual the phantom showed up and I had to deal with them. If you're wondering why I don't just sleep to get rid of them, I almost never sleep in this world because I've only got 100 days. Time is precious. Day 333 I removed all traces of the creeper farm, leaving nothing but a pile of blocks. I also now had 3 extra cats because I'd use these guys in the farm. I gathered up some materials from my chest because I was going to be building a new area to my base, a market. I thought it'd be a good fit alongside all my crops, and a marketplace can really help a base feel more medieval. Day 334 I built the canopy of the first market stall. I added some decoration using stairs to make shelves along with some barrels lining the wall. Using item frames to display food adds an extra layer of detail and really helps to bring the stall to life. I gave the second stall a pretty interesting canopy. Instead of being made out of wall blocks I used beds. Day 335 was starting the morning off with the phantoms dying, which already makes makes it a good day. The sheep got a makeover because I've run out of blue wool and needed more to finish the canopy. I finished it by the end of the day. Inside this store will be selling tools and armor. Of course, no market would be complete without a store serving meals. Sometimes you can give a block a completely new purpose, such as using scaffolding for seats. Day 336 I did some interior work on the food store, trying my best to make it feel as if people could actually cook in here. I was really happy with how the market was turning out. As nightfall I had one goal on my mind. Usually I'd say emeralds, but this time it was carrots. I made sure to use my fortune pickaxe and this small field gave me an absolute ton. I then started work on a new carrot field. Day 337 as I went over to get some water for the new field, I realized there was a piglin jockey wandering amongst my pumpkins. They're pretty rare and I didn't want it despawning, so I rushed off to grab a name tag. I picked the name KFC Crusader and sprinted back to name my new pet. Except only the KFC part remained. The jockey had wandered into this one block gap, which of course suffocated the piglet. Rest in peace, KFC Crusader. With the carrot field finished, I headed out to get a dark oak wood because I wanted to build a windmill where the old creek farm used to be. I chopped wood for the rest of the day, and as I returned I realized this village had a bunch of hay. Now villagers, don't panic, I'm just stealing all the food. After I arrived back home with all the hay those villagers happily given me, I started building the windmill. All of day 338 I was building the basic structure of the windmill. In the future I'm definitely going to get the replay mod so that I can make time lapses of builds rather than only being able to show you the first person view. The morning of day 339 I started planting a little temporary bamboo patch because I needed more to craft scaffolding. For the decoration of the windmill I used slabs to create small archways and stairs, trapdoors and fences to frame the windows. By night time I finished the main body of the windmill and it's looking decent, although of course it's missing the blades. I started building the fence skeleton and I hope you're not afraid of heights. I wish the phantoms were. Day 340 I finished the fence skeleton and started adding wool to complete the blades. By the end of the day with the rain pouring down I have finished. I harvested all the bamboo that I've been growing. For the rest of the night I tidied up the interior of the windmill and added in some white stained glass. Day 341 I was running low on rockets so I headed over to my creep farm to AFK. I built a small platform so I wouldn't need to waste time pittering up. After half a day of AFKing I got more than enough gunpowder. I decided I wanted more in order to craft TNT to get netherite mining. I AFK'd the rest of the night which takes us up to day 342. I crafted a ton of TNT and also used my spare wool to make beds and wanted to get as much ancient debris as possible. Unlike the last time I went searching for ancient debris, this time it went amazingly well. I was able to find 30 pieces of debris with all the TNT and beds. It definitely makes up for earlier when I got 3 pieces. Day 243 I was mining blackstone all day because I was determined to get back to work on the throne room. Taking a break from building it by farming and building other stuff really helped get my motivation back. It was night by the time I returned and I started on my first idea. I felt like the pillars lacked a lot of depth and adding another bump to them would help them feel less blocky. Day 244 I was still working on the pillars and it's crazy how just a few blocks can make something look so much better. Once I finished with the pillars I moved on to the walls. All the way from day 244 to 245 all I was doing was mining away stone and building the walls of the throne room. I won't take you through every detail of this because well, I'm building some walls. It's pretty boring unless you like walls or something, I don't know. Now here's where things get more interesting. I was thinking about the eye design on the floor and decided it'd be cool to add more of them around the room. I used a blackstone button for the people and I think the design of the eyes came out really well. This place is definitely starting to look like a throne room. The 246 I'm doing something a bit more novel than building a bunch of eyes underground, farming melons and pumpkins. I have to be honest, as much as I complain about them, the villages are the heart of my hardcore world. Being able to get XP on items with ease is ideal and maybe I don't appreciate that enough. I should really start being nicer to the prisoners. I mean, what? Villagers. Anyway, all the cats in the creep farm were just left around my base so I brought them all into the tower. I'd already lost a cat to a lightning strike in 300 days, I didn't want history to repeat itself. I added the eye design to the top walls of the throne room and this place has made a ton of progress. Day 347 I had a pretty big task ahead of me. This roof was not going to be easy to build. At least I knew what I was going to build on it. After building a small section of the roof I realized I had one other thing to do which is pretty important. I still hadn't built the 4th pillar, but in order to do that I need to take down the beacon that was in the way. After getting about half it done I ran out of blackstone. Remember, it's not a Mosey video if I don't run out of materials at least 3 times when I try to build something. Day 348 I mined a ton of blackstone for deleting this gas from existence. It was late into the night by the time I returned and I saw a skeleton in the throne room. Then I didn't see a skeleton in the throne room. I swapped out the blackstone buttons for obsidian because the buttons seemed too small. With all that blackstone I mined I was easily able to finish the 4th pillar. Day 249 I was working on the roof. It was honestly a lot easier to build than I thought, probably because I knew exactly how I wanted it to look. Day 230 I came close to using my second turn of undying in this hardcore world. I fell into this tiny gap and of course the creeper was there to greet me. If I hadn't switched from my elytra to my chestplate a few minutes before this happened, I would have 100% needed the totem to survive. I needed more streamlights for heading into the nether. There are a few mana fights that involve death, but at the end of the day I'm best friends with the piglins. It was day 351 by the time I returned, I immediately added the streamlights to the roof and tidied up the throne room. And what throne room is complete without a throne? I just want to let you know that I was not holding back on this thing. After the amount of time it took me to build this place, I wanted to make sure my throne was as lavish as possible. I used diamond blocks for the arms and ancient debris for the back, as well as placing the dragon egg and a wither skull on the arms. And here I am standing on the throne. It's taken a lot of time to get to this point, but I'm really proud of how this place turned out. Day 252 it was time to fix something that I should have done hundreds of days ago. This weird piece of terrain that's been bugging me for absolutely ages, but I kept forgetting to remove. With netherite tools the job was done in just a few minutes. I decided I'd go make some money. You know what, I take back everything nice I've ever said about villagers. 1 or 2 infects is annoying, but I can deal with it. But 7 villagers? Using up 7 golden apples in one go is painful. I was relaxing with some more farming at night because I just finished the throne room and didn't want to start another project immediately after. Things didn't go to plan. I wasn't at full hunger so I wasn't getting any natural healing and of course fans had been attacking me all night. Some zombies approached me and I tried to switch out my elytra to my chestplate but I fumbled and instead took took off my helmet, which meant I was taking even more damage. I accidentally chucked my chestplate on the floor as even more zombies started attacking me from behind. I dropped my shovel on the ground to also retrieve my chestplate and sprinted away to armor up. I quickly ate a golden carrot and ran in to grab my shovel back. Fighting the monsters off was surprisingly a lot easier when I had my weapon out and all my armor on. Day 253 was what last night was supposed to be, some peaceful farming. At night I flew out to look at my base from afar and I love how it's starting to feel like a small town. The next thing I needed to do was fix the entrance to the throne room because dirt and stone is exactly what I had in mind. I went for stone bricks with these black stone enclaves where I was going to put armor stands. 6 suits of gold armor wasn't cheap, but I think it was worth it. Day 254 I messed around moving some of my stuff into the throne room such as my enchanting table and a few other workspaces. I wanted to make more space in my storage area because there were a lot of items I didn't have chests for. I took it all down there because it just looked out of place. Day 255 I visited my trading hall to make some money while I thought of where all that stuff could go. I realised my second village of breeding would be the perfect place. I built it too close to the trading hall so it didn't actually work properly and now I can finally turn it into something useful. After finishing up the new enchanting area I added some crafting tables and furnaces to the floor of my storage room. Day 256 I started building a path to the market. I paid a quick visit to my creep farm in order to get more gunpowder for rockets and added more chests to my storage. Day 257 I headed out to a dark oak forest because I knew I need dark oak sooner or later. I also got a bunch of these mushrooms with my silk touch axe. Once I got home I started preparing a bunch of different items so I was going to be building a drown farm. Tridents on Java are insanely rare to come across so building a drown farm was my best bet at finding one. I had all these cats just chilling in my tower and I suddenly had an idea. The market needs some shopkeepers so why not have a market of cats? Although I don't think they understand how money works so good luck buying anything. Day 258 I headed out to the ocean to get some seagrass. I needed turtle eggs in order for the drown farm to work and you need seagrass to breed turtles. I spent the rest of the day just trying to find some turtles but I only found one. I did find a shipwreck though so that was kinda cool. Night fell and I still haven't found any more turtles so I thought I'd just spend the time killing some drown in case I got lucky. And well this happened. I somehow got a trident from a random drown. Day 359 I still wanted turtle eggs and I found the perfect spot. After getting in the seagrass I explored the shipwreck and found some musty old stew. It smelled weird so I threw it in the sea. I probably just killed several species of marine life by doing that but I'm sure everything's fine. I collected all the turtle eggs and headed back home. As soon as I got back I started working charting this trident. I had a bunch of enchanted books lying around with good trident enchantments so it didn't take me too long to get a perfect riptide trident. It was raining which gave me the perfect opportunity to try it out. I'm definitely breaking several flight safety laws here but I'm way too fast to get arrested. I then sat on my throne with the trident in my hands considering what I wanted to do next. I made a poll a couple of weeks ago asking what people wanted to see me build in 400 days and the clear winner was the Wither Skull farm. The only thing I forgot about that was that in order to build a good Wither Skull farm you need to place slabs and thousands of blocks in nether which would take me out to sea ages. I'll definitely build one at some point but the more practical option was the gold farm. So day 360 I headed into the nether to gather magma blocks for the farm. I'm not exaggerating when I say you need nearly 2 shulkers full of magma blocks to build it. The entire day I just mined an absolute ton of them which is pretty easy considering how easy they are to break. Day 361 I was doing some farm repairs, gradually monsters have been trampling the pumpkin and melon stalks I need to sort all out. I visited the trading hall to make money and also to buy a bunch of glass for the farm. I didn't actually have enough glass for the farm and had to go out and shovel sand. I also gathered a bunch of leaves because I wanted to fix something that had been bugging me for a long time. This tree honestly looks like a deformed mushroom and it was time to fix that. But all of day 362 I was trying to sort out the tree. In my opinion they're one of the hardest things to build in Minecraft and I wasn't entirely satisfied by the end of the day. There were more important matters than the tree though, I wanted to build the gold farm. As I was preparing to go to the nether I found this guy wandering around my pumpkins and you know what happens next. I helped him go home of course. What kind of person do you think I am? In order to build the gold farm I needed to get up onto the nether roof. It was also key that I built the gold farm above the nether waste biome as that's where zombie piglins spawn. Getting onto the roof is pretty easy to do but it only works on Java. You want to find a piece of bedrock that has a height of 127, get up to it using ladders and throw an ender pearl between the ladder and the block. Of course make sure to bring obsidian to make a new nether portal or you're going to be stuck up here. Day 363 I began building the gold farm. I followed this tutorial by Shulkercraft. It's a great farm. If you want to build a gold farm for yourself I definitely recommend this one. I needed to build a column with those turtle eggs from earlier hidden behind trapdoors. The only problem is that I ran out of trapdoors. I quickly headed back to the overworld and grabbed more than enough wood. With the trapdoors done I now need to build 4 massive platforms of magma blocks for the zombie piglins to spawn. The next few days are just me placing hundreds of magma blocks so there's honestly not much to talk about. I had a few encounters with ghast and had to take them down as fast as I could before they blew up parts of the farm. By day 365 I finished the main part of the farm and it's working really well. The final thing that I had to do was build glass on top of the farm in a very specific way in order to prevent ghast from spawning. With that done it was time to AFK. I AFK for a little over 5 minutes taking us up to day 366 and returned to find a ton of gold. I definitely would have AFK'd longer, when you only have 100 days time is precious. When I returned to the overworld it was night so I spent some time hunting drown in case I got a second trident. Day 367 I was still hunting drown and spotted a mushroom biome. I made another portal so that I could revisit easy in the future and then headed home. It was nice to be back in familiar territory. After crafting more golden apples I spent some of the night lighting up the roof of my trading hall and of course got attacked by the phantoms. I also converted my old sugarcane farm into a bamboo farm because my bamboo supply was running low. I began day 368 by making money off the villagers. Did you think I was going to say prisoners? I mean I was, but let's ignore that. I AFK my creep farm for a bit because I was running low on rockets and then chopped some spruce wood. I'd never actually done any decoration around the back of my tower when I finished building it so it needs some improvement. A path and a bit of terraforming helped this area look much better. Day 369 I continued improving this part of the base, extending the path and adding walls. Do you want to see someone build a path in Minecraft for 10 minutes? Yeah I didn't think so let's move on to day 370. My next goal was to finally sort out the overcrowded cow and sheep pens. I was going to build a barn but first I had to deal with the terrain. Even when the efficiency 5 shovel, demolishing this hill was going to take a while. It took me all night but by the morning of day 371 I could start laying the foundations of the barn. I used dark oak logs for the frame and stone bricks blended with regular stone for the walls. By the time night fell I made decent progress. Some carol singers showed up but I told them they were about 7 months too early. They got so mad they tried to smash the door down while yelling Merry Christmas. Hey, you leave that door alone. Day 372 I was finished with the main structure structure of the barn and started work on the roof. I was using quite an unusual material, pumpkins. I had my doubts as to whether it would actually turn out good, but I decided to trust the process. I actually ran out of pumpkins and had to go gather more. When I returned, the carol singer's friend had showed up to avenge them. He did a terrible job. Once I finished the roof, I added a little bit of extra detail on the inside, making some wooden beams to represent rafters. Day 373 was finishing off the interior with some hanging lanterns as for hay. With that, it was time to get the animals into the barn, starting with the cows. I didn't need to get all of them by any means, only a handful. As for the rest, well, let's just say we got a lot more steak. With that out of the way, I was finally able to take down the spruce fence pen that had been around since the original 100 days. Here's a look at the barn from a distance. You know what time it is? Wall building time. Day 274, I paid a visit to the market to grab some carrots because I wanted to plant a new field. I just realized that I never actually named any of the cats in the market, so if you have any names in mind, let me know in the comments. After finishing the field, I continue to expand my farming empire. Honestly, I think the farming obsession is kind of concerning, but who doesn't love some Minecraft carrots? I had to deal with a whole gang of zombies in the training hall, but my netherite axe made quick work of them. Day 375, I wanted to increase the efficiency of my creeper farm, so I went down into the cave to light more of them up. I didn't find diamonds, but I did find a zombie spawn with a golden apple and a music disc. When I finally arrived back at the surface, it was night, so I just filled in the creeper hole outside my barn. Day 376, it was time to see if my efforts had paid off. I AFK'd the creeper farm for the entire day and was rewarded with an absolute ton of gunpowder. I wanted to craft more TNT, but first I needed to get sand because I've run out. One ruined beach later and I had all the sand I required. I crafted as much TNT as possible and headed to the nether. Day 377 was full of explosions, so I used up every piece of TNT I had. My luck was solid and I was able to find 15 pieces of ancient debris. I mean, compared to earlier when I found 3, I'm just happy with double digits. I returned home and crafted an anvil because I wanted to organise my shulkers with names. I also realised my iron supply was getting dangerously low, so I'll definitely need to build an iron farm in the future. Day 378, I changed the edges on the library to a pair of fence gates, which looks a million times better than a pair of fridge doors. The sun was shining as I farmed my pumpkins and melons and then made a ton of money from the villagers. Happy imprisoned villagers. You know what else is imprisoned? All these cows in the barn. They need a proper field to live in, but first I had to shovel out more of this hill. Honestly, phantoms are just such a fun mod to deal with. They annoyed me all night, but by day 379 I cleared enough of the hill. After converting the remaining stone to grass, I started adding the wall. I spent all day building the wall and ended up finishing it at night. It still needs some more detail though, so I added these leaves to make the wall seem overgrown. Day 380 was the final day of working on the field. I scattered around some hay blocks, added some flowers, and used some coarse dirt to make the field seem more natural. Hey guys, who wants to buy some? Right, I've got a lot of doctor's appointments to book. I had no idea what these guys were doing, I don't think they did either. I mean, I did kind of kill them before they could actually say anything, but that's beside the point. After curing the massive disease outbreak, I went around lighting up as much area as possible. I didn't want zombies spawning anywhere near the villager hall. Day 381 began with me moving the sheep in with the cows. A wandering trader showed up and 1 emerald for a pumpkin. Mate, I'm not a villager. He was selling dye though, so I bought his entire stock. In honor of the pink sheep that I accidentally killed in 300 days, I spared the sheep's life. I'm so glad you're all cured. I love scamming you, trading with you. During the night, I moved this wheat field back a few blocks so I can make the path bigger. Day 382, I decided that a replacement for the old sheep pen would be a small patch of lavender, which I would create using these lilac flowers. It was raining, so getting home wasn't exactly difficult. I placed on all the flowers that I gathered and I think it looks really nice. The rain cleared and I took a look at my land, although the creeper farm really sticks out. I thought about how badly my last fight with the wither had gone and wanted to redeem myself, so I headed to the nether. Day 383, I arrived at the usual nether fortress and started grinding for wither skulls. It only took me about 15 minutes to get all the skulls, which is some solid luck. Unfortunately, my food supply was running out. I had a bunch of golden apples, but in terms of regular food, I only had 1 golden carrot left in my inventory. I stopped off at one of the bastions I looted earlier to grab some pork chops. As I was returning, I spotted this nether fortress, which would be a good candidate for a wither skull farm. I also got a 4th wither skull when these skeletons attacked me. Another thing I spotted on the way back was a bastion that I found all the way back in 200 days, but never looted. And it was where this hardcore world very nearly ended. For some reason, I decided to melee my way through the bastion and got jumped by piglin brutes. My health got dangerously low, but luckily the knockback on my sword meant I could send them flying into the lava below. After that, I learned my lesson and stuck to using my bow. The chest loot was decent, and of course I made sure to grab all the gold blocks. Day 384, I was still flying back home to another when I found the old portal I made. I was getting sick of the nether, so I went through and found myself in a desert. I grabbed a bunch of sand before heading home to the overworld. Luckily for me, it was raining, so I could put my riptide trident to good use. I also placed some more streamlights in the throne room because there were a few areas that were dark enough for monsters to spawn. I prepared some swiftness potions for the wither fight before realizing I had no soul sand, so I returned to the nether to get some. With one mouse click, I could have sent this golem to his fiery demise, but there was a child watching, so I let him live. Day 285, I found a good spot to fight the wither and began the battle. It was a pretty standard fight, used the swiftness to outspeed him, then chugged a strength potion to destroy him with a smite sword. I did some trading with the villagers and crafted a new beacon, but I wasn't sure where I wanted it to go. I decided to just store it in my end chest for now. I wanted spruce wood for a new project, so I made one of these big trees and chopped it all down. Day 386, I started laying the foundations. My horses had been tied to a fence post for a long time, and I thought it'd be nice to give them a proper stables. For day 386 to 387, I went through a lot of trial and error while building, but finally I had something that I liked. Day 388, I was adding some more details to the stables. The final thing I wanted to add to the stables was hay blocks scattered around the floor, so for once I actually farmed some of my wheat. Day 389, I finished off the floor of the stables and began moving the horses over. Once you have an light, you're probably never going to need a horse ever again, but it's nice to have them in a proper building instead of just tied to a post. I farmed the melons and pumpkins as per usual and then traded with the villagers. Next on my list of things to sort out was this side of my tower. It definitely needs some terraforming. Day 290, the new path was complete. My plan for day 400 was to respawn the Ender Dragon, so I had 9 days to achieve my remaining plans. The first thing I wanted to do was get a perfect bow. My current one was pretty good, but it was missing the flame enchantment. I visited the library and got to work getting all the enchantments I needed. In case you wondered why I didn't just add flame to my current current bow, the anvil would say it was too expensive, so I needed to enchant a new bow from the ground up. I headed out to my end of an XP farm because I was burning through my levels insanely fast. It didn't take me too long to find everything I needed. The anvil at the farm had broken a while ago, so I needed to head home in order to combine the books and bows together. Day 391, I arrived back home and began adding everything together. Before long, I had obtained a perfect bow. With that out of the way, I moved on to my next aim, fixing this tree. I know I fixed it before, but honestly it still looks like some kind of weird fungus. I gathered up plenty of wood and leaves and got to work. Day 392, I was still remaking the tree. I really struggled with making custom trees. Getting them to look natural is one of the most difficult things. But at the end of the day, I was pretty happy with what I've been able to make. I then added a path down by the stable, so I've forgotten to make one earlier. Day 393, do you know what else I've forgotten to make? A wall around my melon farm. Monsters were constantly trampling the seeds and it was getting on my nerves. A good chunk of the day was spent lighting up this cave I found under the melon farm. This area looks like a perfect spot for diamonds. I mean, surely it has diamonds in it. This is Mostly bringing you your weekly diamond report. There were absolutely 0 diamonds in this massive cave. By the time I returned to the surface, it was late into the night and I got to work planting melon seeds. Day 394 was full of farming. I filled out the entire field with seeds and by night it was finished. Honestly, there's not much to say about day 394, which is fine because now it's day 395. In order to bring the melon field to life, I used the same technique with the leaves and even threw in some flowers and a campfire. Of course, to respawn the edge dragon on day 400, I would actually need the crystals to respawn it. I crafted all 4 and chucked them into my inner chest. As the sun was setting, I set on one final quest before the battle. I wanted a second enchanted golden apple. I found this ruined portal, opened the chest and nearly got blown up by a creature. But more importantly, there it was, a second god apple. I couldn't believe my luck. I wasn't even 1000 blocks out from my base. Despite already finding what I'd been searching for, I continued exploring. I'd never flown out in this direction before and wondered what I could find. I found a jungle, which is awesome, a ruined portal, and even a coral reef. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if that drown dropped his trident up? Wait, what? You can see the disbelief as I just sink to the ocean floor. I found a desert village and like any peaceful traveller, stole all their food. Day 296, I continued on my journey. I found a pillager outpost and then this desert temple. Luck in Minecraft is a weird thing. Sometimes it's on your side, and sometimes it's not. And during this journey, it was absolutely on my side. Just in case anyone thinks I'm cheating or anything like that, the seed of this world is in the description, so if you doubt me, you're more than welcome to check out the god apples for yourself. Hey look, more free food. I was more than satisfied with my journey and started making another portal to return home. I found another ruined portal, but this one had pretty standard loot. Let's have a moment of silence for this skeleton that got sent absolutely flying. The nether meant that I was able to make the journey home in just a few minutes. I wanted to get a second perfect trident with channeling this time, so I spent day 397 trading with the villagers in order to get more XP. I got a great enchantment off the bat, and from there it only cost me 22 levels to complete his trident. With a little more trading, I reached a high enough level. I didn't know what to name the trident though, so I paused the game to message one of my friends about it. He gave me an absolutely insane name, and with that the trident was finished. At night I got some target practice with my new bow. Day 398 I was extending the path to the market up to the barn. I don't know how many times I said the word path in these 100 days, but I guarantee it's way too many. Day 399 I wanted to revisit my first base in this hardcore world, which I made all the way back on day 1. Hold on, 58 spruce logs? I'll take them. I'm pretty sure there used to be an armor in this village, but I have absolutely no clue what happened to him. The only other villager here has been stuck on this hill since the beginning. Once I was back home, I chopped a bunch of oak wood and checked on the bamboo farm that I'd actually never checked up on. It had more than enough bamboo. I crafted a ton of scaffolding, but now it's day 400. I said goodbye to my favourite pets, Moon and Sun, just in case he didn't return, but I wasn't worried about the dragon fight. Once I reached the end, I placed down the 4 crystals and began the fight. With an elytra, taking out the crystals on top of the towers was a breeze, although I did shoot this one from point blank range. Not my proudest moment. With the crystals gone, it was only a matter of time as I whittled down the dragon's health. I thought about this one scene in Indiana Jones where this guy smashes a bottle over someone else's head and decided I wanted to recreate the moment. With the bottle in hand, I dealt the finishing blow. Of course, once I got home, I had to reel in this bottle because it's now sacred. I brought Sun and Moon out to go watch the sunset on day 400 of hardcore Minecraft. So here we are, day 401. I wanted to build a new village or trading hall, but I didn't like the shape of the terrain. I also had no grass to fix it, so I'm beginning this video by gathering grass. I also needed slime to craft sticky pistons, so I paid a visit to the swamp where I found a witch hut. She managed to poison her own cat, so of course she had to die. I wasn't just going to abandon her cat though, I wanted to tame it and bring it home. Night fell and that meant it was time to gather slime. Day 402, I was determined to tame this cat. It took a while, but the moment arrived. Would it accept my offering of fish? Yes. Yes, it would. In order to take my new friend home, I needed to make the journey on foot, because pets have a very limited range that they can teleport. If I flew straight home with my elytra, it wouldn't teleport to me once I landed. After a few minutes, I could see my base through the trees. I dyed the cat's collar blue to match its eyes, and made him happy. I loaded up all of the grass I gathered earlier into a shulker, because it's time to start terraforming. Well, this doesn't look like terraforming. I had to spend some time lighting this area up, because trying to build here with a bunch of mobs spawning definitely wouldn't be fun. This big area needs to be completely flat before I can start building the trading hall. Hey man, can I have that dirt block? Oh, cheers. I've run out of grass, so the morning of day 403 was spent gathering wool. I'm just warning you now that this won't be the first time this happens. For the rest of the day, I continued smoothing out the terrain, and by sunset I was done. I farmed my mares and pumpkins and then made a ton of money from my villagers. Day 404, I started laying the foundations for the hall. It's going to have a stone brick base, with the hall itself made out of dark oak logs and spruce wood. I needed a lot of dark oak for this build, so I had to head out to my usual forest to gather some. Now when I say gather some, I mean I chopped wood for the entire night. Day 405, I may have an arrow sticking out of my chest, but trust me, I'm fine. As I was returning to my base, I spotted this villager house made of white terracotta. So what did I do? Steal the walls of his house. My rocket supply was running out, so I AFK'd my creeper farm for the rest of the day. I guess I got karma for literally stealing someone's walls because this happened. I patched it up and moved on to building the hall. I continued building throughout the night using a mix of stripped spruce logs and spruce plank. Day 406 I used the materials I'd stolen from the villager house as a base for a clock. I built a small stairway up to the hall and it's looking alright. It's going to be a big project to get this thing fully built up and functional. I finished off the outline and filled in the floor. Can you just leave me alone? Day 407 I tried a 360 and killed the zombie, but I just ended up getting set on fire. Not my proudest moment. Anyway, do you want to see something satisfying? I built all day and of course I ran out of materials. Day 408 some tourists showed up in my base. They didn't pay for parking though, so the punishment is death. I wanted to fight a raid, but I didn't want any of my villagers dying, so I returned to the village nearby. Honestly, this building still offers perfect protection. The battle went on all day, but at night things started going south. I still hate phantoms the most, but the Vex are a close second. There was an evoker nearby and he kept spamming them. It's pretty hard to fend off the other raid mobs when you've got angry demon babies flying around your head. I knew there was only one way to take control back. I dove into the crowd to take out the evoker. I took a fair bit of damage, but once he was down, the raid was so much easier. Sending that Vex flying was unbelievably satisfying. Now that I had hero of the village, I could scam my villagers for an unbelievable amount of emeralds. Did I say scam? I meant trade. Day 409 the profits began. I traded paper, melons, wheat, anything the villagers would buy, I supplied. It kind of speaks for itself that I went from level 36 to 51 in the span of a single day. And now the best part, crafting emerald blocks. I've got a lot, but who doesn't love getting more? With the profits done, I returned to work on the new trading hall. Day 410 of work that needs to be done. The whole day was spent building, and at night I did the first bit of detailing. A wandering trader showed up with his usual list of absolutely incredible treasures and wouldn't stop doing that annoying noise as I worked on the hall. Mate, just shut up. Also, the usual pack of phantoms had to be dealt with. I almost never sleep in this hardcore world because of my limited time. 100 days is a lot, but I still don't want to waste any of it sleeping. Day 411 I like the way the hall was looking. It's missing a lot of things, including a roof and window panes, but it's getting there. I farmed pumpkins and melons like usual and then headed out to the ocean monument I'd been in 300 days. I wanted to build the roof of the trading hall out of prismarine, so I got to work taking apart this monument. This monument doesn't have any sponge runes, which gave me an idea. There was a monument super close by that I hadn't cleared, so why not investigate it? By investigate, I mean killing all 3 Elder Guardians. Day 412 I surfaced from the monument. I had seen several sponge runes while exploring, but I still had mining fatigue. I flew home, grabbed a bucket of milk, and then returned. This monument definitely didn't disappoint when it came to sponge. It had an absolute ton of them. With the sponge and prismarine gathered up, I headed home and began building the roof of the hall. Day 413 I wasn't sure if I really liked the blue roof. I decided to continue with it for a little longer in case that made a difference, but by the end of the day I knew it wasn't right. I swapped out the prismarine for dark oak and it just looks so much better. Day 414 I needed more spruce wood, so you know what that means. Deforestation. Actually, it's not. I was environmentally friendly and grew my own trees. With all the extra wood I was able to resume work on the roof, which I worked on all day and night. Day 415 is the same story. Building the roof during the day and building the roof during the night. By day 416 I made significant progress, and to add some extra flair to the roof I decided to add, I actually don't know what these are called, but these Viking curve things. I added detail to the clock and changed it up a bit. Day 417 I started work on the redstone side of things. It's about time I explained my master plan for this new hall. Stonemason villagers have 2 trades which are insanely useful. They exchange 20 stone for an emerald and 16 of either andesite, diorite or granite for an emerald. If I turn them into zombie villagers and kill them enough times, they'll happily exchange as a single block for an emerald. That's right. Some of the most common blocks in the game for an emerald apiece. By day 418 I was done, but I had a problem. I needed to place redstone behind the pistons, and in order to do that I needed to place another block. The only issue was that there was no space because the windows were going to go here. It was going to be a massive pain because I just built it, but I needed to move the entire system forward by 1 block. It took me all day and the night as well, but by the morning of day 419 everything was fixed. I made some money by selling pumpkins and melons to the prisoners and then continued building. This trading hall design is by Logical Geek Boy. I'll leave a link to it in the description. The hall was almost complete, but it was missing its chief employee. I needed a zombie in order to infect the villagers. I say employee, but he doesn't get paid, so I'll call him a volunteer. I went to get a name tag for my willing volunteer in order to stop him from despawning, but he had already despawned when I returned. Luckily, I found a replacement, got him in, and named him. Day 420, it was time to visit somewhere I hadn't been in a long time. My old villager breeder. I built a new one, but it's a long story and I ended up taking it down. You two are going to be the ones to repopulate this land. Do you understand your task? Good. We'll leave that for a while and hope everything goes to plan. With that done, it was time to add detail to the hall. Day 421, I visited the breeder and what? They hadn't even had a single child. I decided I'd put my villager problems to the side for the time being because I wanted to add some windows poking out of the roof of the trading hall. I went through a few designs but eventually had something I liked. I checked back at the villager breeder and was pleased to see they made a child. They told me their son was going to grow up and become a leather worker. That's great, but I don't care. He's going to be a stonemason paying 1 emerald per block of stone and he's going to love it. Over at the barn, things weren't going going to plan. I killed a cow by accident and then this creeper blasted a hole in the field. I used the wool I gathered to add another row of beds to the breeder. This place looks empty now, but trust me, I'm gonna have it overcrowded in no time. Day 422, I mirrored the roof window design onto the other side of the hall. After visiting the prisons and selling a bunch of pumpkins and melons to them, I AFK'd my creeper farm for the rest of the day. I needed a lot of rockets because I was going end raiding. I didn't have that many shulker boxes and the extra end city loot would be a bonus. I visited my Enderman XP farm to get an ender pearl and also go through the end gateway, and then somehow managed to do this. I also accidentally looked at a couple of endermen and they did some serious damage. After cranking my render distance all the way up, I set out in search of end cities. For all of day 423, I not only looted every entity I found, but also annihilated all the inhabitants. Wait, that was kinda dark. Anyway, when I went back to the gateway, I added this barrier around my end spawn because it just felt unsafe. Once I was back home, I sorted out all the loot from the cities. Day 424, I think it's funny how you can go from flying through an alternate dimension 1 minute and then be farming pumpkins the next. Of course, I sold off all the produce to the local prisoners. I mean farmers, and look at how happy they are. I returned to the Dark Oak Forest because I wanted to gather enough wood to finish the detail in the trading hall. I hate these guys so much. Like, I genuinely hate them. I needed spruce wood, so it was big tree time. I then began the final part of the trading hall. Day 425 was almost completely spent on decorating. It usually doesn't take me this long, but I had to go around the entire hall with scaffolding. It also took the whole night to finish. Day 426, the hall's still missing some window panes, but apart from that, it's finally complete. I checked up on the villager breeder and the kids were all grown up, but stuck in the minecart tunnel. I gave these guys some more bread and they immediately got straight to doing their thing. I obviously wasn't going to stick around for that, so I left as quickly as possible. I grabbed some glass panes and changed the white stained glass of my windmills just regular glass. I then finished off the windows of the trading hall and it's complete. I love how this build turned out even though it took an absolute ton of wood to make. I headed out to get some flowers and on the way saw this enderman just chilling in a tree, so I joined him. We had a great time, but then he said he left the oven on and teleported away. I picked a bunch of flowers, blew up some flowers and then returned home. I planted the flowers in the window box of the trading hall and also added some lanterns to light it up. Day 427, the trading hall was missing a door, so I added one. I also added these little gardens to either side. The breeder was finally seeing results. These kids are going to be great stonemasons. Don't tell them I said that though, they probably want to be astronauts or something. It was business as usual, farming the pumpkins and melons and then selling them. With that done, I started digging a tunnel to connect the new hall with the villager breeder. Day 428, I completed the tunnel and started laying rails. I wanted to start moving villagers over, but it was turning to night and none of them would take up a job. I could have slept, but I didn't want to waste any time. I decided to build a fountain, but first it's time for everyone's favourite, placing grass. I got a small part of the fountain done and then saw that it was almost dawn, so I jumped in bed. That way I could get rid of the phantoms for a couple of nights and not use up any more time than necessary sleeping. Day 429, I was still working on the fountain, but I didn't like how it turned out and ended up taking it all down. Now that it was daytime, I could begin my army of stonemasons. I love how this hall works. The villager walks over to their job, falls in the hole and it closes after them. The entire day I rode the minecart track back and forth, shuttling villagers over. It was pretty time consuming, so I wasn't able to get that many. I brewed some weakness potions because there was about to be a few infections in the trading hall. Not sure how I knew, I just had a feeling. Day 430, look at that! The villagers got infected! I have no idea how that happened, but don't worry guys, I'll help you out. When I said I was going to get this place overcrowded, this is what I meant. It was another day of moving villagers over to the hall and infections that had absolutely nothing to do with me. At night I decided to give the fountain another go. This baby zombie villager attacked me and there was something about the way he died that made me feel bad. I don't even know why. Day 431, the fountain was finished and it looks so much better than my first attempt. I wanted to start trading with the new stonemasons and one of their first trades is clay. My netherite shovel has silk touch, so I needed to use a different shovel in order to get the clay. After leveling up the stonemasons, it was clear they needed some more persuasion. 14 stone for 1 emerald is alright, but we can get much better. Guys, calm down, nothing's gonna happen. You're all zombies now, that's a shame. I finished off the day with some trading. Day 432, it was time to build a path up to the trading hall. It wasn't the usual path that I've been building around my base, I'm going for something grander. A nice paved road would really bring this area together. I was using a building tip I picked up recently. Instead of spamming the different blocks randomly, making small clusters of the different types makes a path blend together so much better. The stonemasons finished curing, but it was only 8 stone per emerald, so it was time for another round of voluntary discounts. I then peacefully built the path and also got set on fire, but we don't talk about that. I was getting attacked by phantoms again and it was nearly daytime, so I quickly rushed to bed. Day 433, I started adding these street lights along the road. I could have just placed torches, but this way it looks a lot better. A thunderstorm kicked up and it was the perfect opportunity to gather some mob heads. Then a skeleton horse trap spawned, so I had to fight them off. I could have taken the skeleton horses home, but I already had one, so I didn't see the point. They can live out their happy skeleton lives doing whatever skeleton horses do. Anyway, once I arrived at a good flat area, I could begin getting the heads. Just in case you don't know how it works, a creeper struck by lightning will turn into a charged creeper, and mobs blown up by a charged creeper drop their heads. I was able to get a second zombie head, but then the thunderstorm ended and it just became regular old rain. Day 434, I was flying over my base when I noticed these two trader llamas fighting each other. This llama not only killed his brethren, he literally tried to kill the wandering trader. I told him, hey, you stop that, that's not right, I have a better way. This llama clearly knew how to deal with wandering traders and I wanted to keep him. I'll think of a name for him later. I dug down because I was going to set up a mining beacon. Firstly because trading with the stonemasons regularly would burn through a lot of stone, and second because my resources were just non-existent at this point. I think I had about 20 iron ingots left and literally no redstone. Days 435 to 436 were spent carving out a massive amount of stone. I was pretty happy with all the ores that I got, although 12 diamond ore felt a little bit low for the amount of mining that I did. I must have sold thousands of pumpkins and melons at this point. And now for the best part of any mining trip, stacking up all the ores and mining them with a fortune pickaxe. I got a ton of redstone and lapis, but only 23 diamonds from 12 ores with fortune 3. Day 437 I headed into the nether to gather quartz, and I'll explain why in a minute. This bow shot was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I also gathered up blackstone, and you might be wondering, why is he doing this? You'll find out soon. I also AFK'd my gold farm for a bit, which was completely unrelated. I just wanted more gold because of all the golden apples I'd used curing the villagers. Day 438 I headed home and resupplied my golden apples. Now this is why I got all that quartz and blackstone. I had 2 of these beacon pedestal things around my base and wanted to build 2 more in order to form a square. First things first though, this beacon is actually misaligned. The distance from my first beacon to the tower entrance is 52 blocks, but this one's something like 44. Yay, phantoms! By day 439 I had cleared enough space and done a bit of terraforming so I could start rebuilding the pedestal. By the end of the day it was complete and I moved the beacon over. Day 440 I was marking out where the other 2 beacons would go. Both of them are going to take some time to add in because the terrain's really uneven. I made stupid amounts of money trading with the stonemasons. Turns out if you get turned into a zombie enough times, you think worthless rocks are very valuable. The money making didn't stop at the stonemasons either. I just went straight over to the farmers and made even more money. I found this baby zombie trying to get into the hall and oh, whoops. In order to make space for a beacon and also because it looks ugly, I need to completely clear this hill. One demolition project later and on day 441 there was no trace of the hill left. Want to know the best part? I then went and basically sold the hill to the stonemasons. Of course I did the usual trading with the farmers and crafted some more emerald blocks. I did some more terraforming and throughout the night built up the next beacon pedestal. I had a beacon just sat in my ender chest, so finally being able to put one to good use was a good feeling. Day 442 I headed into the nether to gather some warped wood because I needed some for the trapdoors on the beacon. When I returned I found a wandering trader and I was genuinely going to let him live, but then I saw him and his llamas head for my melon seeds and it was game over for this guy. Listen, I'm not having him crush a bunch of melon seeds. I added the trapdoors onto the beacon pedestal and then bought a bunch of name tags. In 400 days I asked people to comment what they wanted me to name the cats in the market, and here's a few of the names. We got Sebastian, we got Charlie, and we got Hisoka. I experimented with some podzol for the path instead of spruce planks and I think I prefer it. However, I don't have that much podzol and this whole path needs to be remade to be honest. I came up with the design in the original 100 days and it definitely could be blended together a lot better. I started gathering a bunch of materials because it was time to take on one of the most tedious farms in Minecraft. It was time to build a wither skull farm. Day 443, I swear this happens every video I make, but the audio is bugged and didn't record for a couple days. Not much happened anyway. I first went around shearing every sheep I could find because the wither skull farm I was going to build required a ton of carpet. I visited the turtles to gather up some turtle eggs. I'd stolen the walls of a house, now I stole the roofs of the market stalls because they were made of wool. One day I'll probably just steal the entire village. Day 444 was also another fairly uneventful day. I spent the whole day AFK in the creeper farm for gunpowder. Night fell and thankfully the audio is back. I had all the materials I needed and headed through the nether to find a suitable fortress. I found a good one back in 400 days, but I didn't screenshot the coordinates and I also don't have the footage on my PC anymore. So now I'm back to square one, blindly searching. I found a ruined portal with the worst loot I'd ever seen in my life, and then I found a treasure bastion. The method of just sitting on a roof with a bow worked perfectly. I found this guy taking a lava bath for some reason and then accidentally took one myself. The loot was decent and I made sure to grab the gold blocks on the back. Day 445 I used one of the best features that Optifine has, which is being able to turn off the nether fog. I don't know about you, but I think the nether looks so much cooler without the fog. I found yet another bastion and the loot was really average. Yeah, it was just average. My search for a fortress was finally rewarded with this one. It's definitely not perfect, but it's usable for sure. The ideal fortress is one that's in a lava lake as much as possible, with any nearby biomes being soul sand valleys. I need to swarm proof the entire fortress for the farm to work, and looking at the amount of slabs I brought is honestly hilarious. This wasn't even a quarter of the amount of slabs I would need. Days 445 to 446 are exactly what you'd expect, placing slabs with the sinking realization that I was running out very quickly. Day 447 I'd already run out of slabs and returned to the overworld to gather more. I wasn't too worried because I kept a shulker box in my ender chest with the supplies to build a max beacon, or at least I usually did, but I must have used some of the emerald blocks back at the base or something. So that means no haste 2, which means no instant mining, which means I'm going to have to spend a lot of time slowly collecting thousands of stone blocks. The whole day and night all I saw and heard was stone breaking. I went back to Nether on day 448 to start placing slabs again. The Wither Skull farm itself takes around half an hour to build, maybe even less if you're experienced with it. Spawn proofing an entire Nether fortress though, it takes hours. Day 449 was the exact same thing, slab after slab. Day 450, what's on the menu? Slabs. Yeah, this restaurant sucks. I ran out again, and as I was heading back to my portal, I found these pigs on holiday. I'm not going to be surprised if they get turned into bacon by the time the farm's finished. My pickaxe and elytra needed repairing, and I spotted a village nearby, so I stole all their food and sold it back to them. It's a simple spell, but quite unbreakable. Day 451 could be summed up in one word: pain. If I just left the emerald blocks in my ender chest as they were, I'd have gathered all the stone I needed in 10 minutes flat. But you're watching Mosey, not Mumbo Jumbo. I have a total of about 5 brain cells. Day 452, it was back to Slabland. I pushed this zombie piglin off the edge and at the time thought it was really funny. I think I was going slightly insane after placing so many slabs. But finally, on day 453, it was done. Every single block of the nether fortress was spawn proofed. I could finally start building the farm. It's another design from Logical Geek Boy. I'll leave a link in the description. These turtle legs behind trapdoors lure any blazes and zombie piglins to spawn into the cactus trap because otherwise they would just sit around the farm and take out the mob cap. Day 454, I was building the chute for the wither skeletons to fall down where I can safely finish them off with my sword. I needed a piglin for the farm to work, but I didn't have a name tag to stop him from despawning, so I headed onto another roof to go home. I had enough obsidian to make another portal, so all I had to do was fly to 0-0 and I'd pretty much be back at my base. It took way less time than I expected, and in no time there I was, back at home. As I edit this video, I really want to know why I didn't just do this when I didn't have enough emerald blocks for a full beacon. I could have fixed the problem in less than 10 minutes and saved myself all that time mining stone. Day 455, I did some trading as usual, got myself a name tag and also some more carpet. With that out of the way, I returned to the fortress and the pigs were still alive. How? There's literally fire everywhere. I got this piglin to chase me all the way to the farm and then trapped him. Have fun standing still forever. I placed down the carpet in a specific way in order to stop magma cubes from spawning, although I still didn't have enough. Day 456, I was testing the completed Wither Skull farm and wasn't getting any wither skeletons. I went to check on it and then this happened, which wasn't really what I had in mind. I was starting to lose hope, to be honest. After hours of work, was it all for nothing? Then I saw a comment on the tutorial saying to try turning the render distance as low as it would go. And then the skeletons started pouring in. It slowed down after a while and I checked up top. I probably should have replaced those carpets. So that was exactly what I did. I ran around shearing every sheep I could find. Your wall's mine, and yours and yours and yours. Day 457, after shearing every sheep in a 20-mile radius, I repaired the farm and spent a while grinding. I stayed there until I got 9 skulls, which didn't even take that long. After that, it was time to head home. Day 458, I arrived home and immediately went to bed IRL because it was 4 in the morning. I have a terrible sleeping schedule. Now that I'm awake again, let's continue. The whole day was spent just sorting out all the leftover stuff from the wither skeleton farm and random bits and pieces. Are you really surprised at what I did after? At night, I added these paving stone things to the road using some polished andesite and some stairs, but I wasn't sure if I liked them. Day 459, it was time to finally get the answer to a question I'd had for a long time. Could I take on 2 withers at once? Mate, listen, if you don't leave, you're gonna die. I did warn him. Not the worst wither fights in the world, but I did forget swiftness potions, which was a massive pain. I decided to keep the polished andesite in the road, but remove the stairs. Now that I had more beacons, I could add a 4th pedestal to my base. In order to do that though, I had to terraform this area, and on day 460 I did the classic thing where I placed grass for about 5 minutes and run out. Honestly, how do I even say anything entertaining about this? It's literally just a day of placing grass. Day 461, I'm doing something more interesting. I lied, I'm placing more grass. But I finally got it done and could start building. Day 462, the beacon square was finally complete and it's so satisfying to finally have it done. Also, I actually made sure my beacon shulker had enough for a max beacon. I never want to have to mine stone with haste 1 for a solid hour ever again. Talking of stone, these stonemasons had increased the price to 3 stone for an emerald. I'm the one that's supposed to be doing the scamming. I needed to brew more weakness potions, which gave me an idea. Why not have an automatic potion brewer? I used the Sumo Void's design from 7 years ago, but it still holds up today. I built 3 of them. One's going to be for weakness, 1 for strength, and 1 for swiftness. I began day 463 by setting up a temporary patch in Netherwall. Of course, I wasn't just going to leave the auto potion brewer as it was, it needed to be decorated. I decided to make a small store made with some dark oak, stone, and stone brick. Day 464, I was adding the roof and building a little extra part on top of the store where the owner would live. Day 465 is definitely making progress. I also did some really interesting stuff like having the game paused because I was making instant noodles. Day 466, I was adding the seating area to the store when a thunderstorm began. It was time to to collect more heads. Ah, there's children everywhere. I do kind of look like a porcupine, but I'm fine. By the end of the day, I had 2 zombie heads, 2 skeleton heads, and a creeper head. I had no idea what to do with them, so I just put them in the corridor leading to the throne room. I decided to check on the Verger breeder. What have I done? That wasn't me, I had nothing to do with this, and now I'm gonna leave. Day 467, I built some more of the road and added some more streetlights. I also sold the stonemasons a bunch of worthless rocks, and they gave me a bunch of valuable rocks. I started gathering materials for an auto pumpkin farm. Day 468, I had to gather more grass because the place where I wanted to build the pumpkin farm looked like a bomb site. A gang of pillagers showed up because they wanted some grass, and I said no, get your own grass. Now that I have bad omen, it was time to start a raid, but while searching for a village, I found this witch hut. It had a black cat in it, which is my favourite type, so of course I had to tame it. What you're about to see is the most annoying night of Minecraft I've ever had. I needed fish in order to tame the cat, so I killed some and then returned. Imagine trying to chase a black cat through a dark forest while mobs are constantly trying to kill you. For some reason, the cat wouldn't approach me even though I had fish. It was an extremely long and frustrating night. Then I realised that I'm a massive idiot and those fish I gathered were cooked fish, so of course the cat didn't want them. I had no clue why fire aspect works underwater because that literally makes 0 sense, but regardless I just needed to get some raw fish. Day 469 I got the fish with a trident instead of my sword and I could finally tame the cat. As you can see, I was pretty happy. I had a raid to do though, so I sat him down and promised to come back for it. I found a ruined portal during my search for a village and got some free gold blocks. Hey guys, you're all gonna die. And I nearly died as well, but we'll get onto that in a minute. The first few waves this raid were hilariously easy. The pillagers kept spawning on the other side of this river and they just stand there as I killed them all with my bow. Then night fell and things got bad. Really bad. I was on top of this house surrounded by every single raider. There are several evokers that kept spawning the Vex and I started taking a ton of damage. In order to escape, I put on my elytra and got absolutely demolished by the Vex. If I had taken even one more second here, I would have died. Of course, after being a literal second away from death, my heart rate was through the roof. I know it's a pretty cliche thing to say, but it was genuinely pounding. After clearing the raid, I found myself a new friend and we spent the night fighting monsters together. Day 470, I headed back home with my new wolf. It was the same story with the cat from earlier. I couldn't go out too far or he wouldn't teleport, so I had to keep stopping to let him catch up. I know I said I'd go and get the cat as well, and I will, but I couldn't quite remember where he was, so I decided to do it a little later. Once I was back home, I cashed in on my Hero of the Village status and made a mountain of emeralds. Day 471 was the same story. Many emeralds were scammed. Traded. I went and retrieved my cat and rode us home. Why are you in there? He stopped teleporting for some reason, so day 472 I had to use a lead. I had to do some more terraforming, but finally got it done and could start building the pumpkin farm. It's only going to be a pumpkin farm, not a pumpkin and melon farm, because my melon field is way bigger than my pumpkin one. Day 473 I was building the farm when a wandering trader started wandering around. I was going to let him live, but then he made that stupid noise one too many times and I did what needed to be done. With the collection system done, I can move on to the actual pumpkin farm. I don't know how to pronounce the name of the guy that made this farm, but his tutorial's linked down below in the description. By day 474 I was done, but of course, like the potion brewer, it needed decorating. I honestly had no clue how to make this thing look good, so I just started building around it to see if I get any ideas. Then I got one. I was going to turn this place into a mini castle, but what would be really cool was if I could add an auto sugarcane farm in the center. All of day 475 I was adding the first layer of the sugarcane farm. Day 476 I was still going, and then this happened. I think I died inside at this point. I had just washed away every single pumpkin stalk in the farm. I replanted them all and it was really annoying. We're going to skip ahead to day 478 because all I did was add more layers to the sugarcane farm. Now that the farm itself was done, I could add the small castle on top. I've been watching Gemini Tay's hardcore let's play and really like the design of her castle, so I decided to build something similar. Day 479 I built the roof of the first tower and I think it looks pretty good. I added a roof to the second tower and also detailed the underneath. Just leave me alone for 2 minutes. Day 480 I got all 4 roofs of the towers done and started making the central building. I chopped down a big spruce tree to get more wood and chopped down a lot of dark oak trees. Go away! Day 481 I'm still building and someone in the comments suggested last video that I tell a funny story, so here you go. Do you know anyone that sleeps at school? Because I used to be a godly school sleeper. Me and my friends used to hang out in a small corridor that led to a fire exit and the teacher would of course never come down it. This meant I could sleep in literally all my study periods without getting found out. I'd come to school and whenever I had a study period I'd just take a nap in the corridor. I even started bringing in a spare hoodie which I would use as a pillow. Enough about all the extra sleep I got at school though, because I pretty much finished the main area. Day 482 I'm really proud of how this castle turned out, being able to mix in farms with decoration. I made some money because I hadn't done that in a few days and went on a little naming spree. We have Atachi the wolf, Gengar the cat, and I was going to name the llama that tried to kill the wandering trader, but I think he despawned. I needed someone to take his place, so I dyed this sheep Cyan and gave him the name instead. There wasn't a shred of intelligence behind his eyes, but he'll figure things out. I put some windows in the castle and then put some arrows in these phantoms. I also added some detail to the side with this stone wall design and finished the detail on the rest of the towers. Day 483, the castle was almost complete. The final thing to do was some interior design, but I decided that could wait till later. I wanted a cartographer because for day 500 I wanted to take on a woodland mansion, and cartographers sell woodland explorer maps. I reconnected the minecart system to my first trading hall and sent this villager over. He immediately ran away and I don't blame him. I got my next willing volunteer, but it was night, so he didn't want a job. He's getting one anyway. After giving him the usual treatment, I had some time to kill, so while I waited for him to cure, I started work on the interior of the castle. It's pretty nice in here. There's a 4-poster bed, some bookshelves, a carpet, and a nice zombie head, which I named Fred. The slabs on most of the towers were out of place, so I spent the whole night fixing them. Day 485, the cartographer had cured and I bought the map that I needed. I also bought a bunch of regular maps because I wanted to make a huge map of my base. At the end of the day, I pieced all the maps together in the trading hall. These stonemasons were getting way ahead of themselves. 4 stone for an emerald? Unacceptable. Day 486, I set up a beacon and started mining. I wasn't interested in diamonds or anything like that, I wanted stone. If everything had gone to plan, the stonemasons would now buy 1 stone for 1 emerald, so I wanted a huge supply that I could sell off every day. I mined until my pickaxe was almost done for and then checked the stonemasons. And these fools had exactly what I wanted. You get some stone, and you get some stone. Everybody gets worthless stone. At night I found myself a new cat and I actually used raw fish this time. Day 487 and had about 4 hours of sleep, and as a result I tried to go down my bubble elevator. Every single one of my pets just stared at me, judging. After that I started building a wall around this area and I think it looks decent. Day 488 I'm selling the prisoners more rocks. Did I say prisoners? I don't think I did. Moral of the story is, well, there's no moral, but there's a lot of emerald blocks. I swear I've said the words melons and pumpkins way too many times in this video. At night I was adding the stone path to this area because in the future I want this place to be like some kind of courtyard. Day 488 I was doing the same thing. I also added some barrels to the castle for a bit of extra detail. Then I realized, how could I let the Emperor of the Underworld live with the other sheep? He needs somewhere to go, so now he has his own area where he can do what Emperors of the Underworld do, I guess. I started work building a new house. It's purely for decoration because at some point I want to build an entire medieval village. The next 3 days are just me building the house and then demolishing the entire thing because I didn't like how it looked. For someone who goes on about not wasting time, I definitely wasted a lot here. Day 493, I'm not wasting time because I've finally got a decent house design. I was going to go with the Tudor style using this diorite for the top half. Day 494, I was making good progress and gave this place a nice chimney. I made good progress on the interior, but I'm going to start the hunt for the woodland mansion on day 495, so I'd have to leave this place unfinished. Day 495, it was time to begin. I fixed up my bow, jumped in the nether and started flying. I was about 13k blocks out when I realized I'd been going in the wrong direction. Thanks to the nether, it only took me a few minutes to get back to where I started. Now it's time to start searching for the mansion. Day 496, I found this bastion and I couldn't resist the temptation to raid it. It had a pixel disc, but apart from that, nothing of any interest. After going 30,000 blocks out, I had finally closed in on the mansion. Now all I had to do was fly in the right direction, and my 5 brain cells actually all worked together. Now what else would a friendly visitor do except break a window and kill 3 of the inhabitants? The mansion was crawling with enemies, and I took a fair bit of damage fighting them. The last time I've been in one of these was probably around 5 years ago when I used to play on the Xbox 360 version, and there only ever used to be one evoker. This mansion had way more than one. For the amount of effort you have to go to finding the mansion, and considering how strong the enemies are, the loot is just really bad. I found myself a golden apple and a couple of anvils, but apart from that there was nothing. I did also check behind the Vindicator face made of wool because science has a secret room, but in this mansion there wasn't. Day 497 I left the mansion. I thought it would take me a lot longer to find, but actually only took around half an hour. This also happened while I was in the nether, and I didn't bother eating any golden apples because I had spare totems from the mansion. I just let my totem activate and equipped a new one. I had something even better planned for day 500, but I'll keep that a secret. For now I was just decorating the interior of the new building, which I decided was going to be a guild. Day 498 I named my new cat Sienna, and she's going to be the leader of the guild. She even has her own throne. I made a little sign with some iron swords and also added some sweetberry bushes for decoration. Day 499 I realized I still had 3 wither skulls left and decided to fight a wither. I had to spend a fair bit of time looking for a good place to spawn it because I'd wrecked most of the nearby land already. When you remember to bring a swiftness potion, the fight's pretty easy. When I got home I did the final bit of trading for day 500. Day 500, notice anything different? For the last day I'm going to be giving a tour around my base. I did one last video but it lasted about 30 seconds, so hopefully this one's more interesting. As I wandered along the winding roads of my base, my mind flashed back to all the times I nearly died in this world. But here I was, on day 500 of hardcore Minecraft. Back on the hardcore world for day 501. It was time for me to fix a problem that had been going on for hundreds of days. I had an Enderman XP farm, a gold farm, even a Wither Skull farm, but still no iron farm. My plans immediately went out the window when I found this stray cat. After taming it, I started heading up to build the farm. I spotted this skeleton horse and then got jumped by skeletons. For the rest of the night I built the farm. Day 502 I made a temporary staircase up to the farm because I needed to get 3 prisoners and a zombie into the cells. The tutorial called them villagers, but come on now. They're prisoners. I headed over to the breeder and said I was giving out freedom for free. Now begins what I like to call a solid half an hour of trauma. I built a minecart track up, but these guys clearly weren't going to make this easy. One ran off into my melon field and the others headed for the pumpkins. After some struggle, I got the first one into the farm. Day 503, I had to build this dirt bridge over to the farm because you can't place rails on grass path. Before long, the other 2 villagers have been successfully imprisoned. Now for the final part, a zombie. I found this one in leather armor who we're going to call Idiot. Idiot unfortunately had a very short life. I found his replacement, who I'll call, I don't know, Tyrone or something. Anyway, Tyrone tripped over and he fell in the hole, which means I now have a nearly complete iron farm. Day 504, I started building the spawning platform for the iron golems. This iron farm is by Wattles. I'll leave a link to his tutorial in the description below. With the platform done, I then worked on the killing chamber. The iron golems are going to fall in here, get killed by the lava, and then the iron ingots get sent to a chest. I know it looks really ugly right now, but I'll sort it out later. Day 505, I did some farming and then made a ton of money for my villagers. I also grew one of these huge spruce trees because I had a new project in mind. I wanted to decorate the iron farm by hiding it with a hot air balloon, and for that I would need wool. Do you see where this is going? I needed a wool farm. In return for their life savings, I gave the stone masons a bunch of rocks. I'm sure that's a fair deal. Day 506 began with me gathering cobblestone. 500 days into this hardcore world and here I am gathering cobble. I also hung out with this Enderman, that was pretty cool, and then this wandering trader showed up. I took a long look into those eyes of his and killed him. My pets were super happy about it. Because I never sleep and I had to take them out. Day 507, the farm was done and it was time to get the sheep. The entire day was spent finding sheep and getting them into position. I wouldn't get too attached to these guys because, spoiler alert, some of them die later. But we'll get to that. Day 508, I needed dark oak wood to decorate the wool farm, so I went out and committed mass deforestation. You know, like normal people. I was almost out of rockets, so I spent a while AFKing my creeper farm. I'm pretty sure I also wanted an excuse to go and make instant noodles. Day 509, I needed more wood, so it was back to chopping. With that out of the way, I could start decorating the wool farm. I swear, roofs are one of the most difficult things to get right. Day 510, I was happy with how the wool farm was coming along. But then I discovered something that really wasn't good. This section of the wool farm was off center, meaning I needed to move the whole thing forward by 1 block. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to move sheep exactly 1 block forward in this game, and here's some advice. You can't. Despite my efforts, they were all escaping. Yeah, I was kind of mad, but after a long night of pain, I was able to get the sheep that were still alive back in their places. However, I nearly went from just pain to straight up death. After this creeper popped my first totem, I realized there was another one lurking nearby. With no totem and a creeper nearby, I rushed into my trading hall, slammed the door, and grabbed my replacement totem. After that absolutely terrible morning, a wandering trader showed up, and he had Nautilus shells. I had the axe in my hand, ready to kill him. But I felt some kind of weird compassion for this guy. Maybe it was because I had come so close to death myself, but I just couldn't bring myself to strike him down. Yeah, those feelings lasted probably about 2 minutes. I worked on the wool farm for the rest of the night and had to deal with more phantoms. Day 512, the wool farm was making good progress. I built all through the day and night and was able to finish by day 513. I also added this little side area with some hay to make the build seem more natural. I also did some more trading like usual and started work on the interior of the farm. I then got the random urge to fight the Wither and headed to my Wither Skull farm. Day 514, I stayed at my Wither Skull farm until I got 6 heads. When I got back, it was already night and I wasted no time gathering wood. I wanted to complete the floor of the wool farm. Day 515, I finished the floor and I love how the wool farm turned out. I'm glad the villagers don't have freedom or brain cells because then they'd stop giving me 1 emerald per pumpkin. With the scamming done, I flew out to fight the Wither. But actually, I was going to fight 2 at the same time. I tried to do this in 500 days and one of them flew away, so I had to fight each of them separately. This time though, I'm making sure I fight them both at once. The fight began and I realized something. Fighting 2 of the strongest mob in the game at the same time is actually really dumb. Who would have guessed? My swiftness potion ran out, but I was able to take out one of the Withers. The final battle with the second was pretty rough, but eventually victory was mine. Day 516, I was extending the stone road that runs through my little town area. Not a whole lot to say, so let's move on to day 517, where I was trying out one of the most busted discoveries ever made in Minecraft. By enabling chunk borders, finding a clay patch, and going out 7 blocks in the positive Z direction, digging straight down will almost always result in diamonds. It definitely works in Java 1.16, but I don't think it does in the 1.17 update. I just gotta specify that at the time of recording this part of the video, 1.17 wasn't out yet, so I'm still on 1.16, but don't worry, we will get to 1.17 later. Day 518, I was still at it, and you know when you get a feeling something's about to happen? I had that feeling as I was digging down and swapped to my chest plate. It was a good job I did, because I almost immediately dropped into a cave full of creepers. I continued to mine diamond after diamond. Day 519, of course it's not a Mosey video if the audio isn't broken on at least one day. I decided it would be my last day of diamond mining before I started work on decorating the iron farm. Day 520, I returned home with more diamond ore than I'd ever held in my life. I stacked it all up in a massive pillar to mine it down. The audio is still broken though, and it's genuinely the most unsatisfying thing to not hear the XP noise as I mine the diamonds. I ended up with nearly 4 stacks, which is insane. I headed up to my iron farm because it was time to start decorating. The first thing I did was turn it off because I didn't want golems spawning before I'd finished building and spawn proofing. As I said earlier, this is going to be a hot air balloon that will completely encase the farm, which is good because leaving the iron farm as a floating blob in the sky would hurt my soul. Day 521 was just me building. I think it's starting to look balloony? Is that even a word? Probably not. Day 522, sometimes I look at the villagers and wonder what's going on behind their absolutely massive foreheads. I went about the day building the balloon. Little did I know this was going to be the worst Minecraft day I would ever experience. Although I can't show you the actual event happening because I tabbed out to open Discord, and when I went back to Minecraft the footage didn't record. But can you guess what's wrong from this image? I'd be surprised if you did, but you might notice I only have 2 god apples despite always carrying 3 on me. Notice how I'm standing next to a lava pit? I accidentally threw a god apple, one of the rarest items in the game, into a pit of lava. It's probably better that the whole thing wasn't recorded because I don't think any of us needs to witness that kind of pain. In case you're wondering how I even managed to throw it in fact probably all of you want to know, I have R as my drop item key, which is right next to E for my inventory. So one slip of my finger led to the worst mistake in my Minecraft career. Day 523, I knew I needed to finish the hot air balloon, but all I could think about was losing that apple. I knew there was only one way to fix it, and that was to find a new one. I began scouring the desert in search of temples. Ruined portals were also on the list, although they only have a 1 in 100 chance for a god apple. Day 524, I found this golem stuck in a cactus and watched as his health slowly depleted. But then he looked me right in the eyes and I couldn't let him die. I also got massively conned by this temple because it had a regular golden apple, just not an enchanted one. Day 525 was just me trying to find a new desert. I found this shipwreck fully above land, which looked awesome. I found this temple with a golden apple in chest 1. Chest 2 was the same. Chest 3 did not disappoint. And chest 4. Well, let's just say the TNT in the temples is there for a reason. Day 526 is another day of searching temples and another day without a 3rd god apple. At this point I had gone through at least 20 temples. Day 527 I wasn't giving up. I found this temple and finally I found nothing. I take back what I just said because I gave up. I almost immediately found a bastion though, and bastion chests also have a chance to spawn a god apple. Unfortunately, it didn't have what I wanted. I found another soon after and killed every pigden I could find. I guess they hate fruit or something, because this bastion didn't have a god apple either. Day 528, I found a 3rd bastion, and I'm sure we've all heard the saying, the 3rd time's the charm. Yeah, whoever came up with that was a pathological liar. I had to return to the overworld because things weren't looking good for me. 13,000 blocks out and I've run out of rockets. I still had spare gunpowder from all the temples I've raided, so all I needed was to find sugarcane. Luckily I managed to find some and was back on my way. I found another bastion. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. Surprise, surprise, no god apple. Bastion number 5, do I even need to say anything at this point? Nothing of value. Day 529, I finally arrived home. I organised all the loot for my journey into a shulker and honestly, I'm happy with it. Even though I lost a god apple, all this stuff does kind of make up for it. I then made sure my rocket shulker was fully stacked with spare paper because I never want to repeat the whole sugarcane incident. Now that my adventure was over, it was back to work on the hot air balloon. Day 530 is a whole day of placing wool. Would it have been smarter to just build the balloon from the bottom up instead of building the top first? Yeah, but I don't think of good ideas immediately. I do a bunch of dumb stuff and then realise what I should have done. Day 531, finally the balloon is starting to take shape. By the time night fell, I was done and I felt like making money. I didn't scam my villagers because I would never do that. I then chopped down a big spruce tree because I needed wood to build the basket of the hot air balloon. Day 532, I built the basket of the balloon using a mix of stripped spruce logs and spruce planks. Day 533, I used a campfire to create the effect of the fire inflating the balloon. I think it really brings the build together. With that done, I had to spawn proof the inside of the balloon because otherwise the iron golems wouldn't spawn in the right place and the farm would break. I also needed to spawn proof the outside of the balloon, but I used carpet instead because using buttons would look awful. I had to move the lava pool forward a block because the basket was blocking the golems from falling to their fiery demise. Day 534, there it is, a fully working and decorated iron farm. I had several stacks of TNT after raiding literally every desert temple the Egyptians had ever built and decided to go mining for ancient debris. Day 535, usually my luck with ancient debris is terrible, but after the explosions were done I had 18 pieces. As I was heading back I found this bastion, but there was a suspicious lack of piglins. Then I found the quickest way to instantly die. No god apple, but an efficiency 5 diamond pickaxe is always nice. I also made sure to grab the hidden gold stash. As I headed home, I spotted the iron golem I nearly pushed into lava in 500 days. I decided he might as well stick around. Day 536, I went around harvesting my melons and fixing the field. I have to do this every 50 days or so because over time mobs trample the stalks. I then flew out in search of a desert. I found my enderman mate again and hung out with him for a bit. After ages of flying around, I finally found a desert and began tearing it apart. Day 537, I had a full shulker box of sand and was ready to return home. I found a temple, but of course it didn't have a god apple. A quick trip through the nether brought me back to the base. I bought some glass from my librarians and then flew out to the ocean. The reason I gathered all that sand earlier was because I'm going to be draining an ocean monument. It may or may not have taken me the entire night to actually find the monument I wanted, but let's not talk about that. Day 538, I started marking out a circle around the monument. The guardians were already starting to annoy me, but they didn't drive me insane. At least, not yet. I worked on the circle throughout the night and was able to get half of it done by day 539. I kept building and ended up having to carve through this iceberg to make space for the circle. Also phantoms. Gotta love phantoms. With the circle complete, I now had to drop sand around the entire thing. Day 540, I'm holding right click and watching sand fall. It's literally even less fun than it sounds. Does it count as illegal fishing if I killed all the fish with a trident? Day 541. Sand. I ran out of sand and then realized there was a desert literally right next to the monument, so I began destroying the entire ecosystem. I tricked the skeleton into shooting a creeper and got myself a music disc. After finding an entire crypt's worth of skeletons, I realized it was the perfect chance to get more discs. Sure enough, these guys killed creeper after creeper, and by day 542 I had an extra 3 discs in my collection. These pillagers showed up and demanded that I give them the discs. No, these are limited edition. Because of all the time I spent last night not gathering sand, I had to spend the day actually doing that. I returned to the monument and now the fun's over. It's back to Sand Placing Simulator. Day 543, I'm playing Sand Placing Simulator, the sequel. Day 544, it was a pretty long battle, but I beat Sand Placing Simulator and took a pretty cool screenshot. I flew home to get something and then realized I never actually got rid of Bad Omen. I changed my beacon to Resistance 2 and then experienced the biggest power trip of my life. With Resistance, Strength and Regen, I was basically unkillable and absolutely tore through the raiders. Day 545, my killing spree came to an end because I couldn't find the last raider of this wave. I tried grabbing a bell and ringing it because that reveals the location of raiders if they're close enough, but this guy must have played way too much hide and seek as a kid. I accused this wandering trader of treason, but unfortunately he wasn't the final raider. I decided to give up for the time being because the 1.17 update finally dropped, bringing a ton of new features and blocks. I immediately went out in search of an axolotl. I ended up finding 2 of them and took them back home. I have great plans for these guys. Day 546, I set the axolotls free by the Ocean Monument area. This one's called 10 Tails, Destroyer of Worlds, and this one's called Morris. If there was a fight, I reckon Morris would win. Anyway, my plan for these guys was that hopefully they would keep the Guardians under control because axolotls actively hunt Guardians. Also, I needed sand, so I was back to destroying the desert. With the circle of the monument outlined, I now had to create trenches using walls of sand and then drain the trenches with sponge. Day 547, I went through my nether portal and almost ended up in the ether instead. After reloading the world to fix the bug, I began placing all my sponge. Most people already know this, but if you place a wet sponge in the nether, it instantly dries out. With my freshly dried sponge, I drained the first part of the ocean monument. With that done, I now had to extend the trench forward and take down the old wall. Day 548, Sand Placing Simulator returns with an insane new game. There's even more sand placing than the last one. 5 out of 5 would definitely recommend. At night I played the spin-off game, Sand Shoveling Simulator. Day 549 I started draining the trench. I have no idea why my game's so broken, but it's really annoying. I got another nether bug and then when I returned to the overworld the game refused to load more than 2 chunks. I can't decide which part of draining the monument is the worst. Placing the sand is boring, placing the sponge is boring, and trying to jump around gathering up wet sponges makes me want to bang my head on a wall. Anyway, by the end of the day I was able to take down the first sand wall, expanding the dry area of the ocean monument. Day 550, more placing sand. I might as well explain what my plans are for the monument. I want to turn this place into some kind of fantasy forest with some custom trees and mushrooms along with tons of flowers and wildlife. In terms of the monument itself, it is going to have a functional purpose. I'm going to turn it into a guardian farm. By day 551, I drained another section of the monument. I've made progress, but it's painfully slow. We're going to skip ahead to day 552. I headed back to my base for something and realized the raid from earlier was still active. I decided I'd try again to find the final raider, and I actually managed to discover the guy. I don't know why he's in a mineshaft, but he died in the mineshaft, so no one cares. The raid continued as normal, although things nearly went wrong when I fought this Ravager head on. I ended up getting down to 3 hearts, but completed the raid. Day 553, I did do some trading with the villagers, but just the usual trades. I wasn't too bothered about my hero or the village status. I headed into the nether because I wanted to find the new deep slate that generates underground. The reason I'm in the nether is because I needed to go far out to load new chunks that I hadn't been to 1.16, because of course 1.16 chunks don't have any deep slate. I arrived in a cave which was perfect and immediately mined as much deep slate as I could carry. I also saw that this cave had tons of emerald ore, which is awesome. When I headed into the nether, the game broke again, which is great. Day 554, I found this bastion and also found out that the piglins were also broken. Usually when you attack a piglin in a bastion, every single one in there turns hostile. But for this bastion, barely any of them got mad as I executed them one by one. No god apple, but a silk touch diamond pickaxe is cool. Day 555, I arrived back home and pilled up with all the ores I've mined. I love that you can use fortune on iron and gold now. I then made a very unfortunate discovery. Pure deep slate can't be used to make deep slate bricks. You need cobbled deep slate. In my opinion, that makes 0 sense, seeing as cobblestone can't be used to make stone bricks, but whatever. We're talking about a game with pig monsters and golden apples. I placed down all the deep slate in my throne room and then mined it all again, this time without silk touch. Day 556, you might be wondering why I've been gathering up all this deep slate. I wanted to make 4 new beacon pedestals. I've seen comments asking for me to make full beacons of iron, gold and diamond, and for the sake of symmetry I'll add another emerald one. I spent the whole day marking out where each of them would go. Day 557, I bought some glazed terracotta from my stonemasons to represent each type of beacon. I then discovered that the most annoying thing in Minecraft isn't creepers or losing a god apple to lava. It's trying to line up this stupid terracotta in the right pattern. Anyway, day 558, I finished the first pedestal. I love the new deep slate bricks and tiles. They're not as light as regular stone bricks, but not as dark as blackstone either. I had plenty of gold from robbing every single bastion I ever come across and was able to build a max gold beacon. I also added a yellow stained glass paint to make the beacon beam match with the gold. Day 559, I had to smelt some light blue terracotta because my stonemasons didn't sell it. This one's of course going to be the diamond beacon, although I unfortunately don't have enough diamonds to make a maxed one. I ran out of deep slate and needed to get more. The nether broke again, surprise surprise, and then I found a bastion. Nothing good, moving on. I found another bastion and it's honestly so weird just being able to casually kill off the brutes and watch the other piglins go about their day as normal. The one thing I had found from raiding the bastions was a bunch of diamond shovels. When I arrived back in the overworld, I found a shipwreck that had moss blocks, so I was super happy. Day 560, I mined a bunch of deep slate with the right pickaxe this time. As I was heading back to the nether, I smacked this guy's fireballs straight back. When I arrived back home on day 561, I organised my music disc collection. I then finished off the pedestal for the diamond beacon. Unfortunately, I don't have anywhere near the amount of diamond blocks needed to make a max beacon. I AFK'd my creeper farm for the rest of the night, bringing us up to day 562. With a fresh supply of rockets, I returned to the ocean monument. Well, actually I had to go gather more sand, but I'm back to working on the monument. Day 563, I'm cooking fried sponge for the main course. Anyone interested? I gotta be honest, draining an ocean monument is one of the most tedious things I've ever done. If you're thinking about doing it, just watch YouTube or listen to music while you do, because you're gonna get bored very quickly. Day 564 is same old, same old. I'm going to take a moment to shamelessly promote my Discord server, which you should come join. You might even get to see some sneak peeks of videos, so if you're interested, the link is in the description and pinned in the comments. Day 565, I made up my mind that gathering up the wet sponges is the worst part of draining a monument. They're scattered everywhere and you have to pillar up so many times to get them all. On the bright side, progress is definitely being made and I've drained enough water that the monument itself is starting to appear. I also demolished an Arctic habitat, but everything's fine. Day 566 to 567 are me draining the monument, so we'll skip ahead to day 568 where I headed back to my base. I brewed some potions of water breathing and night vision because I had an idea. If there was any way to speed up draining the ocean monument, it would be by having more sponge. I set out in search of a new monument to raid. I found this amethyst geode and all I ever think about when mining amethyst is that it sounds like the song Waterfall from Undertale. Day 569, I found a desert, and you can probably tell where this is going. Despite it being a special day, the loot was anything but special. Day 570, I finally found what I was looking for. Although I was actually able to get inside and steal all the gold before mining fatigue, so technically I'd already cleared the monument. But I wasn't here for gold, I was here for sponge, so I changed the Elder Guardians from an endangered species to extinct. I still had mining fatigue, so I flew out to find a cow, but ended up not finding one. I flew back to the monument and got the biggest jump scare of my life when the Elder Guardians I just killed were back from the dead. Also, I was playing the game at 4 AM, so my mind was kind of already fried. It didn't take me long to put 2 and 2 together and realize I was at the wrong monument. After finding the original monument, I cleared out its single sponge room. Yeah, I flew out 15,000 blocks for sponge. This was worth it. Day 571, I of course went and annihilated the Elder Guardians in the second ocean monument. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time. These guys never clean anything, so they had no sponge. I made another portal to go home, and I actually didn't raid any bastions. Did you really believe what I just said? This bastion was fairly average, but then I found a treasure bastion. Honestly, this chest was pretty good. It had almost full diamond armor. But still no god apple. Why, Mojang? Why? Day 572. Oh, hey man. You having a good day? Yeah, same. I think I might have too many pigset discs, but I'm not too sure. I did a bunch of trading and also fixed both of my elytras and then headed back to the ocean monument. Day 573, I was able to finish draining the next trench and push the sand wall back even further. The phantoms were annoying me even more the usual night, so I smoked them with the power of Zeus. Day 574, I'm placing sand. Wow, interesting. Day 575, I was draining water. For those of you interested in draining an ocean monument, I have some advice. Don't. We're going to skip ahead to day 580 because I can sum up what I did in those 5 days with a few words. Place sand, place sponge, kill the stupid annoying guardians that I hate, and dry the sponge. I headed back to my base because I really wanted a break from draining the monument. I did some villager scamming, trading, forget that, and decided it was time to decorate the lava pit that the iron golems fall into. Also, did you know you can put stone bricks in a furnace to make cracked stone bricks? Like, I genuinely never knew that. My idea was to build a small ruin around the lava to hide it from view. Day 581, I used some of the new moss blocks to give the ruin a more overgrown vibe. I also used some leaves and vines to bring it to life, and I think it came out well. I decided that my next project would be to get a beacon pedestal built here. I had to take down my old bamboo farm, and with that gone, there's no trace of any of the original builds I made in the first 100 days video. Day 582, the terrain here was less than ideal, so I had to do some terraforming. By the end of the day, I was done and I could begin work on the pedestal. This one's going to be for the emerald beacon. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I had an entire family of phantoms spawn on me, extended cousins and all. Day 583, I realized this zombie had taken it upon himself to infect every villager in this hall. I appreciate the effort, but I've done that 3 times already. I was able to finish the pedestal by the end of the day. I've done this a lot, but it never gets old building a max beacon. I also turned off the one in my tower for now because it ruins the symmetry of the other beacons. I also nearly ruined the symmetry of my legs by crashing into the floor, but we'll forget that happened. I spent day 584 terraforming this side of the hill. The new beacon was right in the way of the path, so I had to extend this area out to compensate. I think I did a pretty decent job. I tore up the old path and decided to try a different style. In this case, it was just a simple grass path with some coarse dirt thrown in to add some texture. If I'm honest, I like it a lot more than the mess I have currently. I also wanted to try building a new custom tree, so I went out to gather some oak wood. This skeleton jumped into the nether to escape this wolf, but the wolf didn't care. He just went straight through after his prey. I quickly followed through and tried my best to block the skeleton off so the wolf could take him down. I had to tame this guy. I mean, he jumped into hell to kill a skeleton. He's already my favorite wolf. Day 585, I already knew what I was going to name my new friend. I also realized I needed a name for the cat I tamed at the start of the video, so I named him Banks. As for the wolf, the perfect name was Natsu. I spent most of the day committing my usual acts of deforestation. I know I've complained every time I built one of these, but I hate building custom trees. I just can't get the shape to look natural. All of day 586, I worked on the tree, and by night I was finished. I don't really like it that much. It looks more like a green mushroom than a tree, but I'll leave it. I had to address a problem I've been putting off for a while, which is building a max iron beacon. The place where the beacon needed to go was in a really awkward spot because it was wedged up against this hill. I had 2 options, either extend the hill to fit the beacon or just demolish the hill. Day 587, I picked the much better option. After using all my TNT up, the hill still wasn't flat enough, so I had to resort to using my pickaxe. I can't wait to sell all this worthless stone to the stonemasons. No, I'm not running a pyramid scheme. Day 588, what was once a hill was now more of a bump. With enough space to work on the beacon, I started building. Day 589, thanks to my iron farm, I had almost enough iron to max out this beacon. I might swap the places of the iron and diamond beacons because this hill would be the perfect place to display the much cooler diamond beacon. Talking of a diamond beacon, I decided it was time to get more diamonds. I could get them honorably, but you know me. I'm doing the clay patch method. The reason I could still do this despite being on 1.17 was because these chunks were generated in 1.16, so all the old diamonds are still there. I also picked up any iron I found because my iron beacon wasn't fully complete. Day 590, still mining diamonds. And falling in lava, gotta love that. Day 591, still mining those delicious slushy coloured ores. Day 592, I returned home and made the usual pillars. From 110 diamond ore, I got 234 diamonds, which I was super happy with. After adding the blocks onto my beacon, I'm about a third of the way towards a max diamond beacon. I farmed my melons and took the pumpkins out of my auto pumpkin farm before making a ton of money off my villagers. As I headed over to finish my iron beacon, I spotted this zombie villager. I could have killed him on the spot, but I've done a lot of bad things. Maybe it's time to do something good. Anyway, after my mini redemption arc, I completed the iron beacon. Day 593, I came up with an idea that would hopefully make draining the ocean monument so much easier. Instead of having to go around collecting all the sponge after removing all the water, why not get a pair of Frostwalker boots and just walk on the water as I went? Before everyone in the comments gets mad, I'd never used Frostwalker before and thought it was a lot better than it actually was. But we'll get onto that in a minute. After dumping 85 levels into these boots, I had a maxed out pair. I then did some trading because I immediately wanted to be back at level 100 and then head out to the ocean monument. Before I used my new water walking powers, I set up a max beacon with jump boost 2, which would hopefully make my life a lot easier. Get ready everyone, because I did something so insane, so unique, yeah, I just shoveled sand all night. Day 594, I used all that sand to split this trench in half. I made it way too big and as a result it was really annoying to drain. Then I ran out of sand. Already back here, this is fun. Day 595, the trench was finished and I had the sinking realization that the boots I just spent 85 levels on were a complete waste. Frostwalker only freezes the level of water that you're standing on, and because the water height is all over the place when I drain the trenches, the enchantment is basically useless. I always go for Depth Strider anyway, but rest assured I will never be using Frostwalker again. The only good thing that happened that day was that I moved the sand wall back a bit more. Day 596, I'm sure you can tell, but I'm not going to have the ocean monument fully drained by day 600. However, I was sure that I could at least get to halfway in time for the final day. Day 597, I'm placing sand. Day 598, I'm placing sponge. Day 599, wow, this is really boring. If you're still watching, thanks, because there's probably only about 2 of you still here. Anyway, day 600. I started off by nearly having my lifespan considerably shortened by these guardians. I can't wait until I finish draining the monument and build a farm where they all endlessly die. Oh, me? No, I'm not insane. I drained the monument as fast as I could. The night had fallen and I still hadn't taken down the sand wall. So yeah, we're on day 601, which feels illegal to be honest, but I just couldn't let the video end without finishing this final segment. So here I am on day 601. With the monument over half complete. I promise I'll get this place finished in 700 days, but to end this video I can safely say that I survived 600 days in hardcore Minecraft. We pick up where we left off on day 601. I've been draining my ocean monument for a while and decided it was time to take a break with a small side project. I was nearly out of rockets though, so this video starts off with me AFKing my creeper farm. After that Oscar-worthy performance, I demolished the skeleton and started flying through the nether. I wanted to gather some of the new calcite block, but because my world was generated before 1.17, I needed to find some new chunks. Day 602 I found a bastion and then I found some bacon. I stole the gold pile and then found a chest that was absolutely worthless. Once I was out far enough to definitely be in new territory, I headed to the overworld, and my game broke. After reloading my world, I began searching for geodes. They're really easy to find if you search in the ocean because they usually generate partly outside the seafloor. I was going to need a lot of calcite for the project I had in mind. What am I going to build? That's a secret. Day 603, I made another portal to head back and my game really hates me or something. I was pretty sure it was my Optifine causing the issue, and after switching to the default Minecraft version my game worked fine. Not having Optifine is pretty painful for several reasons, the first being that you can't turn off the nether fog. Hey, a bastion, let's hope it has something good in it. Why am I not surprised? The next bastion I found wasn't much better. I had a disagreement with some piglin brutes in the third bastion, but they're dead, so I win the argument. Things didn't go to plan in the fourth one when I gate crashed a party. Oh, so you didn't invite me? That's fine, because I'm inviting myself. Day 604, I finally arrived back home. I farmed my melons and then began the usual villager scamming. Is it illegal to make them pay 1 emerald per melon? Probably. I went over to my stonemasons to scan them too, but the workers had formed a union. For some reason their trades were completely reset, so instead of 1 stone per emerald it was 15. Then they all mysteriously came down with a case of the flu. I needed to craft concrete, so I gathered up a bunch of sand. Day 605 I stacked up the concrete powder and then forgot that I wasn't wearing an elytra. I visited the stonemasons and they were beginning to revert to their old ways. But 8 stone for an emerald is still way too fair. I'm trying to scam, not trade. Also, I'd like to point out that my zombie is literally useless. Half the time he just forgets to infect the villagers. I mined all the concrete and began working on the build. Some of you might be familiar with the cat I tamed on day 1 of this hardcore world. Her name's Moon and I think she deserves her own special building, specifically a church. Day 606, the villagers were so close to the right price. 2 stone for an emerald is good, but we can do better. I found this random villager outside and he said he'd heard screaming from the trading hall. For the rest of the day I worked on the church. I'm going to be using a mix of calcite and diorite for the walls. Some phantoms tried to steal my wallet, which was a mistake. Day 607 I found a skeleton horse trap and all 4 survived the battle. My stable's full though, so welcome to your new hole. Also, my game was running like a wet potato without Optifine, so I decided to reinstall it and see if it would fix the nether bug. And it actually did. Yeah, I was pretty happy about it. For the rest of the day I worked on the church. I checked the stonemasons and they'd increased their prices again. Day 608, these guys think their trade union is gonna win. They're wrong. I crafted up a ton of golden apples because curing the stonemasons was burning through my supply alarmingly fast. I did some deforestation stuff, but I grew the trees myself, so it doesn't count. For the rest of the night I worked on the church. Day 609, literally nothing had changed with the stonemasons. They were definitely in this for the long haul. I've survived 600 days in hardcore. You'll never break my spirit. This wandering trader showed up and unfortunately looked through the window of the trading hall. Oi, no witnesses. I started work on the roof of the church using amethyst blocks. Day 610, I cured the stonemasons for the 10 billionth time and then went to trade with my farmers. Thankfully, they're as dumb as ever. I headed into the nether because I'd already run out of amethyst, so once again I needed to find new chunks in order to find geodes. With a night vision potion, finding them was insanely easy. Day 611, I returned home and checked the stonemasons. Their prices were getting lower, but I was honestly kind of sick of them at this point. For the entire day and night I worked on the church and I'm loving the look of the amethyst roof. Day 612 was more building and curing and getting attacked by phantoms because they're the worst mob in the game. To make matters worse, on day 613 the stonemasons were back to their old trades. I decided I'd keep 3 in case I ever needed to buy bricks or terracotta, but the rest, well, you'll see in a second. I spent the day putting the final touches on the exterior of the church. Fun isn't something one considers when balancing the universe, but this does put a smile on my face. I crafted a bunch of different colours of glass panes because I wanted to add a stained glass window to the church. Day 614, that was exactly what I did. Of course I couldn't just leave the church barren, I had to decorate it. I wanted to build the floor out of quartz, so I was starting to regret killing all the stonemasons who would have happily sold me quartz. Day 650, bro. Only I'm allowed to visit the prisoners, go away. For the interior of the church, I decided to add some archways to make it seem like they were supporting the roof. Day 616, I finished off the interior of the church and then AFK'd my creepy farm for a bit. Was I also looking for an excuse to make instant noodles? Yes. Yes, I was. I wanted to craft a book and quill, but I needed a feather, so I was on the hunt for a chicken. Cheers. I then wrote a really inspiring book. There were a few dark spots in the church, so I added some sea lanterns and then covered them with carpet. Day 617, the final thing the Church of Moon needed was Moon herself. I also came up with a banner for the church and placed a few at the entrance. With the church project finished, I began doing something I should have done ages ago. I needed to reorganize my storage system. I had the most random stuff, like why would I ever need individual chests for each type of workstation? By the night of day 618, my storage was much better organized and I went out to farm melons. Guess who's stuck in a hole? I did some trading with my farmers, and after the whole stonemason thing, I'm very grateful they haven't betrayed me. Day 619, I wanted to make some progress on my diamond beacon, so I headed out to the nearby swamp in order to do the clay patch method. You have your chunk borders on by pressing F3 and G, you count out 7 blocks from a clay patch in the positive Z direction, and then you dig straight down. It's not guaranteed, but you will find diamonds almost all the time. For all of day 619 and 620, I was finding diamonds left and right. I found a mine shaft on day 621 and decided to explore. I found some glowberries, which I was really happy with, but unfortunately no god apple. Day 622, I'm on fire. I was also on fire in real life because the UK weather decided to try and copy the Sahara Desert. I returned home on the night of day 623 and towered up with almost 3 stacks of diamond ore. After mining it all down with my fortune pickaxe, I can't be bothered to do the maths, a lot of diamonds. Day 624, I added all my new diamond blocks to my beacon and it's about 70% complete. I grabbed all my spare sand because it was time to play a game that some of you might be familiar with. It's known by the name of Sand Placing Simulator, and it's by far the worst game ever created. Day 625, the sand wall was finished and I could start getting rid of the water. Several comments on 600 days suggested that I pick up the sponge as I drain the water instead of picking it all up at the end. I just want to say that you guys deserve some kind of international award because it worked so much better than my way. I needed torches and didn't want to head back home, so I had to go mining for coal. Day 626, I took down the sand wall and now it's back to Sand Placing Simulator. At night I got attacked by phantoms and absolutely finessed this poor guy. We're getting a replay on that. It's literally my proudest achievement. Day 627, the Guardians were being annoying as per usual when this axolotl showed up to help me. Then the unthinkable happened. As I rushed in to avenge him, I spotted what was probably his child. I couldn't let another innocent axolotl die to the merciless Guardians and tried to save it with a bucket. But the unthinkable happened. I stood atop my beacon and swore that I would never forgive the Guardians for what they'd done. Right, hero speech over, back to sand now. Day 628, I drained the next trench. We'll skip ahead to day 630 because for the next 2 days I just drained the monument. I had to demolish an Arctic habitat in order to continue draining, and hearing ice break is so satisfying for some reason. Day 631, I'm clearly making progress on the monument, it's just extremely tedious. Day 632, we got some more sand. Day 633, it was an emotional goodbye to this next sand wall. Day 634, I had to kick this iceberg off the property. I'm not damaging the environment, I'm just repurposing it. Oh, that is definitely not going to hold up in court. Day 635, I checked my stats and I have placed over 35,000 sand. Sand Placing Simulator is a brutal game. Day 636, I drained yet another trench, and before I knew it, I had almost fully drained the monument. After 3 more days of constant work, here we are on day 639 with a fully drained ocean monument. A project I started almost 100 Minecraft days ago is finally not complete. I still have to drain the monument itself, plus actually decorate it. Draining the monument itself is going to be a massive pain, but if it makes the Guardians suffer, then I'll happily do it. Day 640, I was still draining the monument. The central room was going to be hard to drain because it was absolutely rammed with Guardians. I swam in and ended up taking heavy damage. Day 641, I finished draining the monument and just listened to the Guardians dying. It's beautiful. As I said, I'm never forgiving what they did to that baby axolotl. After drying out my sponge, we're up to day 642 and the ocean draining nightmare still isn't over. I still had the entire underneath of the monument to drain. My advice for draining an ocean monument is that if you hate yourself, I guarantee you'll hate yourself more if you drain one. I headed back to my base because my tools were running low on durability, but instead of flying back, I started digging a tunnel through the nether. I've missed you, my favourite prisoners. Day 643, I went around checking up on my farms, and one problem with decorating your iron farm is that it breaks. All the time. I'm not gonna lie though, it's really fun pushing the golems off into the lava. I did some more highly profitable trading and then headed back into the nether. I got into a really bad situation with this lava but managed to dry it all up. I returned to draining the monument and heard monster noises. This cave was literally crawling with enemies. I tricked the skeleton into shooting a creeper and got myself another music disc. As well as that, I was working hard on getting rid of every single drop of water in this monument. Day 644, water. Wow. Day 645, I was removing the final section of water when I noticed this axolotl. You didn't think I was just gonna leave him, did you? With all the water gone, I can finally say that I drained an ocean monument. It's been a long journey to get to this point, but I'm so glad I've reached this milestone. And with that said, I'm going home to do something more interesting. I needed a lot of glass in order to build a ring around the monument, so I decided to build a super smelter. I spent all of day 646 digging out a space for the super smelter and struggling because I somehow can't make a circle line up. Day 647 I had all the issues sorted and was ready to start building. I had to go up and assassinate this iron golem and decided I would retire as a hitman. I added some extra blocks to the farm which should hopefully stop the golems from escaping. With that out of the way, I started work on my super smelter, and these things use so many hoppers. My plan was to build one on each side of the room and then connect them together. Day 648 I had the smelters complete and now needed to decorate everything. I tried some dark prismarine and blackstone which looked terrible, and then tried dark oak and blackstone which looked alright but not what I had in mind. I then tried polished basalt and blackstone and it was perfect. Day 649 I was still building using a mix of blackstone bricks and regular blackstone for texture. Day 650 I also built these gold chandeliers and I love how they turned out. I used some gilded blackstone for the floor along with some more gold patterns and a few shroom lights. I grabbed my leftover sand from the ocean monument and put my new smelter to the test. Day 651 I was going to need as much fuel as I could get my hands on, so I pillared up with with all the spare coal ore I had and then mined it all down. Even with the smelter, it was still going to take a while to get all the glass, so in the meantime I decided to get myself some new workers. Alright, so who wants a job? Oi, why are you all sleeping? For some reason the prisoners weren't interested in the new careers I had to offer, so I chopped down a tree instead. I built this little crate using signs and campfires, and on day 652 started expanding the stone road all the way up to the trading hall. I added some barrels and started work on a nice market stall. Had I completely forgotten about the villagers? Yeah, but you know what? This view on day 653 is pretty cool. I was going to get an entire new set of farmers because the pumpkin and melon trades are basically the best in the game. I complained to Moon about my struggles and she told me death for the villagers was always an option. Seems like we both have a similar way of thinking. I'd run out of fermented spider eyes to brew miracle juice for the villagers, so I needed to go and gather brown mushrooms. So here I am, picking mushrooms on the bedrock roof of the nether. Minecraft makes 0 sense. My gold farm was nearby and I decided to AFK it for a bit. While I'm AFK, I might as well mention my Discord server. If you want to see some sneak peeks and behind the scenes of my videos as well as hanging out with the community, the link is in the description. I returned home on day 654 and made my usual profits. It doesn't matter how many times you've done it, crafting emerald blocks is always satisfying. I then did some more really interesting AFKing, this time with my creeper farm. Now that I had my weakness potion supply back up, it was business as usual. Don't worry, I'm not trained and I'm definitely not a professional, but you'll be fine. Day 655 I was getting some more willing volunteers. It was all going well until this guy decided he wanted freedom instead. After an intense wrestling match, I told him there were 3 emeralds in the hole and he jumped right in. Now that I had all these new farmers, I needed to level them up, which meant I needed to farm wheat for once. These crops haven't been harvested for a solid 300 days, so they probably smell, like, really bad. I sold the farmers a bunch of stinky wheat and most of them had the pumpkin trait. I said most, not all. Day 656, wait, guess who's still stuck in the hole? I spent the day getting some more volunteers. I mean, they didn't do a lot of volunteering, but I'm sure they want to buy melons and pumpkins for an eternity. A wandering trader showed up and he actually had a good selection of dyes. I still want my money back though. I finally had enough glass, so I headed over to the ocean monument. You've heard of sand placing simulator, but let me introduce you to glass placing simulator. Day 657 I'm playing the new game and the team have done a great job here. Placing glass instead of sand, just an outstanding improvement. Day 658 this creeper tried to join in playing glass placing simulator, but I don't have a spare controller. I found another cave that was also rammed to the brim with angry people, which basically sums up the UK. Day 659 I started taking down the sand wall and the glass holding back all the ocean genuinely looks sick. It was time to head back home though because I was already out of glass. Day 660 I returned to my life as a hitman because there was an iron golem on the loose. I did some scamming and then mined my ender chest with the wrong pickaxe, which made me feel pretty dumb. I then remembered I had a whole extra haul of farmers to scam. Unfortunately, the coal supply was at an all-time low of absolutely 0, so I went into my mine to get some. I farmed my melons and then went for even more scamming. Seriously, this is just villager cruelty at this point. Day 661, I was determined to fill every slot in the trading hall. This is what happens when you don't buy pumpkins. Does everyone understand? And you. As I waited for my super smelter to finish up with the glass, I made a river of emeralds. Day 662, forget a river, I made an entire sea of emeralds. I was so close to fulfilling a goal, I set myself all the way back in 200 days. A shulker full of nothing except emerald blocks. I finally had enough glass to go back to playing glass placing simulator. Day 663, I'm still placing. I'd rate glass placing simulator a solid 7.8 out of 10. It's too much water. Day 664, the iron golems hired a creeper to take me out, but he did a terrible job. I also pushed the zombie piglin off for literally no reason. I completed glass placing simulator and got to work taking down the sand wall. There's a lot of work to do, but the monument looks really cool. Day 665, I started gathering up some blocks I could use to decorate the monument. I harvested my melons like usual, scammed the villagers like usual, and completed a full shulker of emerald blocks. Day 666, it dawned on me that this monument project was far from finished. A lot of people leave it buried in the ocean floor, but I wanted to completely free my monument from the gravel and stone that surrounded it. That meant I had thousands upon thousands of blocks to remove. Day 667, I found a cave and tanked a creeper blast right to the face. And what did I get for all my efforts fighting the mobs? A single diamond ore. At night I tried to continue the excavation process, but there were just so many enemies. Why didn't I light the whole thing up, you might ask? Because I'm dumb. At least I managed to get a music disc. Day 668, I'm mining stone and regretting my life choices. You know, most people my age are going out with their mates, maybe getting a relationship, all that kind of stuff. And then there's me, mining stone until 3 AM. I headed back to my base and AFK at my creeper farm because my rocket supply was in the bin. On the sacred day of 669, I had to do a ton of scouting to repair my tools. I headed back to the ocean monument, and this is what happens when you don't place any torches. Anyway, after the morning murder, I went back to holding left click. Look guys, I've discovered torches. Incredible. Day 670, how do I commentate this with anything remotely entertaining? In terms of how enjoyable this is, I'd rank it only slightly higher than staring at a brick wall. Day 671, I gotta make this interesting somehow, so I'm gonna do a little thing called Mosey Storytime, which literally none of you care about. So this is how I skipped class regularly and never got in trouble. I was about 15 and one of the subjects my school forced you to take was a language. I was doing Spanish, and because of the teacher it quickly became my most hated subject. She was strict, got mad at everyone constantly, and made us do textbook work every single lesson. I also used to take drum lessons at school, which happened on Tuesdays, where you'd leave whatever class you were in, do the 30-minute drum lesson, and then go back to class. So you might be wondering, how did drum lessons fit into skipping class? The thing was, my Spanish teacher didn't know that drum lessons were only on Tuesdays. So if I didn't feel like spending time in Friday Spanish class, I'd say I had a drum lesson, she'd let me leave, no questions asked, and I'd go down the corridor to the toilet and spend the next half an hour playing Angry Birds. What's ironic is that I actually somehow failed music, but not Spanish. Day 672, I had to return home because both my pickaxes were almost broken. After selling Bitcoin, I mean pumpkins and melons, I was able to get them sorted. Hey bro, you alright? I went to the ocean monument, realised I'd forgotten sponge, went all the way back home, got the sponge, and then went all the way back to the ocean monument again. And now we're back to holding left click. Day 673, it's been a long process, but you can see the monument gradually starting to appear in its full glory. I also suffered a critical head injury, but I'm sure I can walk it off. We're going to jump to day 675 because that's a fully freed ocean monument. All it took to get to this point was 25 hours of my life and several operations to heal my pickaxes. Talking of healing my pickaxes, I headed over to my Enderman XP farm to do exactly that. I gathered up a bunch of soul sand because I wanted to build a super powerful guardian farm. But first, I have to get rid of all the blocks inside the monument. Every time you think you've nearly finished the nightmare known as draining a monument, a new time-consuming activity shows up. Day 676, I was still tearing down the monument. It's not arson because I own the property. The great thing about monuments is that only guardians are allowed to spawn in them, so I didn't really have to worry about lighting it up. Day 677, I was finally done. I didn't bother tidying up the final few blocks, seeing as the only thing in here is going to be a farm. For this farm I used Wadsy's design, and there isn't a block for block tutorial, so I was following his video as best I could. I'll leave a link in the description. On today's episode of Mosey Can't Do Maths, he'd miscounted the size of the square. Day 678, I ran out of glass because I always managed to run out of materials and had to head home. After repairing my pickaxe for the millionth time, I grabbed more glass from my auto smelter and got back to work. Day 679, I was adding the water system to the farm, which is going to push the guardians into their demise. Also, there's a slime chunk in this monument, and it makes trying to build anything on the floor really annoying. The way this farm works is that the entire spawning area for the guardians is made up of bubble columns, which push them up into the water system. Then they get flushed down the central tube and die to campfires. It might sound cruel, but it's absolutely what they deserve. Day 680, I returned to the base to grab some hoppers and chests. Unfortunately, I had the redstone skills of a 3-year-old and built the collection system wrong. I then removed the temporary layer of blocks on the farm and filled in the final pockets of water. Day 681, I built a nice AFK spot up in the sky. Before I even AFK'd, I went down to check on the farm, and this thing is insanely powerful. After what they did to the axolotls, it brings me great joy to see the guardians suffer. I AFK'd until day 682 and then realised my collection system was completely broken. Phantoms are definitely the most annoying mob, but the slimes were really starting to get on my nerves. I AFK'd through the night until day 683 and was pleased to see that the farm was fully functional. Yeah, burn! After that amazing psychopathic morning, I headed back to base to start gathering building materials. I got a bunch of soul sand to make soul torches, some blackstone and some warped wood. I was near a fortress and decided to take the opportunity to gather up some blaze rods. By the time I returned home, it was day 684 and I crafted a bunch of soul lanterns. With all the preparations complete, I could finally start work transforming the monument. I wasn't going to change the monument in terms of blocks or overall shape, but instead just make the whole thing a lot more detailed. Day 685, I was working on the pillars. In terms of size, they're fine, but adding some depth to them makes them look so much better. The amount of work I had to do to even get to a point where I could build around the monument makes placing each block feeling that much more special. I added some normal prismarine to the base of the pillars in order to add some variety to the prismarine bricks. Day 686, I was loving the look of the monument already. The best part is that I never have to worry about running out of materials because my guardian farm produces more prismarine than I could ever need. Day 687, this polar bear has been at the base of this ocean monument since the 600 days video, but I've never actually introduced him. I lied about the whole can't run out of materials thing because I ran out of dark prismarine. I had plenty of prismarine shards, but in terms of black dye I had nothing. Now I can add professional squid hunter to my list of jobs, as well as hitman and verger scammer. I visited the nearby monument in case it had some spare dark prismarine, but I'd already stolen most of it. Day 688, I immensely regret saying I'd never run out of materials because I also ran out of warped trapdoors. Don't you just love spending your day chopping down weird blue trees in hell? Day 689, I built more of the pillars and watched the guardians suffer. Day 690, can you just leave me alone? I built until day 691 where I ran out of dark prismarine again. It was kinda hard to find squid, probably because I turned them into an endangered species. With the dark prismarine supply restored, I finished the pillars, meaning I could now move on to the next level of the monument. I used some dark prismarine stairs along with prismarine walls and some soul lanterns. Day 692, I think the design looks really cool and stands out a lot. My biggest issue with the regular ocean monument is that the layers of the temple are super basic. By adding some depth and a secondary block, the build comes to life so much more. I went on another squid killing spree that lasted well into day 693. I just could not stop running out of dark prismarine. I'm honestly starting to hate the slimes almost as much as phantoms and pears. Seriously, pears taste so bad. I tried one when I was like 6 and it emotionally scarred me for life. Day 694, I worked on the arches at the front of the ocean monument. I wanted to preserve the original spirit of the monument whilst also adding a lot more detail, and I came up with these hanging sea lanterns. Day 695, I was making good progress on the monument transformation. It's definitely my favourite build in this hardcore world. For the whole day and night, I was continuing the dark prismarine design around the left side. Day 696, some dark prismarine showed up. That was great. I then hit a wall both mentally and physically because I had no idea how to transform this back section of the monument. The good news? I got an idea. The bad news? It needs a lot of dark prismarine. Some Guardian Rights campaigners showed up, so like any reasonable listener, I just immediately killed them. Day 697, the back wall's definitely starting to take shape. I realised I hadn't actually fought a wither yet in this episode, and it always looks cool in the intro, so I headed off to my wither skeleton farm. I stayed at the farm until I had 9 skulls, taking us up to day 698. Unfortunately, I didn't have an ender pearl to get onto the nether roof, and for some reason didn't think about the fact that warped forests exist, so I started flying home like a normal person. I found several bastions, although there was nothing that interesting in terms of loot. Day 699, I brewed up a ton of potions. Seeing as I was going to fight 3 withers in a day, I needed plenty of supplies. I found a lovely meadow to ruin and spawned the first wither. It was a pretty solid fight, although I took a fair bit of damage. Now I could fight the remaining 2 separately, but I'm the king of terrible ideas. Why not just fight them both at the same time? I regret everything, this was a mistake. I got down to 4 hearts but managed to kill the first wither. The other one was pretty annoying, but with the Smite 5 sword, the second half of the fight is pretty much over as soon as it begins. I also checked up on the iron golem that somehow hasn't fallen into lava yet. I'm impressed, this guy has somehow survived hundreds of days perched on this single piece of netherrack. I harvested my melons and made the final profits before day 700. I decided to see how many squid I could kill in a single day. And here we are looking at the result of hours upon hours of work. I'll get this finished in 800 days, but for now the only thing to say is that I survived 700 days in hardcore Minecraft. The hardcore journey resumes on day 701. My supply of dark prismarine was at an all-time high of absolutely 0, so I set out to build a squid farm. After searching all day, I picked the worst possible place to build the farm. I forgot to bring enough blocks and had to return home. Am I stupid? That's a bit rude. Day 702, I got back to work building the farm. There's farms that are way faster than this one, but I'd heard some stuff about 1.16 squid farms not working on 1.17. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because I built this thing in the wrong place anyway. As night fell, I continued working, blissfully unaware that I was building a giant useless bathtub. Day 703, the water decided it would no longer obey the laws of physics. The farm uses axolotls to kill the squids, so I flew over to my ocean monument. There used to be loads in this underwater ravine, but I think they must mastered the art of teleportation. The whole day was basically a low-budget Finding Nemo movie. I headed back to base to name my new killing machines, pets. First up we got Pingu. Then we have Pingu's dad, who shattered the anvil with his pure strength. We've also got Pingu's mum, Pingu's granddad, Pingu's grandma, and Pingu's long-lost cousin. Day 704, I set the family free in their new home. All that was left to build was an AFK platform, and I actually didn't have any glass on me. 700 days in hardcore and my AFK platform is made of dirt. I removed the scaffolding and the water in this game just does not make any sense. Like, what is that? Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. By the time night fell, I hadn't even fixed the problem, I just made it worse. Eventually I got it sorted and headed up the dirt platform. When I headed down on day 705, I realized Pingu's grandparents had done a runner. I finally realized, oh, I built this farm in the middle of a massive lake. No wonder it runs about as well as a PC that got thrown off a 10-story building. I just love draining water. It's not like I haven't been doing it for 200 days draining my ocean monument. I also punched this squid, not sure why I did that. Day 706 I had to play a game. What game? Sand Placing Simulator, which, spoiler alert, absolutely sucks. I spotted a skeleton in full iron armor and rushed home to grab a name tag. I managed to trap him in a boat and fully protect him so that he wouldn't die to sunlight. Day 707 was just more draining. I was only going to do the nearby area because if I tried to drain the entire lake, this video would be called I Survived 100 Days of Placing Sponge. By the end of the day I was done and returned to the terrible dirt platform known as the AFK spot. I checked the farm on day 708 and it was finally showing some results. So I just AFK'd the entire day and night, even built myself a little shack. Day 709 I gathered up all the ink from the farm and the results were alright I guess. 2 stacks of ink for 30 minutes of AFKing isn't ideal though. I then leapt off the edge of my monument without an elytra and sprained my ankle. I needed warped wood so I made a short visit to hell. That's what normal people do, right? I found this strider with a saddle and just sat there. I mean it was 3 AM so I had no idea what I was doing either. With a full inventory of supplies, I started work on the monument. Day 710, can I interest you in watching a British guy place Prismarine? You think that's boring? You got a point to be honest. Sometimes when I'm editing the footage, I just wonder what goes through my head. Like, why did I just start punching the skeleton? Day 711, a wandering trader showed up. Stop struggling. I need to redesign the back of the monument because what it looks like right now is a bunch of suitcase handles. I smoothed it out with some stairs and also added some sea lanterns. Day 712, I decided the perfect thing for this section was a statue. Now a lot of people know that I hate building trees, but did you know I also hate building statues? Making something look natural and fluid is one of the things I really struggle with. By day 713, I finished my first attempt and it turned out alright. I headed home because I realized some end rods would be a great addition to the statue. But first, I gotta spend the night in a shed because I ran out of rockets. Day 714, I used those end rods I was talking about to add some spikes onto the statue's trident. With the statue finished, I could get back to work on the rest of the monument. If I could, I'd time-lapse all of this, but I had the technical skills of a slab of concrete. Day 715, I needed to transform the front of the monument, but I had no clue how. It's literally a huge slab of prismarine that I needed to add depth to. Using some dark prismarine, I made these curved tentacle decorations. By the end of day 716, the front transformation was finished, and I think it's a huge improvement over the base ocean monument. Day 717, I was repeating the same design all the way around the monument, which is really boring to watch. So let's just skip ahead to day 718 where I went on the hunt for more of Pingu's family. Yo, that came out really wrong. My idea was that if I had some more axolotls, my squid farm might work better. We have Pingu's uncle, Pingu's aunt, and let's not talk about it. Anyway, I expanded the ever-growing Pingu Empire and then heads up to my AFK platform. I AFK'd for the whole day, but unfortunately the results were way below what I was hoping for. In an act of stubbornness, I refused to accept the farm didn't work and instead AFK'd the whole night. I'd just like to point out that it's not the farm itself that's bad, it's just me building it in the worst place humanly possible. If you want to build this farm for yourself, the link is in the description. Day 718 begins with extinction. With the dark prismarine supply back up, I could transform the final section of the monument. Like any responsible construction crew, I just tore the entire thing down. Where was I going with this? Honestly, not a clue. I was just making it up as I went along. I was flying through the desert when I spotted another full iron skeleton. I headed back through the nether portal and had an absolute disaster in which several flight safety laws were broken. I grabbed a name tag, headed back over, and went through the wrong nether portal. So of course, when I flew over to the desert, the skeleton despawned. Day 720, I kept working on the top of the monument. I know it looks kind of stupid right now, but I promise it will look cool eventually. Day 721, a lot of squids died. As a peace-loving, squid protecting protecting guy, I had nothing to do with it. I then used the insides of the squids to make a lovely roof. Day 722, I continued building and ran out of dark prismarine. I was somehow still in denial about my squid farm being way less effective than just killing them myself. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I used the AFKing as an excuse to go eat. Oh yeah, I definitely went to eat. I completely forgot about the game and ended up AFKing all of day 723. Day 724, I managed to break every bone in my body. I was extremely scared because there were still creepers lurking about in the desert and I didn't have my ender chest with me. My mind couldn't stop thinking about how any dumb mistake right then could cost me everything. I made it back, grabbed a new totem, and peace was restored. Sadly, it's going to take my heart rate several years to recover. I finally accepted that it would be way faster to just kill the squids myself, and that was exactly what I did. I crafted up a bunch of dark prismarine and could start work on the roof again. Welcome back to another episode of Mosey Can't Do Maths. In today's episode, he miscounted the entire top section by 1 block. He's now rebuilding it all on day 725 and regretting his life choices. Day 726, guess who's run out of dark prismarine? Me! I crafted a bunch of black dye and also threw away several metric tons of fish from my guardian farm. I nearly finished off the roof and then headed back home to repair my elytra. And what better way to repair an elytra than forcing a bunch of villagers to go further and further into debt as they buy an endless supply of pumpkins and melons. Day 727, I kept working on the final part of the monument and by the end of the day I was done. It's fully detailed and transformed, which is what I would say if not for a crippling lack of soul lanterns which I then had to spend the entire night placing. But here we are on day 728 with a fully transformed monument. I did also try it with shaders, but you're not allowed to see that until the project's complete. The first thing on the list was to get rid of the ugly stone ring where the glass meets the ocean floor. I headed home, purchased some glass on the black market, and then AFK'd my creeper farm all night. Day 729, I started placing glass and realized just how time consuming this was going to be. By the end of the day, I barely made a dent. Not only did I need to place the glass, I also needed to carve out all the nearby stone. Mate, you can't get up there. Oi, you can't. Why are piglins so stupid? You know who else is stupid? This villager. Seriously, you've been in there for like 100 days at this point. I really didn't want to work on a huge job back at the ocean monument, so instead I went end raiding for the next 3 days. To be fair, I did need more shulker boxes. I found these 4 cities super close to each other, and all of them had a ship. I was heading back to my base when I got this random urge to push this zombie piglin off. And this took me several minutes, but I finally managed it. I loaded up all the loot into a double chest to show just how much raiding I did. Day 734, I really did not want to work on the monument because I kept coming up with more stuff to do. I wanted to improve the efficiency of my wither skull farm because it had a few drawbacks. I stole some turtle eggs and gave them some grass as an apology. I arrived at the farm and realized I'd somehow managed to lose my bow. Dealing with ghast was going to be a massive pain, and sure enough I had to fly at them like an absolute madman. By replacing these carpets with wither roses, I could stop magma cubes from spawning whilst also adding more area for wither skeletons to spawn. There was also the minor issue of everywhere around me needing to be spawn proof, but I don't have the mental strength to do that. I just did the best I could at fixing any nearby areas. Day 735, the improvements were definitely a success. I spent the whole day chopping down skeletons. Day 736, I flew home with 10 wither skulls and decided it was time to take some responsibility. Not for my crimes, but for the ocean monument. What are you doing in there? Just leave. Day 737, I added some more armor stands to the entrance of my tower. It looks so much nicer now that it's all symmetrical. My super smelter had finished producing glass, so I headed over to the monument. This little slime was annoying me, so I bashed him over the head with my shovel. Killing that slime was the only interesting thing I did that day because the rest of it was spent placing glass. Day 738 was completely spent placing glass. Then some angry guy threw a fork at me. For the entire night I was chipping away at the massive amount of stone surrounding the monument. Day 739 I did the same thing. The only thing of any note was that I had to relocate my beacon. Oh, and I found this. Day 740, my tools were on the ropes, so I headed back home to get them fixed. I harvested my melons and made an absolute ton of money. Taxes? What are those? I found another zombie piglin, and I don't know why I keep doing this, but it's really fun. You know what's not fun? Nearly getting blown up. Day 741, I had to relocate the beacon again, and then go back to placing glass. With that done, all I had to do was remove all the stone. With the power of editing, you're only going to have to see about 10 seconds of it. I wish I could say the same for myself. Day 742, I was done, and not having all that stone makes this place look 10 times better. Of course, the nightmare's still far from over. I had to clear the entire layer of stone. I managed to get a music disc, but sadly it was one I already had. Day 742, I needed dark prismarine, so you know what that means. Time for a squid killing montage.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I thought a nice extra detail would be adding dark prismarine under the glass. You know that game I hate, Sand Placing Simulator? Let me introduce you to another terrible game in the franchise, Grass Placing Simulator. Sand Placing Simulator, Glass Placing Simulator, they all suck enough by themselves. Why do we need a third installment? Grass Placing Simulator. Stop. No, I don't want it. Sorry about that, got a little bit emotional, but for the next 2 days I mined rocks, placed grass, and questioned my existence. Day 745, I ran out of that sacred resource known as grass and had to go gather more. Oh, a wandering trader. Do you have any drip leaf? No? Then die. Once I had enough grass, I went back to placing it, and there's honestly no words to sum up how much I hate doing this. Day 746, I don't want to talk about grass, I'm going to talk about my Discord server. If you want to come hang out with the community and even get some sneak peeks and updates about my hardcore world, the link's in the description. Also, we're trying to hit 300 members, so please join. Okay, bye. Day 747, I headed home and visited Moon. Her request for a lifetime supply of fish is going to have to take a back seat for now. I fixed up my tools by trading with the prisoners and then went out to gather more grass. We're going to jump to day 750 because I finally beat Grass Placing Simulator. My idea for decorating the monument was to create a dense jungle floor and surround the temple with bamboo. By hiding prismarine lanterns under moss carpet, I could stop monsters from spawning whilst also keeping the natural feel of the jungle. Day 751, a wandering trader arrived and he had drip leaf. On top of that, he had black dye, so he's the best wandering trader I've ever met. I returned home to grab some melons because they would be a great decoration for my new jungle. Speaking of jungles, I knew there was one somewhere in this direction, so I set out to get some jungle leaves. I couldn't find it, and by the end of the night I had given up and started raiding desert temples. Day 752, the temple raiding was in full swing. I lost one of my god apples to lava over 200 days ago and I've never been able to find a replacement. By the end of the day I ran out of rockets for my elytra and had to gather gunpowder like a peasant. Fine, go. Put go in boat. Day 753, I got baited by this ruined portal. The chest had 2 golden apples, but no god apple. Then the exact same thing happened in the nearby temple. I don't know why I have the worst god apple luck in the world, but I just cannot find one. Day 754, I got ambushed by creepers and this could have gone horribly wrong. Found another temple. Nothing. Found another ruined portal. Baited. It's really easy to keep track of how many temples I've looted because I always take the blue piece of terracotta from the floor. 10 temples means 40 chests without finding a god apple. Then I remembered why I even started this journey. After gathering the resources, it was time to head home. Okay, one more temple won't hurt. It hurt. I jumped these piglins and had to make a tactical retreat, otherwise known as running away. The loot was alright, I guess. Hold on, free money? Thanks guys. I arrived home on day 755 and went to fix my tools with some scamming. The only problem was that I had almost no pumpkins and mez left to scam. I guess that's what happens when you sell an entire country's worth of produce in a week. For the next 6 days I built the jungle. I added rocks, ponds, melons, just really trying to bring the place to life. This was my progress by day 761 and I love how this place looks. I had to head home because I've run out of podzol. I decided this time I'd find that nearby jungle. Along the way I spotted a ruined portal and somehow nearly died. If I end up on Watch Mojo's list of top 10 stupidest people, I don't blame them. This time I actually found the nearby jungle instead of completely missing it. I then stole a bunch of natural resources and ran away before the cops showed up. I kept building until day 763 where I finished the jungle. And I've still got more work to do. I wanted to create a custom nether portal that would fit in with the monument. Unfortunately, my dark prismarine supply was like my girlfriend, non-existent. I worked on the portal for the rest of the night and I think it looks pretty cool. Day 764, I continued building the portal and finished it off with some hanging salt lanterns. Now for the actual final last part of this project. A path. But Mosey, it's just a path. How hard can it be? No. This path has got to be perfect. Day 765, the path building was in full swing. And then this happened. I swear this game hates me. Day 766, I was almost done. I hid sea lanterns under grey carpet, added some buttons to look like little stones, but there was still one problem. You can't exactly get into the monument. I made a pretty simple but effective staircase using some dark prismarine along the sides. Day 767, the last thing to do was add in 4 beacons. I used some cyan glass to make the colour of the beacon match the monument. Then I ran out of warp trapdoors. If I died at this point with the monument 99% complete, I think I'd probably just explode on the spot. Day 768, I was doing some cleanup around the monument, getting rid of the leftover sponge and taking down my beacon. I didn't want to leave a bunch of torches on the monument, so I used sea lanterns to light it all up. The timing could not have been more perfect because day 769 the monument was finished. And as promised, Here's how it looks with shaders. It's honestly crazy that a project I started over 200 days ago is finally complete. And now it's time to clean up 10 shulkers full of leftover material. It took me till day 770 to get everything sorted, and it was time to sit in a box for 20 minutes because I ran out of rockets. Day 771 I started gathering cobblestone. It was time to fix the pumpkin and melon supply, and for that I needed observers. I also needed a lot of redstone, so for the first time in ages I went caving. I found an abandoned mineshaft and even a few diamonds. Day 772 I was still in here. This place sucks, there's no Wi-Fi. Day 773 I stacked up all the ores and mined them down with fortune. I've been building up a small supply of diamonds and added them onto my diamond beacon. My plan was to build a massive underground pumpkin and melon farm. The reason it's going underground is because farms in Minecraft are so hard to decorate, so hiding it away was the best option. It's a standard design for a pumpkin and melon farm, except this one's 4 times bigger than usual. A bright and sunny day 774, and I just mined my ender chest with the wrong pickaxe. Like, okay, it was funny for a while, but you really need to leave. Your family misses you. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've been scamming his family, so let's hope he doesn't find out. Now that I had enough space, I could start working on the collection system. Day 775, the system was finished and I could start building the farm itself. Day 776, it's standard stuff. Pistons, observers, and redstone. Day 777, something crossed my mind. I hadn't fed my pets for at least an entire Minecraft year. It was a great moment, finally taking responsibility as a pet owner. Man, I've got an empire to run, how can I support a family? I somehow managed to run out of cobblestone and had to gather more. Also mined my ender chest with the wrong pickaxe again. Day 778, I did an absolutely ridiculous amount of scamming. I run out of redstone yet again and had to go search for more. I found a skeleton spawner and had a few music discs. I searched the whole night but couldn't find any good caves. Day 779, I nearly pulled up in this ravine, then bailed immediately after realizing I was about to become a nice pile of ashes. I took my revenge, of course. I found this really cool cave that was absolutely rammed with enemies. Day 780, I found this pillager outpost and set up another portal. In 900 days, I want to make a raid farm, so this is going to be really useful. I mined down all the ores and added more diamond blocks to the beacon. With my redstone supply sorted, I was able to finish the farm, and it's going to make me a lot of money. Day 781, I did some deforestation. I wanted to cover up the entrance to the farm with a nice cottage. Unfortunately, I had to spend the whole night terraforming. I really wish I could erase day 782 from my brain because it's a complete waste. I didn't have any plans for this build and it ended up looking terrible. I took the whole thing down and started fresh on day 783. I took some inspiration from Blackprune's house tutorial and there's a link in the description if you want to check it out for yourself. Day 784, a thunderstorm kicked up. All I can say is turning creepers into walking nukes isn't the safest thing in the world. But don't worry, all you need is a single dirt block to walk away unscathed. This child also got blown up. If my video gets demonetized because I said that, I'm gonna be so mad. Day 785, I added all the heads to my collection and went to check on my farm. The minecarts had gotten stuck and I realized they were all full of items, even though the collection chest had barely anything. My redstone skills are caveman-like at best, but by day 786, I was able to set up a much better system with some more hoppers. I worked on the cottage all of day 787 and then went to the nether to get some warped wood. Day 788, the results from the pumpkin and melon farm were looking good. I added a nice blue roof to the cottage and it's nearly complete. Apart from the fact I still need to detail the entire thing. Oh, I'm calling the police. Why are you still here? Day 789, I detailed the cottage, adding some hanging flower boxes with sweetberry bushes. There's also a huge chimney on the back, which I'm really happy with. Day 790, it was time to work on the interior of the cottage. Or at least, it was until I ran out of dark oak 3 minutes later. Well, they do say deforestation builds character. The final addition was a nice flower patch just outside. Also, the pumpkin and melon farm is an absolute beast. I love scamming. No, I said trading. Day 791, I felt like fighting the Wither. Thanks to my newfound supply of fruit, I did enough scamming to reach level 100. There was a job I'd been meaning to do for ages and that was gather up obsidian. My supply had been rock bottom for ages, so I spent the whole of day 792 mining it. Day 793, I went out in search of a swamp I'd found back in 200 days. I wanted to do the diamond clay method, but it only works in swamps generated back in 1.16. Along the way I found the shipwreck that had generated underground. I searched for the entire day and night and couldn't find the swamp. However, day 794, I found a swamp I had been to in 1.16. I dug down and almost immediately found a mineshaft. While I explore it, I just want to explain something about my day counter because I see a lot of comments pointing out there's a day behind. When you start a Minecraft world, it begins on day 0. However, I counted that day 0 as day 1 because that just makes more sense. Hopefully that clears things up. Day 795, I was back to doing the diamond clay method, but it was just not working. It's supposed to be an 87.5% chance to find diamonds, but almost every time I found nothing. I was still trying on day 796 with limited success. Eventually I gave up and decided it was time to try strip mining. 97 without finding a single diamond. As soon as I gave up and tried caving, boom, diamonds. And more diamonds. I returned home on day 798 and mined down all the blue rocks. From 61 diamond ore, I got 2 stacks of diamonds, which I'm super happy with. I did some more scamming because let's face it, who wouldn't? I realized Sun and Natsu's kid had grown up, so I came up with the genius idea of naming him Zatsuma. I set out on one final quest for day 800. It was time to find a third god apple. I travelled pretty far through the nether so that I could immediately begin searching unexplored territory. Day 799, I found a witch just minding her business and set her on fire, and now began the search for one of Minecraft's rarest items. My main target was desert temples, but ruined portals were also on the list. Now it's day 800, my last day for finding a god apple, and I am searching for buried treasure. My favourite part is carving out an entirely new cave system only to find the chest 3 blocks away. As I flew towards this temple, I was completely unaware that I was nearly about to lose everything. As I mined in, I placed sand above my head, pushing me off and just barely missing the pressure plate. And no, there was no god apple. I kept searching throughout the day, feeling more and more hopeless. It felt like I would never find a god apple. But as I dug down into this temple, everything changed. It's a good job my mic was muted because I probably shattered the eardrums of everyone on my street. Now I know technically it's day 801, but in order to stop any more comments saying I'm on the wrong day, we'll call this day 800. Before I headed home, I decided I might as well check if there were any more temples in this desert. And it's a good job I did. I got up onto the nether roof and started flying home. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I was able to get back home just in time, and I can safely say that I survived 800 days in hardcore Minecraft. The hardcore series returns on day 801. I needed orange dye, so I spent the first part of the day gathering flowers. I also wanted some honey, so I grabbed some bee nests. Imagine just chilling when all of a sudden some guy literally steals your entire house. Hey guys, thanks for all the food, I really appreciate that. I spent the night doing some local deforestation. I began day 802 with some terraforming. It's not related to all those beehives I gathered, this hill just looks insanely ugly. I got bored and decided I might as well start on my newest project. I wanted to build a greenhouse. Day 803 I was still building, adding a nice dark oak frame. I used the dye from a few days ago to make this orange glass roof. I wonder how long you're gonna be in there for. I scanned the villagers because that's what they're there for and cooked up some glass with my auto smelter. Day 804 I continued working on the outside of the greenhouse. I made this trellis using some spruce fences and I think it turned out well. At night a wandering trader showed up selling none other than complete garbage. Just close your eyes, alright? I began work on the interior of the greenhouse using some coarse dirt. Day 805 I made some tables and placed down the bee nests. For the finishing touches I added some leaves and glowberries to the ceiling and I love the atmosphere in here. Day 806 I added these log fences to the outside of the greenhouse and chucked in a few flowers. Most of the day was spent organising a bunch of junk that I'd slowly been building up for the last 100 days or so. I completely run out of dark oak logs and flew out to get more. I spotted this full iron zombie and luckily I had a name tag on me. Also, while I box him in, I just want to point something out. So it's well known that a monster wearing a helmet will be protected from sunlight. However, what some people don't know is that the helmet will take damage from the sun until it eventually breaks and then the monster will burn up. That's why I always fully box in rare monsters, otherwise they will eventually die to sunlight. With the dark oak gathered, I could start extending this wall on day 807. Then I had an idea, which does involve me destroying the floor. There's a town in Skyrim, I think it's called Riften, it's the one where you join the Thieves Guild. Anyway, there's a marketplace there and I wanted to build something similar. Day 808 I was adding a few little market stalls as well as scouring around some hay and barrels in order to make the area feel more alive. Instead of using torches, I hid some sea lanterns under grey carpet. In order to stop phantoms from bothering me, I actually slept for once. Day 809, we've got some really entertaining path building. I decided another nice detail for the market would be a few horses, so I headed out to tame one. I rode this one back home and we made a sick jump over this chasm, which I definitely got on my first try. I was drinking Pepsi at the time and ended up naming him after it. Sorry about kind of ruining your life with that name. Here's some diamond armor, I guess. Day 810, I was in the mood for some scamming, so I visited my pumpkin and melon farm. Bro, I know you're like 2,000 emeralds in debt, I'm sorry. I then went out searching for another horse, but not just any old horse. I was looking for a black one, which are my favorite kind. After some searching, I found one and decided to name her Wraith. We rode back home, or at least I thought we did, until I realised we'd been going in the opposite direction. I really could not be bothered to travel over 2,000 blocks back, so I decided to take a shortcut through the nether. I had to build a few bridges to make sure Wraith could get back safely. Day 811, it was time to begin. I was pretty worried about a ghost showing up and ruining everything, but it all went perfectly. At least, it did until the final part. Wraith got stuck in the wall when she went through the nether portal, and unfortunately I couldn't save her. This actually made me sad. Like, I know it's a Minecraft horse at the end of the day, but I really wanted her to make it back. So what do you do when you're sad? Build a path. Absolutely terrible advice, but it worked for me. Day 812, I headed over to the nearest mushroom biome because I also wanted to take home a mushroom. Yeah, sorry, I actually never got my boat license. The mushroom's name was decided by my Discord and we agreed on Mushi. Also, if you want to join my Discord, the link's in the description. I post a lot of updates and behind the scenes stuff about my hardcore world. I had sworn to protect Mushi with my life and it was my duty to get her home safe. Hey guys, I'm back again. What happened to the other mushroom? I'm not taking any questions on this boat trip. Day 813, I was transporting Mushi 2.0 across land instead of in a boat. She ended up taking some damage and I really didn't want a repeat of last time. I returned home and grabbed some healing potions in order to make sure she was back at full health. Night fell as we headed back, and man, if a creeper blew her up while we were barely 100 blocks from my base, I probably would have uninstalled this game. Luckily nothing happened and it all ended happily ever after. What I wasn't happy about was that a villager had despawned from my iron farm. No clue how he managed that one, but it's a pain in the neck. So day 814, I was experiencing pure agony as I tried to move a new villager over to the farm. By some absolute miracle I managed to get him in, and now the farm should be fixed. I say should because it just didn't work for a solid 10 days, but it does eventually get going again. I had to spend the night sorting out the minecarts for my pumpkin and melon farm. This place is my prime source of scamming, so it's gotta be in perfect shape. Day 815, I grabbed a bunch of pumpkins and melons from the farm and made a bunch of profits. I should probably get you out there one day. I headed into the nether because there were a few things I wanted to get. I was gonna build a custom mushroom forest for Mushi 2.0, so I grabbed some blocks as well as some twisting vines. I couldn't decide where I wanted to build the forest and ended up running around all night like an absolute idiot. Day 816, I realized my iron farm wasn't working and decided to AFK for a few minutes and see if anything happened. No golems spawned and I ended up going out to gather dark oak wood. Unfortunately, I had a lot of terraforming ahead of me as this whole area needed sorting out. Day 817, I was still going. Didn't really have a clue what I was doing, but that's me 90% of the time anyway. Day 818, I wanted to build the mushroom forest on this plateau, which meant it was time for some terraforming. This wandering trader must have mistaken me for a villager. I mean, come on mate, 1 emerald for a pumpkin, are you joking? Obviously I just did what anyone would. I terraformed for the whole day and decided to build some custom cliffs. I've never really built anything like this before, but by day 819 I've made good progress. I started work making a cliff on the opposite side. With the cliffs kinda done, I could start work on the mushrooms. Or at least I could until the anti-fun brigade showed up. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and instead went to bed. Day 820, I began building the first mushroom. I also added this path running through as well as some plant pots on top of end rods to look like mini mushrooms. Day 821, I tried rebuilding this mushroom, but it just looks stupid no matter what I tried. Eventually I got it sorted and made something a lot better. I also made this green mushroom using melon blocks. Day 822, I was going for as many colours as possible. I added this small purple mushroom, a brown one, and even an orange one. Day 823, it still needs a lot of work, but it's starting to look good. My crippling scamming addiction reached new heights, which is probably not something I should be proud of. We've also got a new yellow mushroom to add to the collection. Day 824, I was doing some path building. Do you want to watch me build a path for 10 minutes? Yeah, I didn't think so. I visited my ocean monument because I needed to craft some more sea lanterns. Day 825, I was gathering up a ton of materials. It was time to build one of the most dangerous farms in Minecraft. Raid farms can go horribly wrong, and I had seen Dan TDM lose his hardcore world because of one.
Oh no! Oh no, I got too close. I got too close. I got too close. Oh no.
Also, I'd like to add that this farm uses a cake as one of its materials. A cake is going to help me farm some of the strongest monsters in the game. Unfortunately, before I could harness the godlike powers of the cake, I had to AFK my creeper farm all night. Day 826, I began searching for an ocean near this pillager outpost to build the farm. For the first part of the farm, you need to get a villager up onto this platform. Now there's a slight problem. There's no villagers anywhere near this place, and trying to move villagers long distances makes me want to bang my head on a wall. But then the world seed was like, nah mate, you know what, here's an outpost, village and an ocean right next to each other. Enjoy yourself. Day 827, I was trying to set up a nether portal when I accidentally set myself on fire, but we're not going to talk about that. I didn't have a flint and steel to light it, so I headed back home to grab a few more supplies and then got to work building the farm again. The village was overrun with monsters, probably because I killed the iron golem, and me and this villager escaped in a boat. I mean, it was really slow and it was more like a kidnapping than an escape, but whatever, that's not important. Day 828, I got the villager onto his tiny platform where he's going to stay for the rest of his life. I then started work on the farm. For most of the night I was building up this huge glass tube which is going to be a bubble elevator. Day 829 I realised I'd forgotten to bring repeaters with me. As I headed over to get some stone, I spotted this desert temple, and I was definitely surprised with the loot I found. I did a bit of caving in order to get some more redstone and then went back to the farm. I'll leave a link to the tutorial in the description below. It's an insanely strong farm. Day 830 I was still building and placed down the almighty cake. What does it do? No idea. This farm is one of the most complex things I've ever built, and I also have no clue how any of it works. We're going to skip ahead to day 832 where I finished the farm. Just to be extra safe, I set up a max beacon with resistance 2 in case anything went wrong. I took a nap in a villager's bed and then went to the outpost on day 833. Usually whenever I build a farm in Minecraft I manage to mess something up, but the raid farm worked perfectly. Some Vex did end up escaping at one point, but thanks to my beacon and full armor they barely did anything. I stayed at the farm for the whole day and the loot was insane. In just 10 minutes I had more tokens than I could ever need, emeralds, crossbows and saddles. I realised I had Bad Omen 5 and didn't want World War 3 starting at my base, so I needed to get rid of it. I found what I thought was a cow, but it was just a really well disguised horse. I then found a proper cow and cleared myself of Bad Omen. Day 834 I arrived home and organised all the leftover stuff from the farm. Also, it's been over a week in Minecraft days since I did any scamming, and that's unacceptable. I spent the night clearing trees and working on the cliff. Day 835 I was still working on the cliff, trying to blend it into the natural hills. Then I decided to fight the wither. Cue the music, let's go.
Bravo 6. Going dark.
Hey! Big Smoke! It's me, Carl! Chill!
I went home and celebrated my victory with some scamming. It was great. Day 836 I enchanted a new elytra because I was going on a quest. A quest to find a mesa. Then I got distracted and looted this bastion, but anyway, quest to find the mesa. I've already found a few in this world, but I never made a note of the coordinates, so we're back to square one. For the next 2 days I just flew thousands of blocks out. The mesa had decided to no longer exist, but finally it did exist. Nearly 80,000 blocks out. It had taken so long to get here there was no way I was leaving without decimating the natural resources. I shoveled red sand all night, and on day 839 I set up a max beacon so I could insta mine terracotta. Once I had enough I set up a portal, got onto the roof and flew home. Now, I don't know if you've ever experienced flying in a straight line over a bedrock wasteland at 3 AM, but it kind of messes with your head. Day 840, I did some trading to fix my elytras and made an insane amount of money. I'd actually run out of andesite and had to go mine more. But let's get on to why I'm even doing all this. Some of you who've watched the original 100 days might remember I have a wolf called Sun. Unlike my cat Moon, which I've admittedly showered with love, I've kind of neglected Sun. So to make up for everything, I'm going to build him his own special tower. By day 843, I have finished the main structure and started on the main focus of the build, an orange roof. I used polished red sandstone for the frame and some orange terracotta mixed with acacia for the roof itself. Day 844, the build was done, and I think the mushroom forest adds a really cool atmosphere. I spent the night adding lanterns to the tower, but they didn't look right and I ended up taking them down. Day 845, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in this build, starting with adding a stone wall. Day 846, I was extending the cliff because I wanted some more space to build. That does also mean I got to terraform the entire thing. As the day came to an end, I took a look at the cliff and thought to myself, I could put a portal in there. But first I had to spend all of day 847 sitting in a shed. I don't mind AFKing farms, but I just want to play the game, you know? Day 848, my andesite and cobblestone supplies were once again running low, so I dug down to set up a max beacon. I almost immediately found diamonds, which I was super happy about. I don't know what it was about this particular spot, but I found loads of diamonds. I returned home late into the night of day 849 and repaired my pickaxes by trading with the prisoners. Day 850, it was time for the best part of any mining trip, using fortune on all the ores. I mined down some coal and other stuff, but what we're interested in is the diamonds. From 37 diamond ore, I got 103 diamonds, which is absolutely insane. I added them all to my beacon and we've only got the final layer left. Right, back to cliff building. I also spotted the world's stupidest squid. For the rest of the night, I continued to work on the cliff. Day 851, I finished the portal, which meant it was finally time for me to take down the original one I've been using since I began this world. Day 852, I was gathering some dark oak wood when I spotted this village, which gave me an idea. If I bred some of the villagers from here in the nearby swamp, I could get some swamp villagers. Of course, transporting this villager was a complete headache, but I got him into his new prison. I'm not even gonna act like I meant something else, it is a prison. Day 853, I didn't do any kidnapping or anything like that, and then I definitely didn't steal a bunch of food from the village. I'm gonna call him Swampbert. There was no way I was gonna travel 2,000 blocks back home with him, so instead I started building a shortcut through the nether. Day 854, it was time for me and Swampbert to make the journey. Things nearly went wrong when a ghast showed up, but I took care of it. The incident with Wraith was still fresh in my mind, so I cleared out a space behind the portal just in case something went wrong. I got Swampbert through safe and sound, but I didn't really know what to do with him. Well, you can have fun in this glass box, I guess. Day 855, well, I'll just let this play out.
Psych!
Yeah, you didn't think I'd really just let him die, did you? After that terrible morning, I spent the day adding this stone staircase into the cliff. I also decided to transform this area into a nice little beach. Day 856, I'm finishing off the beach and I think it's a great addition. I then got back to work on the stone wall. Day 857, I was like, nah, this cliff ain't big enough. Why don't I just build some more? I thought this place could be like some kind of outpost, so I added this archery practice area. At night, I got to work adding this path leading up to the tower. I felt like if there really were soldiers here, this place would be pretty well used, so the path is a lot more worn down than the stone roads in the city. Day 858, I was working on this fire pit, adding some nether wart blocks to represent raw meat. I also did the usual thing with the sea lanterns, but this time I hid them under brown carpet. Day 859, I had to do a bit of scamming. The government can't tax me, because I'm the government. I decided what would really bring this area to life would be some tents. I made this red one, and on day 860, I built this white one. Day 861, I wanted to make a yellow tent, but I didn't have any dye, so it was time for some flower picking. With all the tents done, it was time to texture the ground. This took me the next 3 days to do because I had to make sure I added all those little details that really bring a build together. I'm super happy with how this area turned out and I think it's definitely got the vibe of an outpost. With that project finished, I decided it was time to complete my diamond beacon. I'm not going mining because I just can't be bothered. Instead, I'm going to be stealing. My plan was to just get the remaining diamonds from end cities, but I must have robbed the wrong people. I only found 6 diamonds and ended up giving up on day 865. I thought that the diamond clay thing in 1.16 where you go out 7 blocks was patched. However, you guys let me know in the comments of 800 days that it actually does still work on 1.17. You just have to go out 2 blocks instead of 7. I spent the day mining and got myself 22 diamond ore. My fortune pickaxe turned that into 58 diamonds, which meant I had enough to finish the beacon. I was terraforming the cliff when a zombie villager showed up. I've done so much scamming and bad stuff, it's time I did something nice for the villagers. Let's kill this guy. Actually, I'm bored now, never mind. Day 867, I was terraforming. It's not fun to do and it's definitely not fun to watch, so let's skip to day 868 where I was building a house. There's a few stonemasons in my trading hall that I want to replace with farmers. I still want to be able to buy bricks though, so I'm just going to have them live in this house. Day 869, I was working on the 2nd floor of the house. I have a mate who asked me to build something Tudor style, so shout out to you if you're watching this. Day 870, I was adding the details to the house. I needed crimson wood, so I headed into the nether. This piglin wanted a fight and it didn't end well. I also had to defend Mushi 2.0 from this creeper. Day 871, the house was almost finished. apart from the missing half of the roof anyway. Also, I don't really show it, but I get attacked by phantoms basically every night on this world, and it genuinely drives me insane. Then this happened. Oh yeah, just make it worse. I'd like to add I was playing the game at around 5 in the morning, so I really was not feeling like dealing with that gaping hole. I instead spent the night working on the interior of the house, with the first floor being a shop for the stonemasons. Day 873, no, I'm done. I'm done. Nothing like a bit of deforestation at 5 AM. Day 874, I was working on the second floor, trying to make it look like a workshop where the stonemasons produce all the different blocks they sell. Finally, for the top floor, I added some bookshelves, barrels, and plants. This is genuinely the nicest thing I've ever done for the villagers, so they better appreciate it. I spent the night working on the road because I didn't want to deal with the villagers when I was almost falling asleep at my desk. 7 hours of sleep later, we're at day 875 with some insane boat gameplay. Everything went well and I got all the villagers in. What are you doing on there? Now that I had extra slots in my training hall, I could get some more farmers. The only problem was that all my villagers had either despawned or chosen to live in this tunnel. I spent the night getting 2 of them into the trading hall, but I had no idea where I was going to get more. Then I realized there was one man, one savior who could fix everything, and that man was the one and only Swampbert. I spent day 876 getting him into the breeder and then realized the other villager had disappeared. I'm gonna need to borrow you for a long time. I wanted to make extra profits with my villagers, so I spent the night farming wheat. Day 877, I fed Swampbert and Edna, that's what I'm gonna call the librarian, and soon I had a new worker. Sorry, I meant child. I did some farming and also leveled the new guys up. Luckily, they both wanted to buy pumpkins. What would have happened if they didn't? Well, murder, obviously. Day 878, I needed to wait for the kids to grow up so I could start scamming them. I decided to kill some time by adding another hot air balloon to my town. I mean, the first try did end up looking more like a blob than a balloon. Day 880, I finally finished a balloon. Let's go check on the villagers. Wait, what? You know what this means, right? The scamming empire just got even bigger. Oh, this is a great day. All the new villagers made this grey cat spawn and I spent the night chasing after it. I realised there was a thunderstorm, which was great news. When a mushroom gets struck by lightning, it turns into a brown mushroom. Unfortunately, Mushi 2.0 turned into dust. Day 881, I set up a max beacon at this village with resistance 2. I wanted to do a raid and get hero of the village, but whenever I do a raid I get demolished by the Vex. Hopefully the beacon helps. I headed over to the outpost near my raid farm and killed the inhabitants. I could narrate this raid, but nah, time for some music.
What did I do?
Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I did it. I really did it. I saved the 2 villagers that are left. You're welcome, guys. At night, I visited my ocean monument to get some more sea lanterns. Day 883, oi, no tourists. As I was saying, day 883, the scamming really was out of control. My new hero status meant some of these guys were paying 1 emerald per 2 pieces of wheat. There was a project that I really wanted to work on, and that was a gold XP farm. I do already have a gold farm, but it's not super powerful and it doesn't give me any XP. Unfortunately, to build the farm, I need 4,000 magma blocks. I doubt anyone wants to watch me mine magma blocks for 2 days straight, so instead let's just skip ahead. My pickaxes were nearly gone from mining all that magma, so I had to get them fixed. Unfortunately, this farm requires over a stack of chests. It was nice knowing you, Tree. I needed some more turtle eggs, so I headed to the usual place. I actually did feel bad for taking the eggs, but at the end of the day, this farm's gonna make me gold, and that's a lot more important. I also needed cobwebs for the farm and grabbed some from a nearby mine shaft. Day 887, there's a bit of a problem. This farm needs 11 honey blocks. My current amount of bees barely produces enough honey to craft 1 block per day. I spent the night trying to find as many nests as possible. Day 888, I set up my new honey operation. Using the nests from the greenhouse, as well as the stolen ones and some newly crafted hives, I was fully ready to become a professional beekeeper. Except it's raining, so the bees aren't going to come out. I passed the time with a bit of scamming and a bit of path building. It's the simple things in life. Day 889, it was a bright and sunny day. Now make children. I spent the day gathering up dandelions for yellow dye, cause yeah, it's time for another hot air balloon. Day 890, I was still building the balloon. I tried to make it bee themed, but it looked absolutely terrible and I ended up starting over in red. Day 891, I finished my red balloon and also finally had enough honey blocks. I headed into the nether and began building the farm. From now until day 900 I built the farm, so let's go over the highlights. As always, if you want to build the farm for yourself, the link will be in the description. Trying to push these minecarts into place made me question every choice I've ever taken in life. These droppers were so loud I had to mute the game, and also to top it all off, I built half the farm in the wrong place and had to reposition it. Oh, and it's day 900 and the farm's not finished. Genuinely the worst ending to a video ever, but I survived 900 days in hardcore Minecraft. We pick up where we left off on day 901. It was time to finally finish this gold farm. I did a lot of really interesting things like placing chests and placing chests. Day 902 I had to put 41 gold nuggets into these hoppers to make the sorting system work. I have no clue why it's specifically 41, but I ain't exactly a redstone expert, so if there was 42 in there, maybe it just blows up. Now that everything was done, I could start making gold. Oh look, children. I checked the results on day 903 and they were decent. I haven't spawn proofed any of the nether under the farm, so it's not the most efficient. There was a hole in my heart, and no, it's not love. It's the fact that I haven't scammed these villagers in ages. I think you've been stuck in there for like 300 days at this point. I had a lot of plans for this area, which meant it was time to take down all these bee nests. Would this really be a Minecraft video without immense deforestation? Now that I had enough materials, it was time to build the road. Yeah, this part is always painful. It's also the first time in the video we meet the phantoms, and trust me, you're gonna see a lot of them. Day 905 I was done with the road and could start building. For some reason I tried to make this an area to grow and cut down trees, and it was a complete waste of time. My 2 brain cells finally kicked in and I remembered I'm supposed to build, buildings. Days 906 and 907 I continued working. My plan was to have this place be a tavern. Day 908 I watched all the phantoms burn, so I had a great morning. Pretty normal day, went to hell, chopped down some trees, built a nice roof. Day 909 was just more building. That's literally it. Day 910, it was time for everyone's worst nightmare, the interior. They're not as painful as dealing with phantoms, but they're close. Day 911, I was really proud of this display cabinet I made. If you want to make one of these for yourself, you just need to use a piston. Day 912, I finished off the tavern with some shutters, flower pots, and berry bushes. Actually, I forgot the stable, so I finished the tavern on day 913. I needed more light grey dye and went on a slight squid killing rampage. If these guys go extinct, I had nothing to do with it. I also visited my ocean monument to craft more sea lanterns. Unlike the squid, I feel absolutely zero sympathy for the guardians. You should too. Day 914, you know that tavern that I called finished twice? Yeah, I might still be working on it. A thunderstorm began and I headed out to gather some mob heads. Then I stood in front of a charge creeper. It was basically like trying to intercept a nuke with my face. I can't tell you how happy this makes me. Not only did the phantom die, it literally got blown up. I really did finish the tavern this time. I didn't just build it for no reason, well I kinda did, but I built it for someone in particular. That's right, he's finally free. Day 916, this guy wanted to try out every single workstation in the tavern. Imagine if villagers could go on strike. My entire economy would definitely die. I asked my Discord what we should name the villager and we came up with Hermit. If you want to join the Discord, the link's in the description. We got bots, food, what more could you want? I spent the rest of the day clearing out a bunch of shulkers. I then AFK'd my creeper farm for the rest of the night. I headed into the nether because I wanted to go out far enough to find some 1.17 chunks. Unfortunately, 4 obsidian isn't quite enough for a nether portal. Can we all make a little agreement that this is entertaining? Right? Like, this is really entertaining, isn't it? Anyway, now that I could actually build a portal, I was able to gather up some deep slate and tuff. Day 918, I needed to clear some terrain to make space for more buildings. I could make the same Mr. Beast joke that literally everyone makes, but this channel, well, it's all about the original content, so I won't. Wait, hold on. You guys are in crippling debt. Well, that was a nice talk. See you all tomorrow. Now that all the terrain was gone, I was left with a floating gold beacon, which I of course took down. Day 920, I began working on a new build. This is going to be a massive pedestal where my diamond beacon's going to live. Right now, it's kind of sad and lonely on a hill next to a farm, and it's time to change that. Wow, I love phantoms. There's definitely nothing wrong with them. It's definitely not like they're the most annoying mob in the game or anything. This thing took me all the way up until day 924 to complete. Unfortunately, I still don't have time lapses in my videos yet, but I'm hoping to have them set up fairly soon. Day 925, I need to swap out my diamond beacon for the gold one. Oh my days, can you lot leave me alone for 2 seconds? I think the pedestal is a worthy place for the diamond beacon and definitely shows it off a lot more. Day 926, I had to set up a beacon because I had no stone or andesite left. So I have a diamond beacon, but I don't have stone. Brilliant. Yo, what's up guys? Hey, chill. Day 927, hey, no stealing the flowers. Rude, mate, honestly. After killing some guy over 1 tulip, I spent the morning with the prisoners. Vergers. Happy vergers who really like their jobs and aren't thousands of emeralds in debt. I was getting really close to a second shulker full of emerald blocks. I started gathering up the materials to build a wither rose farm. I needed eggs though, so day 928 I built what I like to call the chicken children confiscator. I then found a couple chickens and took them to their happy new home. For the rest of the day I worked on the road. Then this kid escaped and he started going wild. Laugh while you still can, mate. Laugh while you still can. Yeah, who's laughing now? That's what I thought. While I waited for the inmates to lay eggs, I'm never saying that again, I decided to work on a new project. As always, it begins with deforestation. I wasn't just doing deforestation in the overworld though. I went the extra mile and did some in hell. Aren't you proud of me? Day 930, I started laying the foundations for the new build. The chicken children confiscator was right in the way, so I ended up having to rebuild it. Welcome to your new home. It's literally a carbon copy of the old one. Day 931, I was building the new shop. No idea what it's going to sell, but the way things are going, it'll probably end up selling cooked chicken. Day 932, building. Day 933, building, decoration edition. Now that I'm all done with the main build, it's time to do the interior, right? Yeah, no. I will literally build a fully functional wither rose farm before I have to build another interior. On the way I found an end city, which I obviously robbed. Days 934 to 935 I was building the farm. I'll leave a link to it in the description if you want to build it for yourself. Also, if you want to download my world and play on it yourself, the link's in the description. I'm sorry to all you on Bedrock, but this download only works for Java. Unfortunately, one of the key components of this farm, the endermite, died and I didn't have any spare name tags. I had to fly all the way home to get spares and then fly all the way back. I also ran out of ender pearls and had to murder several of the local population to get more. Day 936 the farm was complete except for a single missing block. All I needed was 1 wall. This actually wasn't included in the material list for the farm, so I hadn't brought one with me. I also had no crafting table to make one, so I had to fly all the way back to my enderman farm just to craft 1 stupid wall. Day 937 I needed to spawn proof the area around the farm by flooding it. I'm the best thing that's ever happened to this Minecraft world. I caused mass deforestation, flooding, imprisoned the population. I mean, I really can't go wrong. For the funner part of the farm, I made a wither and then headed up to the AFK spot. I checked on the farm on day 939 and it produced enough wither roses to last me a lifetime. I then shot some iron golems, scanned the villagers and AFK'd my creeper farm all night. Day 940 I took the wither roses to my wither skeleton farm. Wither skeletons are the only mob that can spawn on wither roses, so this would hopefully make the farm a lot more efficient. I stayed at the farm until I had 9 skulls, which only took around 15 minutes. Day 942 I did some work on the town and swapped the dark oak fence for trapdoors. The phantoms drove me insane and I ended up sleeping. Day 943 I changed a few small details about my wall farm. If I'm honest, I might rebuild this place in the future because I still don't like it that much. The new design of trapdoors instead of fence is burning through a lot of wood, so we can pretty much say goodbye to this entire forest. I love nature, which is why I'm blowing this hill to pieces and burning down all these trees. My flint and steel broke and I ended up making an enchanted one. Now I can love nature even more. Day 945 I built some more road. Day 946, alright, let's see, did I do anything interesting? Oh wait, no, I just built more road. I did end up taking down the chicken child confiscator though. Day 947 starts with some solid scamming. I then began work on my next project. This thing was absolutely massive and it took me until day 952 just to get the basic structure done. It's kind of a cathedral thing, kind of not. I just made it up in a creative world and thought it looked cool. Day 953 I found this zombie in chainmail armor and managed to trap him in a box. A glass box. So the sunlight is going to damage his helmet until it eventually breaks and he burns up and dies. Ignoring that massive oversight, I built a nice flag for the cathedral. I decided to go for some blackstone bricks for the roof, which gave a really nice contrast to the stone blocks that I used. Day 954, do you want to hear the most satisfying sound ever? That never gets old. Guys, listen, it's not scamming, it's just a really good deal for me and a not very good deal for you. And it's borderline illegal. I went on yet another beacon mining trip because I once again had no stone or andesite. I returned on day 956 with my pickaxe almost fully broken. A few melons and pumpkins later, it's back in mint condition. How much would this sell for on eBay? Day 957, it was time. I needed to build the interior. With a build of this size, it was not going to be easy or quick. By the way, in case you're wondering why I even built this place to begin with, it's for the librarians in my trading hall. Once they're in here, I'll have more space for farmers, which means I can make even more emeralds than before. Day 958, I started building a spiral staircase. I'm really happy with how it turned out. The next few days, all I did was build the interior, so there's not much to say, to be honest. Do you guys need the bookshelves in here? I really hope you said no. I used all the bookshelves I borrowed to create a new enchanting setup. Day 962, I used a bunch of glass panes to make it look like there was magic flying around the room. I also used some candles to add to the atmosphere. The vanilla room looks cool, but with shaders it genuinely comes to life. Although my PC was the opposite, it was gonna die. My PC actually did die about halfway through this video and I had to get it fixed, which is one of the many reasons why this video took so long to come out. I visited my ocean monument to craft some more sea lanterns and annihilated this piglin. Day 963, I dyed all the sheep in my wool farm and replaced the shears. This place ran out of shears about 200 days ago, so the repair was slightly late. I made money and then made some bookshelves. Day 964, I'm still working on the interior. I made this area into a little museum and it has a bunch of my old gear and other items. Day 965, I wrote out descriptions for every item. If you download my world, please come to the museum. Like, come on, I spent 5 minutes on those signs, you gotta read them. Now that the cathedral was done, I had to do something worse than the interior. Move the vergers. You know with cows and sheep, where you hold wheat and they follow you? We should have something like that for vergers, because it would make my life 10 times easier. Unfortunately, after years of being in the trading hall, this verger had gone insane. Day 966, I'm doing the thing you all love, remember? I then moved another librarian out of the trading hall, this time by using a lectern. Unlike the other one, he still knows how doors work. At night I moved a third and... for some reason I decided it would be a great plan to go for one of the most annoying advancements in the game. If you can get a ghast through another portal and then kill it in the overworld, you get the Uneasy Alliance advancement. I really want to know how this went down at Mojang.
Alright guys, we need a new advancement.
How about trying to bring a ghast through a nether portal? Even though ghasts fly away from you? Yeah. Even though you can't use leads on them? Yeah.
Perfect idea, Dave. I'm giving you a pay rise.
Day 967, I moved the nether portal to a soul sand valley where ghasts are more likely to spawn. I almost got this ghast through and then the rod broke. The entire day was spent trying to fish one of these stupid white balloons through the portal. Day 968, I needed to AFK my creeper farm. Day 969, I knew something was different. This time, I would get that advancement. Day 970, I was trying to get a hoglin through another portal. A zoglin was the only mob I hadn't killed, and once I did kill one, I get the monsters hunted advancement. Hoglins run away from nether portals, but that's fine, I'm not giving them a choice. Sorry man, had to be done. Day 971, I was searching for copper. I needed some in order to craft a spyglass. I did try to make one with an amethyst cluster instead of a shard, but let's not talk about that. I also got the wax on and the wax off advancements. The next advancement on my list was sniper duel, which I got on my first try. Finally, wait, I meant first try. Oh look, a ghast! Oh look, it's dead! I spent day 972 trying to make the best crossbow possible. I had to visit the pit of vergers to get a new librarian, and the conditions down here get worse every day. 40 emeralds, are you mad? I had to do a little bit of convincing, but eventually he lowered his price. It did take an insane amount of levels to make this thing, but I finally had a perfect crossbow. I then used this brutal weapon of war to hit a nice bullseye. I respawned the ender dragon in order to look at her through the spyglass, then cancelled her life subscription. I also killed a pillager with a crossbow in order to get another advancement. Day 974, I headed out to the jungle to get the final spyglass advancement, then got completely distracted. I tried to breed these pandas, but it didn't work. I wanted to try at least once for the ultra rare brown panda, so I trapped them with some leaves and waited until they could breed again. Day 975, a baby was born. He's just a regular panda, but he's still adorable. I was about to leave the jungle when I remembered the reason I even came here in the first place. You're probably wondering what my plan is for day 1000. Well, it's a secret, so can I interest you in watching me destroy this melon field? I built it all the way back at the end of 200 days and it's finally time to get rid of it. Day 976, I decided it was finally time to sort out this ugly area leading up to my tower. The terrain's all wonky, there's that random ruin I built, not to mention a stable that looks really outdated. There's an advancement that involves killing phantoms, yep, this one's my favourite. I also moved all the horses over to the city centre. Day 977, I took down the old stable. I think the idea was decent, but the execution wasn't great. The overall shape and block palette didn't feel right, and the hay on the floor looks pretty bad. I've improved a lot of building in the last couple of months and would definitely like to build a new stables at some point. A thunderstorm began and I was able to get the Surge Protector advancement. There's also an advancement for striking a verger with lightning, but as I'm editing this video, I've realised it didn't actually give me the advancement. I think it's because the verger's not supposed to die when you do it. I started gathering up mob heads and then got blown up for the second time in this video. I didn't have my ender chest with me, which meant I needed to fly home without a totem. Luckily, I survived the experience, but when you're playing hardcore Minecraft, your heart never does. Day 978, it was time to fix something that had been an issue for months. My tower lives on this little hill, well it's more like a mound of dirt, and it's lame. And a dirt path leading up to it? Unacceptable. It's pretty embarrassing, but all of day 979 was just spent trying to make this circle line up. I don't know why, but the ability to count just disappeared from my brain. We'll skip ahead to day 981, where things are looking pretty good. I added the usual trapdoors and put slabs on top of the logs for that extra detail. Day 982, I tried some different decorations, but didn't really like any of them. Day 983, I took down this tree, or as I like to call it, the mushroom pretending to be a tree. I really need to get better at building trees. With that monstrosity gone, I built more of the road. I know you want to see that insane day 1000, and trust me, we're getting there. Day 984, I used some blue wool to mark out where the new buildings would go. I've never done this before, but it honestly really helps. For the next 6 days, I built 2 new structures, a flower shop and a house. I was saved from having to do the interiors because it was time for the final event. For day 1000, I was going to try and get Minecraft's hardest advancement. How did we get here? Just in case you don't know what that is, it's a secret advancement you get from having every status effect applied at once. I first brewed every potion I would need, as well as crafting some suspicious stew which gives blindness. I also had to enchant some new armor, and I'll explain why in a minute. Of course, the hardest part of this advancement is moving a shulker all the way from an end city into the overworld. The area around the end gateway has to be spawn proof so that the only place the shulker can teleport is into the gateway. There was a city about 800 blocks away from a gateway, which would be my best bet at getting this advancement done in time for day 1000. The reason for the new armor is that my current set has Thorns 3, which would of course kill the shulker. I don't know how this works, but by pushing a minecart into a boat, they both move along the tracks without ever needing any powered rails. Unfortunately, the first attempt didn't quite go to plan. Oh, how's he done that then? Also, trying to build anything around shulkers is like trying to mow the lawn with a pair of scissors. The second shulker went through and nearly died from suffocation. I went home and brewed some splash potions of healing because time was not on my side. If I took too long to get the shulker in place, I'd fail to get the advancement by day 1000. Unfortunately, the shulker didn't go in place anyway. It teleported into this tiny hole I made while getting the dragon egg. The shulker hit itself and actually ended up duplicating, so that's pretty cool. The next problem I ran into was that this shulker went into the gateway while in a boat and a minecart, which meant it couldn't go through. I couldn't break the boat with my axe because it was under the gateway blocks. The 2 brain cells of Mosey woke up for once, and by shooting the boat with a bow, I was able to get the shulker through. However, I immediately ran into a new issue, as the shulker was still stuck in the minecart. It's really annoying to get the shulker out without killing it, because its hitbox overlaps the minecart. It was a massive relief to eventually get it out and put it back in a boat. Day 995, I had to carve out a huge tunnel through this mountain. I should have started working on this advancement much earlier, because my time was running out fast. I was able to move the shulker to the ocean completion on day 996, but it hit itself way too many times. As much as I hate you, you cannot die. With the shulker safely imprisoned, I completed the hardest part of the advancement. I borrowed some beacons from the base and on day 997 set up a tier 3 beacon with almost every effect. I set up a conduit in order to get the conduit power effect and also grab some dolphins. With all the preparations complete, there was one final thing I had to do. I needed to clear a raid. Time for everyone's favourite music.
Oh hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Heroes never die.
So yeah, I somehow failed the raid. Day 998, it was my last chance. If I failed this raid, it would all be over. I was already mad that I lost the first raid, I was definitely not about to lose a second. I revisited the Purge outpost to get Bad Omen, and then the nearby Ocean Monument to get Mining Fatigue. But then it all went wrong. The dolphins had despawned, which wasn't much of an issue. I could just go home and get some name tags and leads. Except for one problem. It was insanely frustrating, but I had no other option. Day 999, I got 2 more dolphins, used my last name tag, and flew off to once again get Bad Omen and Mining Fatigue. And now it's time for some live commentary. I hope you enjoy. I have the stew. Okay, so we need to throw every single one. Every single one. Pufferfish, suspicious stew, golden apple. Need to eat this. Get in here. Down here. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Shulker, do your thing. No! No way, I failed that. Yo, can you hit me up with a bit of mining fatigue, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bang, 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 bang. Give me levitation, levitation. Give me levitation. Yes! Okay. Dolphin's Grace. Oh, I need to eat the pufferfish, eat the pufferfish. And this, please. I just choked again, are you kidding me? After failing for the second time, I now had a massive problem. Eating a pufferfish is the only way to get the nausea effect, and I had just eaten my last one. My only chance was to pray that the Minecraft gods would give me another pufferfish. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. Okay, give me that mining fatigue. Give me mining fatigue, give me mining fatigue. Staring you in the face. I'm knocking on the front door. Can I have mining fatigue, please? Okay. Yes! Thank you. There we go. Finally. Right, this is it. So, potion, 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 potion. Eat the gap. Go down into here. Go up into here. Open that. Hit me with the shulker. Go down into here. Eat the pufferfish. Eat the suspicious stew. Yes! 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. It was done. 1000 days ago, I began this world, and now I had conquered its hardest achievement. See, that would be the end of the video, but we've got some visitors to take care of. Day 1001, it was all over. I restored the beacons and visited my 2 special pets who've been with me since the very beginning. I survived 1000 days in hardcore Minecraft. That is going to be it for the movie. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you made it this far, well, congratulations, you just watched like 4 hours of Minecraft. That is insane. As always, thank you so much to everyone boosting my Discord server. You guys are legends. I'm trying to hit 50,000 subscribers this year, so if you could help me out, it really would mean a ton. With all that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.